Prepare yourself for Overwatch Reflash, a 32-team tournament where players must battle their way through a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
Hello, and welcome to the Monkey Bubble Reflash EU edition. We are here in the winners finals. This is a best of 5 for that first spot. Messed up already, brilliant. For that first spot on the big stage. My name is Jace. Joining me, someone who needs no introduction. He's been cooking Michelin star meals in China in all over tier 2 in the last couple of months. It's Chef Billy. Chef, how are you? Welcome.
Cheers, mate. It is early here. It's 8 o'clock in the morning here in the States, and it's finally fall. It's chilly as heck. It's raining. It's almost like England. But we got some good. Yeah, I mean, of course it is. Of course, the one time that I make fun of British weather, it turns sunny there. No, seriously, we got some hot action today, though. Yes. We are here in the winners final. We've got Picardia versus Grill Masters, basically sheer cold versus Team Poland. Yeah. And I'm happy to be back in the EU. This is where I got my biggest starts, and I mean it's great to be back to my roots. So very happy to be here. Very happy to see KP, who has been on a tear lately across a whole bunch of different compositions there for Team Picardia. I mean, saw them in CAH, saw them in some other community tournaments, having an absolute fabulous time, really grinding out hard on the ranked ladder. But on the other side, Grill Masters, they've got NKZ, and I'm very, very excited to see this matchup between KP and between NKZ.
Yeah, the last time I saw NKZ was in the Contenders project, the Timeless one, and it was Ramatra meta, hard Ramatra meta. And this guy was absolutely just slapping people, running lobbies on that Ramatra. Luckily for NKZ, as we're getting into a meta shift, it's not quite Ramatra dominant as it once was. In fact, I don't think the hero has been played at all since those nerfs to him came through. But luckily for NKZ, your golden boy for this game for Team Sheercold, aka Grill Masters. Similar support line, Johan and Strebel are back to back him up, and they'll be pretty comfortable playing together as well. This was a big step actually for Johan and Strebel individually this tournament. This past couple of months, stepping up into Contenders after being around that top OD. But they're playing similar opponents today, so the progression has been there for the members of this ex-Sheercold, now Grill Masters roster is what they're called for this event, and it's been good to see. And feels like they've been getting better every time I see them play.
You know, the same thing could be said about Team Picardia, and I think that, you know, KP's been on the grind. You'll see them as forever 774 in game, but I mean, Fillion, Texel, Fake Jake, I mean, big names there for Team Poland. We'll see Flipper in there as well. ICAV will probably come in after Control to play in the DPS role. So I mean, we've got a lot going on here for Team Picardia version 2 BT dubs. Yeah. And hopefully, you know, we'll see what comes of this team. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they play across the board here.
Oh, absolutely. Something I pointed out yesterday is in this meta now, we've seen historically DPS focused. We've seen the Moth meta as we get the reminder from Flipper's Mercy. But Flex support is the one I'm going to keep my eyes on for now. We're going to get the first map here. I believe we're starting on Control by the pick of... it might just be a neutral one, actually. Apologies. Ilios, nonetheless. And what we saw yesterday and what I've seen continuously over the last, on this patch, is Baccalaureate. I believe the playmaking potential for both of these two as a combo, ridiculously strong. You're lacking, obviously, in the defensive ultimate, but Amplification Matrix and that Captive Sun, just huge amount of damage.
I mean, it's a little bit different from what I see a lot here in NA. We've been seeing a lot of Bap Lucio really trying to get the tank moving around. So it's a chance for me to see what's going on here in the EU region. You know, is Wrecking Ball still viable at certain points? Do we see Bunky come out at certain points? Because Orisa does exist. Zarya does exist as well, and it just depends on how you want to run with this composition coming through. So, I mean, it's my chance to dive back into the beautiful waters of EU and get to see a lot of old familiar faces. This is exciting for me. Yeah. This is why I joined for this, because it's a chance for me to get back into the EUC, because I how much I love EU and EMEA, and I mean this is a chance for me to get back into the best echelons of the competition.
Yeah, it really is the almost where you're getting back in at like the ground level, shall I say as well. This is almost like warm-ups, practice marathons for the eventual big test that is going to be Open Division and potentially contenders for a lot of these players as well. The Bastion is something that I've seen existing at levels far below this in more casual Masters GM tournaments. I think it's almost entirely dissipated and disappeared at this level. Didn't see much of it yesterday. You were talking about that Wrecking Ball, Chef Billy, and I've not seen it at all, so potentially there's something there that I'm unaware of. Something I have seen, though, is the Doomfist.
Yep, the Doomfist can play very strong right now. The ball also works very well. This is Ice, also known as Ice Gnome 9, aus Deutschland. So hello to all my German friends out there. And, well, you know what? We've got a lot of mainland European talent here. This is a chance for them to break it out and really show what they've been working on since the end of last contenders, because the qualification season is coming up, Jace, and I can't wait to see. Sylvia is actually in here on the and that is, I believe that is KP as well, in here on the Junker Queen. This is a great counter into this Doomfist.
Yeah, going to be great work into the Doomfist here, but Grillmasters have got control of the high ground with Zodial on the ever-comfortable Ash, but they get taken to 1 HP. That is not a tasty spot for them to be in. Pyconia, though, get the first flip on the point. Grillmaster's going to look to respond. Will still has these Mei cooldowns important. They need to address themselves onto the Junker Queen here, really, but not really much going on. Will dies, and I think Grillmasters, they kind of just need to leave at this point.
Well, you say that, as Zodial lands a massive dynamite. It also takes down ICAV. So, I mean, the damage is there. The percentage is going up for Pycarnia, but with how they're rolling right now, there might be a chance to get back in. Well, I say that's big. Zodial is absolutely lighting it up right now. The Spanish DPS is having a fantastic time here on the first point. And we'll see. We'll see how they decide to hold here. 33% and counting. I mean, right. They're cooking right now. Texel, though, almost has Kitsune Rush. That might be a great initiator onto the point.
I think so. Zodial, I thought the fight was lost and then killed 3 on the high ground. So, my bad, Chief. I doubted the Viper and they took a bite out of Pycarnia there, Team Poland. AKA go down early. Ooh, KP though. So, what big kill off. But Tectonic is just going to feed their Kitsune Rush. And now, we're getting to about evens on the flipper. Dances with death there for a second. Good spam angle from Well, actually. Gets the copy onto the Junker Queen. Ice comes over the top as well to combo. And they're looking to take down Sylvia to deny that Rampage at the back end of the fight. Tree of Life is popped behind us. Johan is going to keep their team revitalized. But Ilking, Death Headshot, you can't out-heal that.
Oh.
Wolf Rotating Beam is really good though to take down ICAV. And Grillmasters, I think they're trading up on the point. Exodial's Bob should just be the end of this. Pycarnia potentially dealing in a lost fight here.
Yeah, I mean, great ultimate rotation there coming in from Grillmasters. That Bob was everything they needed. The Swift Step gives them back into the fight, and now you're going to have the Rampage, but what a punch. Once again, Ice and Will absolutely cleaning up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they need, and I think Grillmasters look pretty comfortable here. This is a unstandard comp, I'd say, Chef Billy, but they're playing it quite well.
They really are. I mean, I like the Zodial high ground control. They're really maintaining these lines of sight. Fake Drake hasn't gotten a lot done. I think that's the problem, is that you can't really engage as cleanly as you want to, because there is the repositioning coming with the coach gun for Zodial, and just hasn't been able to take care of Will. This guy has another duplicate online. Holy cow.
Wait, yeah, that was an insanely quick charge time from Will. Speaking of the other Grillmasters DPS, and Will honestly just goes over to a worse hero in this meta, but it doesn't matter because they might get Blade in record time. Those right-click shurikens on target as ever. And Zodial 2 and Grillmasters, I think this is just first point going over to them. Pycarnia couldn't get in. That Rampage came up online, but it was too late. And
I mean,
what can they do?
You know what? There's a lot they can do. They just have to be a little bit more decisive. And I think that the big problem is that Ice is doing so well initiating into these fights that they just could not get on top of the backline. I mean, Johan Ilpi really didn't suffer a lot other than the first fight when you saw Flipper kind of maintain and really assert their control. After that, I mean, it was just way too much damage, way too much crossfire coming in from Grillmasters. The repositioning of Ice really did throw Picarnia for a loop, Jace. So, yeah. I mean, for Picarnia right now, they've got to be able to get on this point. I like this swap over to the Sigma. You've got a lot more in the kit than the Junker Queen. And I mean, you can really control the space using that experimental barrier and the accretion.
Yeah, we're going back to something that is potentially a previous meta, but still comfortable. But I mean, okay. Nice composition, but unfortunately, losing your Baptiste early is Texel is headshot by Zodial. The Ashe, this time on the Widowmaker, but the hit stand is different. The result is still the same. Great pick for the Grillmasters DPS. And now Picarnia, I mean, they're just missing their big resource. Life Grip goes out onto Ice, but they just drop off the high ground immediately. Johan potentially smashing their face against the keyboard in anger there. Not what you want to see, but Ice is doing a good job of pressuring. Sylvia out actually here. The Sigma having their cooldowns whittled down. Zodial finds another pick. There we go. Missing HP. Texel does not get back in time to hit the lamp. Grillmasters on Roadhog of all things. Played Roadhog and Doom so far in this meta Ice, but they don't care. They're more than happy.
I mean, what a great amount of sustain there as well from Grillmasters, especially using the Grillmaster. Yeah, that's evil. I mean, using the Life Weaver with the Roadhog is actually kind of OP. Please nerf, because I mean, you can feed your brains out as the Roadhog, and then when you're finally in that last position, you can get gripped out, and then you're just back up to normal.
The cooldown rotation must be pain and hell to deal with. LP, not someone I mentioned so far, but on a very comfortable Nano. Every time I've seen this guy, always a sleep or a nade or two to win the fight. That is the whole hog Nano straight through the face of ICAV. Manages to trade it back though, but I think Will's response onto Texel means that Picarnia don't really have the tools to push in. Yet again, Texel I think has died a bit too much in these fights here, Chef. I think he needs to... I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what we can do right now. I mean, it's such an unorthodox composition. You know, you've got the Widowmaker here. ICAV going back over to get one of their own. But I mean, how do you actually initiate? That's a great headshot, but it doesn't take him down. They need to have something in. They invest in sound barrier.
They do. But the sound barrier goes in, and they don't even take any space with it, I think. The Tree of Life being still available. Okay, they're going to get fluxed out of it, but that Life Grip is going to keep that Widowmaker fine and healthy. Unfortunately, Johan sacrifices himself for the sins of the Widowmaker 07. Johan, I'm sure you'll be back soon. ICAV, though, manages to finally take down that Widow. ICAV gets a second. Sylvia falls, though. The point anchor doesn't matter. ICAV gets a third, gets the fourth with the final blow onto the Roadhog. It looks like Johan made the correct choice to save them from that flux after all.
Yeah, I mean, I really did like the initiation in there. I mean, kind of an early sound barrier, but it just gives them a little bit of extra presence. The overshielding really does keep them up through the fight. And then you saw ICAV kind of turn it over. So, I mean, they're going to pop their sights here very shortly to see the approach coming from Grillmasters. But, I mean, they got to be perfect from here on out. Actually, Sylvia going back to the Sigma instead of the Orisa, which we saw.
Yeah. Ice is made to swap over now as well. They're going to be on the Sigma. No more Roadhog shenanigans, unfortunately. But all those cooldowns, all the stuff we said about Hog applies to Sigma absolutely the same. And Exodio goes down, so Grillmasters, they're not exactly on the clock here. They can kind of relax and slowly build up some ultimates. Fate Jake dies though. Ooh, that's not good. Let's see. Both Sigmas dueling for control at the point. I think Ice does not win that. No, great window as well, just to punish them. Picarnia hold for now.
Both your DPS are off the board right now, and Stormbolt will get back to the fight quickly. But right now, you're missing your punching power here for Picarnia, so it's going to come up to Sylvia here to be able to deal with this. And Zoido over to the Tracer. I like this pick a lot better.
Yeah, Tracer should be doing a good job at getting onto this back line. Unfortunately, though, for Grub, the Mail comes out, the Nano comes out, and they are immediately just wiped off the face of the earth after it. Good EMP from Fate Jake as well. And Picarnia.
Yeah, fantastic fight there from Picarnia. And I mean, I think they should be well and truly on their way to taking this map. Nothing online, but Immortality Barrier exists for Texel, so they've got some tools here to really stop the aggression coming in from Grillmasters.
Fate Jake on a nice angle here as well. Could be one hack onto Ulpi to take down that lamp, that's protective. And they shouldn't be hacked up. Oh, nice live grip out from Johan. It's a big cooldown though, remember. 25 seconds or so. That's not available. Flipper decides to turn on the burners. As the aggro sound barrier comes in to try and help their team take space. Hits all 5 as is expected from Lucio's at this level. I can find the shot onto OP. He was missing lamp. And that's to punish Will. He doesn't really quite this round, but finds the all-important pick onto that Widow. So there's going to be no more one-shots coming out from the sniper of Pycarnia, and that allows Grillmasters to get in and play with a bit more confidence. Exodial on the flank here, on the right side. They've taken bridge. They might find themselves a juicy pair of supports. They can time it right. Flip comes over for Grillmasters. 90% on the board and counting.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal taking Fake Jake out. That's your initiator. That's your overtime toucher. And, I mean, they're going to have to get on the point in a hurry. There's the touch coming in from Flipper. It's contested.
It is. Now, do they get the touch, or do they have to just go in one by one and die? Ilpi, though, dies instantly, I think, to the window coming out from the Bastion. Was it inspired? Oh, it's 1-for-1. Ice gets hacked out as well from the Flux. It's a bit of misery being compiled one by one here. Zodial takes down Texel. Yeah, I think the legs have been completely cut out from under Pycarnia here. They managed to get the touch, they got the opening pick, but Grillmasters, nice job to stabilize. Just so much sustain from this composition, actually, and they were never going anywhere. Grillmasters take it 2-0, go 1-up in our first of 3 winners finals.
Right, and I think that here, where we're getting towards the top level compositions, where we're seeing the meta kind of lie right now, you have to be lightning quick when you make your trades. And I think that's the big thing right now, is that we saw Grillmasters constantly changing their composition up to trade out what Picardi was trying to throw at them. So, I mean, the spaghetti was sticking on the wall. But, I mean, I think that the spatula that the Grillmasters have was able to remove said spaghetti and really turn it into their favor. I mean, Will was absolutely lighting it up, not only on the Genji, not only on the Echo, but also the Mei. Mei's so important when you're playing in a composition when you're trying to be so brawly and really trying to make space your own. Just using the wall, because wall exists, to get space and take it in your best fashion. I mean, really, you have to be so incredibly diverse and willing to adapt here in this meta. Everything can just change out right now, and this is some fantastic work.
Yeah, Grillmasters on a less than traditional comp, shall we say, but operating at very standard Overwatch now that we're seeing in 5v5 Overwatch 2, just the cooldown trades. And Mei, I think, is a hero that almost, I don't know if you agree, Billy, but it's almost like, I want to say individually gates Sigma. It feels like it puts Sigma really far down on the power level compared to if Mei wasn't in the game. So many resources, high ground control, you can spam, you can still brawl with Sigma. I think it's not the worst thing in the world. You can anchor point really well. It's very easy to take space with all of your cooldowns. And of course, Sigma, not quite the best at dueling flankers, but if you land an accretion, someone is going to die. But just the presence of the Mei alone, with that Blizzard solo onto them, that wall, and of course not being able to use your kinetic grasp against the primary fire. I think Mei does a great job at shutting down Sigma, and I think that really staved the Pycarnia pushback a lot, because it felt like they weren't quite able to find the right tank for that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a standard that if you see a Mei out there, there has to be a Lucio, because she's not the fastest girl in the world. Let's be quite honest. But I mean, she's thick. And she gets her work done. She knows what she does. But I mean, you have to have the Lucio in there. You have to be able to move her around, just like, you know, when you're working with the Symmetra Bastion composition, you have to have the Symmetra to get you around. You got to have a Lucio there to get those two around, because they're not incredibly fast as well. So it's all about the speed and timing of engagements, and knowing how to get Mei into prime positions to be able to use the kit that she's got. And like you said, kinetic grasp don't work against primary fire, and it's got that buff to it. I mean, she's in such a great place right now. If you love Mei, I still call her the Ice Demon. Yeah. But I mean, she's in such a great place right now. I love the versatility of this Grillmaster team right now.
Yeah, Banshee is absolutely a term I would use to describe Mei as well. I liked the idea of the freeze passive, where, you know, you almost essentially, like it was in the old Overwatch 1, you popped it, and instead of freezing them solid, you do a bit of damage. But I think this current version of Mei is just better. You just get to run at someone with left click, and there's not many things in the game, not many shields in the game that can can gate it and mitigate it, and particularly with stuff like Javelin Spin being in the game, with Sigma being in the game, and Reinhardt just being effectively deleted by a Bastion that you can pair with it. You get a lot of free damage onto these melees, and of course, the Mei versus Genji matchup is historically very Mei-sided. So, yeah, again, another thing that Mei keeps out of the meta. Is Mei just broken? Is this just the realization? I mean, Mei probably... I feel like we've been knowing this, to be fair. Mei's been very, very strong since Overwatch 2's release, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think she's depending on your team composition style, what you're trying to do, and it is map dependent.
Yeah.
I think that she is almost a must pick right now. As we look going to our next map, it's going to be hybrid.
Yeah, another King's Row must pick for Mei. That's what I mean. I saw someone leave DC there. I thought that was Chef. I got a bit confused, but nonetheless. sorry, guys. Here we are. So, map pick of Pycarnia, and honestly, with the heroes that Sylvia was running out on, particularly that Junker Queen that we saw, I don't know if that was a specific point for Ilios Lighthouse, but if they're confident on the Queen, then I'd say run it here. Try and go for it. Flipper was very, very down to play the Lucio and be aggressive, and I think that's going to be a good starting point to Pycarnia on their map pick.
Well, they're going to show us the Sigma here defensively, and I don't hate it. I mean, the hyperspheres, you can use the bus, you can really maintain the choke here on point A. Fate check over to the Hanzo, Vision, Shield Break. Storm arrows to confirm kills. I mean, lots of good stuff in the Hanzo kit. Also repositioning. I think that other than Sylvia right now, you've got a lot of mobility here for the other four members of Pycarnia. So we'll see. It's all going to come down to Texel being a little bit more patient with the immortality barrier as well. We'll see how they do on their first defense.
I shall see. They're going to have a lot more spam, and Exodial was able to get a lot of value on the Ashe and Widowmaker last round. This time they're going to be suppressed by both DPS from Pycarnia. Should have a bit of a harder time, but has managed to establish himself on an angle. Never mind. I said 2 DPS, it's just 1 now. Pycav railed straight to the body. And they go down. Sojourn Gap in the first fight. That's going to allow Drill Masters to take this rotation, establish himself on point. Now it's Pycarnia look like the attacking team. They've been pushed back, and they've walked into Hotel against the Mei. Historically, no, that one does not end well for them. Exodial finds a second in this fight, and Drill Masters, wow, that was, dare I say, a bit too easy.
I mean, okay, so the insane sliding rail shot from Exodial, I mean, the fight was over. At that point, the fight's over, unless you see Fake Jake come out with a headshot and even it up to a 4v4. 5v4, it's almost like the fight's completely done. You can just walk at that point because there's no dispersion field. There's no one-shot real potential other than the Hanzo, and I mean, he was completely overwhelmed, especially with the dispersion field that came out from Exodial. Absolutely perfectly played on that point.
Yeah, Exodial just winning the fight on his own. Not much they could have done. Ice though, getting pressured. That's a kinetic graph that comes through, but there's no way to punish it. It has gone over through that Banshee that I referenced earlier. Icap though, getting revenge, trying to Yoham this time. Battle of the Sojourn so far and on a map. It's been very rush favoured. It looks like we're seeing the snipers go head to head here so far.
I mean, ICAV, they get a good fight win here, and they needed it because the bleeding was profuse. Now they get to set up on Archway. I think that you look to make a rotation here with Exodial, see if they can get around to the high ground and really start to give a crossfire, set up a kill box if they can. But I mean, this point right here, the window comes out. Oh no, that's so dangerous.
Yeah, big sightline. Sylvia doesn't even have the cooldowns to go through. Not great window placement from Yoham, just instantly swings with it. Pycarnia had the option to swing first here, being on the defense, but elected not to, or was just simply out-tempoed. Great window from Yoham.
I mean, yeah, the Yoham window. Well, somebody almost got their head taken off by ICAV, and they actually get to overclock first. That's actually amazing considering how much work Exodial has gotten done. Yeah. But it's been a lot of first pick potential. It hasn't been, the constant sustained damage that ICAV has been putting out.
The pick potential comes in again. Ice pops it early. The Blizzard comes out on top, I believe. That is going to freeze the Sigma. No, it doesn't. Does it freeze anyone up? Yes, Flipper is bone chilled in the back there. But they're not converted with it. Ice is fluxed. But Ice is fluxed up by Sylvia. As they're trying to duel a Zodial off back. Able to come in. Actually, not at a comfortable HP. Tech's all in the 1v1. They'll be missing a little bit of healing in the front line, but are they punished for it? No, they are not. Sylvia anchoring themselves on the point. Duel Masters have control of the high grounds, but without the Sigma, it feels like they're not really at the most effective spot to take space. But, I mean, why need a tank when you can have May? You know, very broken hero, going to help them try and establish back on this point. Long fight so far, but it's more potent now. It sort of died down as I think just looking for ultimates to come in for the side of Duel Masters.
Oh, there's another wall or another window coming out. You'll have solo. There's the trades coming out. You'll take that all day long. The spam is gone.
And Zodial in. That was the Doomfist swap, I think, coming in. They got the empowered punch, went straight through the core of Pycarnia. Duel Masters are going to cap.
Once again, it's that lightning quick adaptation to what they're seeing in real time. And Grill Masters, I mean, gets the absolute perfect trade out there of the tank. I mean, now, you know, what does Sylvia do here? I mean, they're going to have such a hard time being able to maintain any kind of space, especially with Ice going to your back line, just decimating the supports.
Yeah, Grill Masters have been really happy to turn it from 0 to 100 so quick. It's almost throwing me off because I think they're chilling and backing out, but then they're just in once they see a cooldown. Nicest Meteor Strike. It's just to reposition. They go for the Seismic Slam, doesn't find anyone, but Fake Jake might just be almost insect into the back line here, punched into the waiting arms of their team. And Zodial's overspot makes it a 2k. Nice team wipe.
I mean, okay, so one fight, and you have Meteor Strike. That's incredible ult generation for this Doomfist, catching everybody with the Seismic Slam. And then you have the disengage. That's a great wall. They should be able to punish on the back of it.
Oh, but they can't walk in time. Flipper, maybe delayed from spawn. They don't want to walk up, potentially fearing Blizzard from Will. But even just the threat of this ultimate from the May might be enough to zone. Here we go. Sylvia's Flux comes up. Who does it catch? Casts, and I don't think it... Did it miss? Did it not touch anyone?
It missed.
Oh,
it missed.
I mean, they might still win the fight anyway. So we're not sure. Great wall that comes in from Fake Jake though. Spares the blushes off their Sigma. Pycarnia in this fight. Great stun from Ice, but it is more north. I think Pycarnia is stabilised for now.
I mean, as long as they can hold this corner here and really deny high ground control from Grill Masters, that's what you're looking to see Ice and Exoidial take. Is try to get up to this high ground, try to make the engage, and have that crossfire coming through from the backside.
Oh, Ice goes dangerously low there. Lamp is coughed up from Johan, but they keep them alive. They manage to convert it with the window onto ITAV, but it's the opposite Blizzard that comes in. Fake Jake dies for it though. Zodial on the high ground wasn't frozen up. Managed to hit that railgun to punish the fact they were looking to address onto their team members. Johan and Zodial on the high ground here, Chef. They were absolutely cooking.
Oh, there's one. ICAV goes down in a heap though, and I think that's going to do it well. The dispersion field. Oh, that's a good pick. Can they get back though? Yes, they will. They'll get a chance.
Yes, they do. 3v5. The Blizzard on the point though, well placed from Will, zones them off, and they have to walk through that icy field of death. Something I'm sure we're both very familiar with. These cold winters. Yeah, I'm familiar with that in the UK. It is always cold here, and Will making sure that it stays cold. Great placement on the Blizzard in a 3v5 fight.
Yeah, I mean that's great. That's great generation from them. It's great awareness of, knowing that Pycarnia have to throw themselves at the point. Well, you know what? You're going to be a popsicle if you touch the point. Have fun with that. But I mean, Grill Masters really, really quick, lightning quick adaptations there up against this Pycarnia composition that came through. Little less quickness and willingness to change there. When I see the Doomfist, I immediately think that I want to go over to the Orisa with the Fortify, with the Javelin spin, with the Energy Javelin throw. So we'll see if they're going to swap it up here. Looks like Growmaster's going to come back out on the ending comp that they had there on their attack phase. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't happen. Well, no, I say that as Ice completely debates me. They'll be getting the Strebor taxi service coming in to get them back to the point. Now, Fake Jake. Scouting potential to really knock down this composition, really take some of the teeth out of either Will or Ice. I think that's where you look at first. You try to get an assassination possibly onto Johan.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the big target. You get the hack and you can take down that lamp, and from there you might just kill Johan, if not force a bunch of cooldowns from the front line. You can go any way about it. Fake Jake elects to not play the Sombra and instead goes over to the main, a bit more solid, a bit more consistent. But Ice is on the Sigma here, elects not to go with the Doomfist and gets the first pick onto ICAB. Yet again, that Sojourn is stunted in the first fight, and that means Exodial is free to farm, and that they do.
I mean, absolutely perfect first fight there. 30 seconds in, and it's just fantastic from them. So, I mean, look at Exodial. I mean, already so far up in the ult charge. Overclock should be available possibly through the second fight, and Johan is going to have an early window. That's something that I don't think Pycarnia is going to be ready for.
That charge time is ridiculously fast. Remember, Pycarnia been taking most of the damage because they were the ones that were, well, they were killed. More damage been delivered on the side of Drill Masters, but Johan has still managed a way to find that window first. Ridiculous charge time. Texel might actually beat them to it. Hare and the tortoise kind of scenario here. And Will and Strebor, nope. If they had the window first, they didn't have an opportunity to keep it.
All right, Will, I see you. I see you. And I represent here. I mean, that's just some disgusting play from May there, and Fake Jake is just getting completely bodied here by Grill Masters. I think the engage needs to be a little bit more decisive, and we really do need to see Sylvia be a little bit more patient here as they go in.
Ice is cooking on an angle here. This is a KSA angle, as we said. Shout out to Saudi Arabian offense, formally. But yeah, I don't think you win that one. No, Exodial up there as well to deliver the final railgun shot, and this is a very aggressive hold from Real Masters, shall we say.
I mean, why not? I mean, they've got high ground positioning, and I mean, even if they do lose here, I mean, oh no!
Blizzard comes in just to keep Sylvia locked outside of the spawn, put in the deep freezer, moments, inches away from safety and Sanctum. But Will says no, that's not quite a BM Blizzard, Billy, but oh my, that's one for the mental.
I mean, I'm mentally boomed after it, and the fact that you saw, Fake Jake invest their own Blizzard just to try and get out. Oh my god! Oh, completely devalued, huge from Fake Jake.
Huge TP in the sim, might give them a lifeline. Ice is on the off angle, gated, I believe. ICAB out of spawn, considering it's basically mitigated the entire of the overclock. Great play from Ice, but unfortunately they're, I would say, a little bit deep. Jumbo though finds Fake Jake somehow in this scenario, and they trade 1-for-1 as well. That's so illegal. Ice is so far gone out of position. They should be dead to rights. The fact that Drill Masters get 2 kills there in that scenario with their tank being that mispositioned is illegal. Maybe they weren't mispositioned after all. The window swing from Texel should establish Pycarnia on the point of Ice. Goes back to the Wrecking Ball for the quick recontest.
It gets low there, and just do point A. Should be point A going over to Pycarnia. Yeah, I mean, even Window, hello, Window is invested here. They're going to take the point. They're going to flip the fight. Holy cow!
Window with Exodial. I guess it's never done until the fat lady sings. Johan decides to step on the pulse bomb there, but says, "You know what, team? You got this." And I think they do. Wow. Just Johan and Exodial, chef. Just them two, and that was all they needed.
I mean, apparently that's all they need. They are absolutely cooking right now, and they're having a good time at it. Sound Barrier is going to be ready to go here for Strebor in just a few seconds. That's going to be the real kicker here for this Grillmasters team. Sylvia back in on the Doomfist. No touch! And it's a full hold for Grillmasters. They take the 2-0 lead, and they're on match point.
I mean, what a crazy last fight that was. All plaudits have to go to Johan and Exodial. They window swing without their tank. Ice dies instantly, and I'm thinking, you know what, guys? You've already drained like 3.5 minutes off this time bank. Like, you can just chill, recontest, reconvene, reconfigure for that gate hold that has historically been so punishing on second point control. How many times have we seen that? But Drillmasters just said, no, we want to go to a 5-minute break. We want to keep it rolling. Let's just win it right here. Just seeing some highlights from this map. Yeah, it was that first shot from Exodial right at the start of the map. Put an exclamation mark on it. Yeah.
Exclamation point, period.
Yeah.
Exodial just completely owned this lobby.
Yep.
The precision was too good. I mean, here's the overclock that really did them in, picking up a 3K in that. But I mean, the fact that, you watch as Exodial kind of follows the Doomfist around, keeps their LOS perfect, and then just goes in ham on top of it. I mean, this tracking from this Sojourn player right now, all the hit scans have been good all day. As you mentioned, the Widowmaker and the Ashe there on Ilios. Man, I mean, Zoidiel playing absolutely crazy right now.
Just the amount of value. And I think Sojourn's neutral game has a very... What's the word? I'm going to have to rephrase this. Because of the changes that have happened to Sojourn over the course of Overwatch 2, her neutral game has become a lot more consistent now. That primary fire, the little tippy-tap bullets, the little stingers as I like to call them, a lot more consistent. You're not just relying on the railgun to completely eviscerate someone and do, honestly, a very overtuned amount of damage. So the neutral game is there for Sojourn, but the way Exodio was playing, yes, the neutral game was there, but they were also just like hitting every railgun and getting an insane amount of value on them. There's something to be said about hitting those railguns, being able to chunk down a tank. But how often was Exodio just able to, once they got that fully charged railgun, using it to that last amount of HP, that maximum amount of damage it felt like, were just being able to tip people over the edge and not quite one-shot them, but like 3/4 shot them almost. Insanely quick TTK is what I'm trying to say, Chef. And it reminds me of old Sojourn. It reminds me of old Sojourn, effectively, is my point. Exodio was playing that like September 2022.
Yep, I mean, I think that for me, it's the fact that they're using like the deployables, using that experimental barrier to charge up the rail shot, and then the precision is too good. But that's going to do it for the first two maps. We're going to head to a short little break. Don't go away. We'll be back with map number 3 in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the Reflash Refresh EU edition. Monkey Bubble in there as well. Shout out to them for once again helping with this event. We found ourselves in a 2-0 right now for a spot in the grand finals. Grill Masters versus Pycarnia V2. And if you take off the mask, Scooby-Doo style, it's Sheer Cold versus Team Poland. Joining me is Chef Billy. Yeah, the Spider-Man pointing meme, potentially as well. Unfortunately, Pycarnia have been split up. They've been looking for clues. They haven't found any yet. They've been down 0-2. Chef, what do you think Pycarnia, aka Team Poland, need to do here to get back on the horse and get that, well, next important map win? They have to reverse sweep, actually. Yeah, I don't know why I'm like sugarcoating it. They have to 3-0 or they're just into the lower bracket.
I mean, raggy. Yeah, that's where we're at right now with Pycarnia. They're just being out DPS right now. Will and Exoidial really confirming a lot of kills here on the back of some stellar play from Ice. Ice Dome, Team Germany member, really did have a fantastic couple of maps there. The Sigma looked great. The Doomfist is just bloody scary. Yeah. If I'm quite honest, the engagement going from back to front was actually kind of cracked. And I mean, that's what you want your Doomfist to do. But just the follow-up. I think the follow-up from the tank engage has been absolutely clean from Grill Masters. I think that's the big difference right now. Because we're not a lot about the supports. I mean, the Baptiste, they have both been putting out some pretty damn good windows. But I think that Texel is just not getting the same amount of value out of said windows that we're seeing coming out from the Grill Masters and Johan. 100%. Johan just absolutely finding the perfect angles with them, and they're engaging so well off the back of it.
Yeah, there is a little known, shall I say, inside joke that I'm not quite privy to, but I've seen it from the outside. The Johan scrim code. And I think that joke originated somewhere on the lines of, to be fair, I can't explain it, but nonetheless, they deserve their own scrim code, and they've been in their own lobby at times. It feels like they've been in the practice range. Zodial has been alongside them as well. Those two, Bap and Sojourn. I mentioned before I came in, I think Baptiste is, if I were to do like a tier list of DPS in the game at the moment, it would be like potentially like Sojourn, Bastion, and then it would be like Bap, Ilari, and like Zen, potentially. Bap and Ilari so strong in the moment. Johan basically is a third DPS for this team and huge reason for the success for this Grill Masters team. Let's see what Pycarnia go over to their map pick. I believe we're going over to... Actually, not too sure. Push. Esperança.
I mean, Portugal, isn't that your stomping ground, yes. My dear friend? Yes, I'm so insanely jealous of you for that. I've wanted to go to Estoril for many years because of the tennis tournament there, the clay tennis tournament there at Estoril. Yes, I'm a big tennis fan, and I've wanted to go there for years. But we're going to go to Esperança, and well, I mean, looking at what we've seen so far, I want to see what we can get out of ICAV. ICAV's been kind of quiet. We've seen some good picks, some counter picks coming through, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the disconnect is here. And I think that if you can bring out, say, a Tracer, especially in Esperança, there's all those little corners and cubby holes and back alleys that you can really work with a Tracer. Fake Jake could bring out the Sombra. I mean, there's a lot here. For Pycarnia to kind of switch it up a little bit and see what we can get done, because Will and Exoidal, we're kind of sounding like a broken record here, but they have absolutely been owning in these DPS engagements.
And I think what I want to see is they go over to Esperance is, I mean, in case anyone isn't aware of the full translation, it roughly translates to hope, something like that. And that is what Pycarnia need right now. And what I personally hope for them is that their DPS go away from these 1v1s. ICAV they seemed very dialed in on taking this Sojourn 1v1, and their success rate was not high, but can you really blame them when Exodial is just this on flames on that Sojourn? So what I want to see just like the Sombra, the Symmetra that might potentially be being hovered by Fake Jake here, even if it's just a TP out of spawn. Place him, play Tracer, play Sombra, play Swift, to either get on top of the Sojourn and down to out, or on the fence right now in terms of who they're looking to try and shut down, either the DPS or that tank, and unfortunately they're like sitting on the fence, but it's like barbed wire and like spikes, and it's like electrified, and the pit below them is on fire, and I can't really continue the metaphor on much. Basically, they're not coming out either side, and it's leading them to have lower efforts than what they should be getting with that split target focus. I like the compass we see out of spawn here, though. Winston and Sombra, good.
I mean, we've got Q2C in here on the Winston, so KP taking a seat right now. I like the Ashe. I like the high ground potential control that you have here.
Yeah.
Also, Texel in on the Ana. So, I mean, you're going to have the antis coming through. You're going to have the nano engages coming through. This is a good switch up here for this Picardia team. This might be the ticket for them to be able to take care of it and get themselves back in the series.
Ooh, St. Jake has been caught on the angle here. Remember, Sombra rework means they can no longer just TP away to Narnia and be very comfortable and happy. But there we go, yeah, they get run down. That's not good because QTC was not ready to engage yet. The dive pincer is immediately shut down, which means the Winston is not long for this world either. Strebor finding the final blows. Girl Masters, Picardia change up the composition, but it's the same result. Exodial finds a 2k to end the fight as well.
It's a little, dare I say, sloppy coming out from Picardia.
Yeah.
You have to understand that the Sombra isn't that automatic get out of jail free card. Now, that being said, when you do go in with that manual hack, you have to have virus on cooldown. It's 100 DPS gone in 2 seconds. So versus 100 over 4 seconds. It's so important. You can't get up and close and personal like that. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so risky. Picardia, I think, are on a strong composition, being able to pressure out Yoham and Exodial in particular, but with the Mei, it's just so hard to contest point, and ultimately Picardia are looking for the dive, they're looking to go in and out, but they're just leading push on the objective. Most importantly, Flux comes in from Ice, he's been able to build that up lightning quick. QTC should be slammed to the ground. Nope, they're executed in the air from Yoham.
Wow.
Exodial gets another one as well with that railgun. Grillmasters turn pain into suffering for Picardia here.
I mean, you've got pain in one hand, you've got regret in the other, and it's all landing on poor Picardia's head. I mean, you're looking at, the Blizzard alone. No sound barrier to defend against it, and Ice, like you said, that was a massively quick flux.
Yeah.
Just getting so much work done in.
Considering Picardia's ability to almost scale and sort of out-mobilize Ice on that Sigma, that charge time was electrically quick from the Grillmaster's tank. Yoham window here. Shall we say zoning, as Obiel's still going to be happy to peek behind it. But look how split Grillmasters are actually. Just really will on the point. Ice is on this angle. Doesn't have Flux to get away. Window comes down, but they might just still be addressing with that Kitsune rush. And rush they are. Looks like they forced Sigma out and they're looking to go on to other targets, but they have not yet manifested. They have not yet appeared. Will is happy. They're in a tight room undercover. There we go. Strebor is the one that dies. Good isolation from Fake Jake. The Grillmasters, they're kind of still in this, Chef.
I mean, they have the opportunity to just launch this Blizzard and completely decimate them. But oh my gosh, Texel with a nice kunai. This swap over to this Kiriko really is going to be beneficial, especially with the antis coming in.
QTC has to go into the Primal Rage as well. But the Grillmasters, they potentially forced an ultimate that might not have been needed just to win the fight, but those Primal Fists of Fury mechanics are on point for QTC. It has come into play the Winston, and I don't want to say it's been working so far, but it's going to give them a lifeline, I think, as they push the robot back here.
Absolutely. I mean, they get to hold on to their sound barrier as well. So, I mean, you trade the Primal out, which, I mean, QTC, not the fastest in the world, but it's still a pretty good rate of generation. But the scouting right now is too good.
Yeah. Scouted from the EMP on the angle. Remember, no Primal Rage, so that extended trade cannot be extended, and Fake Jake is rocked. The accretion sits them down, sends them back to spawn. And Grillmasters, they just use the Blizzard, and I'm not quite sure if it managed to freeze anyone up, actually. Grillmasters kind of just win this in a neutral fight.
I mean, it was you did catch, you caught Q2C in the Blizzard. You forced out a lot of utility from them. This is going to be a dangerous fight coming up.
Yeah, very dangerous. I think for Picardia, they kind of need to commit this EMP, but in this scenario, you're going to be committing EMP and then just using it to effectively walk the bot back. And in which case, Grillmasters might just go in with Flux or Window and then go from there. They've actually got control of the objective right now, slowly trying to walk it back. Good job from QTC just to contest. This EMP needs to come down quick. I think it needs to come down soon. Just Pycarnia, their comp does not win in the long fight. This is dive fundamentals. Fake Jake can't find anyone. They're just going to be the hack onto ice, it is. The shield comes up in time to keep them alive, and Johan now is off the window from the high ground. This is a killer opportunity to punish them. There we go, the EMP comes down, but Fake Jake dies. No, where's the Winston? Oh, it's so split. Pycarnia have been stacked to the winds, and they've been blown over like a heavy breeze as well. And that is almost a disaster. Flipper uses the sound barrier to try and save it, but the wheels have fallen off, Chef. Oh, that fight was so bad. Oh.
I mean, the flux. It was a flux. I mean, you know, the EMP was forced out, basically.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, Ice was just like, oh, bet! I get a free flux now. Force the sound barrier out. So, I mean, the order of operations here for Pycardia just got completely blown up.
And to be fair to Growmasters, they've been doing a great job at spamming out this post. The way that you win as a spam comp against this dive is that you effectively just chunk the Winston so that if he jumps in, he is a dead monkey, a dead scientist walking. No Diva, remember, to mitigate all that damage that he used to be able to soak walking up. And Growmasters, they're on a roll right now. They're looking to finish this map.
Oh boy. Yep, that's it. That should do it right here. I think that they pretty much accept their fate. Maybe an aggressive sound barrier here just to make sure that they get over the line. But I mean, QTC could turn this around with a primal, but I mean, we're at the 139 meters. Even if they do win it, it's going to be at least 4 fights to get them even.
The sound barrier comes in from Shebor as well. It's so brutal. The Blizzard goes out on top wall onto the spawn to make things worse. That Winston has been isolated. Do they touch the point? Yes, they do. Going into the primal. Will falls low here, though. No cryo, I believe, has that popped. Joham's window. Could this be the death zone? How many times have we seen them come off behind it? Absolutely that. The flux is whiffed, but it does not even matter. ITAB is just lifted up and then slammed back down. It is all green, sorry, all red on the left side of the kill feed. And it's a green light for Grillmasters and a grand final spot. They are our first team in the Reflash, Refresh grand final. I completely butchered those last 30 seconds. My bad, guys. I've not casted in like 2.5 months, particularly play by play. Just wipe it, whatever. Nonetheless, Grillmasters, very deserved 3-0 winners here right now. I'm speechless. I've been left confuddled, tongue-twisted, tongue-tied by that performance. That was a dominant Esperanza run from Grillmasters, basically only dropping 1 or 2 fights the whole map. Well played to them.
Absolutely. And I mean, we saw it happen there in real time. And I mean, they had such control of the game. They took control of your tongue too, Jace.
Yeah.
But it's not over for Pycardia. It's not over for Pycardia. They get to go down to the losers final and, well, maybe get themselves a chance to go back in to this grand final up against Grillmasters. Grillmasters looking absolutely dominant right now. But it's going to be Tiny, Shiny, and you coming up next for that lower bracket final. So don't go away. We're going to throw it to a quick little break, get our teams ready. We'll be back with you in just a little bit.
And welcome back once again to the Monkey Bubble Refresh Tournament. We got a surprise for you, an extra matchup coming your way. The losers semifinals actually just got started as we wrapped up our other game pretty quickly. So we're gonna go ahead and hop right in, Jace. It's the Strawberry Stranglers taking on Timeless EU.
Yeah, Timeless EU looking to make that run through the lower bracket, get themselves a rematch against Picarnia, and eventually challenge our first grand finalist. In case you are just joining us, we are going to be hot dropping, in case you're hot dropping into the stream as well, with Grill Masters, aka Sheercold, the remnants of that roster, have managed to get themselves into that first round finals. But this is the losers semis, so the winner of this has one more spot. They got to go against Picarnia, as I said. And well, Timeless find themselves 1-0 up. Familiar roster from what we saw yesterday. Sobek, Sucrax, great battleline, Eric on that Reinhardt, reliable as ever. Damon on that Bastion. They've been long subscribers to this composition. It's been slowly fading out of popularity, I think, Tiny, but Timeless EU still big fans of it. And why not when Damon has been able to get this amount of value on the Bastion that we've seen from him this tournament?
Yeah, and like that's the thing, when you're running this Reinhardt composition, you're looking at the Bastion from both sides. Lexi will be mirroring, but on the Sigma, no teleporter on this side. Strawberry Stranglers early lose out on cheer, that aggression that we're seeing from Timeless right now. Slightly hindered by that Maywell, but the teleporter did so much for them, Jace, getting them to the fight and to the objective first.
Allow them to just stage a lot easy, right? They don't take the Bastion transform from the Strawberry Stranglers as nearly as bad if they were able to give it right back to them. That's a great Maywall though. Timeless might have been punished for overextending here.
They got way too aggressive. I understand wanting to clean up these eliminations, but when you can't get back to the objective, you're not using that mobility correctly. That's where the Strawberry Stranglers can come back in on just returned and speed themselves back into the fight. Late window, maybe not necessary, but at least you had it.
No. Not wanting to waste any more time. Strawberry Stranglers, great punish. Timeless just get over aggressive. They make a mistake. Gucci here going to be sided out to Sucrax. Luckily has their own window to swing, but caught by the Maywall, the disrespect comes out and Yoko makes them pay for it. And as we're getting into fall here, the Cherry Blossoms, once I believe where Yoko's name comes from, and Timeless dropped like fresh leaves onto the ground there. Great Maywall from him.
This one not nearly as great though. It helps block off this ant matrix for a little bit, but it's not going to do enough. Alexi gets way too far up there once again, so Strawberry Stranglers are in a position to be punished. That's the artillery strike. Damon making their presence known in the lobby today as Strawberry Stranglers, they're not going to be lasting much longer.
Yeah, and those Bastion ults are scarily accurate. They find their mark one too many times. Some Damon there on that Bastion. Timeless EU, they spare their own blushes there, and they take honestly quite a quick recap. But Stranglers have Blizzard. Yoko on that May, so important. They're getting caught in a position where they could get Maywalled. They have Sim, and that ultimate, that big window, that big shield should help mitigate against. But Chase Torch's Blizzard could just lift them up before they even get slowed.
Oh, a deadly combo. Lift them up, put them straight back down into the cold winter. Yoko set up below. That is how you win a fight. Just clean off 1-2 combo.
Yeah, that was a Shaq and Kobe pick and roll, if you've ever seen it. They were completely put in the freezer there. Great Blizzard from Yoko. Of course, perfectly served on a silver platter. Straight into the freezer by Chase Torch. Oh, they block on the shatter as well. Okay.
Ooh, dangerous from Chase Torch. That is not an easy thing to do as a Sigma. Eric did not respect that whatsoever and is now struggling to stay alive. Strawberry Stranglers are pushing the limits right now to continue their trip. They have the ultimate advantage, at least for a little bit longer, but we got Gucci. We got this wall coming up. Teleporter going towards the objective. Actually faked out or destroyed, as a matter of fact. So you have to take the more traditional route to the point, which Eric a little cautious when it comes to pushing with this wall. Of course, Sigma not wanting to play close to a Reinhardt. These ultimates from Strawberry Stranglers now later in the battle are going to come up big. It's the Soundberries, but Alexi doesn't get it. That's Sobek coming up with Strawberry Stranglers' first elimination, and the rest are going to look to crumble. A second boop now for the Lucio on Timeless, Chase. How does this keep happening?
Sometimes Sobek just comes up with the goods. That is the #1 priority pick, El Presidente, as Bastion has been referred to in the past, and that is a glorious pick for Timeless EU. Once that Bastion goes, nothing to be scared of. Timeless EU are just in. They were in already, and they were rewarded for it. Strawberry Stranglers forced to the coast. Sent
The teleport
packing.
behind.
That's window rotation actually with the TP.
Oh, the teleporter going through the back. You gotta love to see it. Yoko not ready at all. Sobek with yet another boop off the map. That's the third to his name just in Lijiang Tower Night Market alone. Timeless looking to close this one out.
Yeah, Sobek giving us a little bit of a Lee Jae-gon impression. If anyone remembers that game when he
Lee Jae-gon
played
Tower.
for the Shanghai Dragons, yeah, absolutely. Lucio's have been dominating this map historically as long as time, but Damon's ult might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, there's no touch. You can get a touch here, but you're down, you're hurting. This Blizzard combo, can it be the answer? The Immortality Field is still up. It goes down. That's Centrio with 3-4 for the Baptiste. That combo from Strawberry Stranglers being their bread and butter once again. It's going to be their saving grace. They get on the point, 95%. Timeless EU. Sobek is there, but it's only Sobek and that Maywall not going to allow the touch. We are going to go all the way to round number 3.
We are Strawberry Stranglers. Bite back, and they bite back hard. Great combo again, you were right. It is just a set play. It feels like for them. Let's go Flux into the mail and the window as well. Look at the damage coming out from
Beautiful.
Just blitzing them down like any DPS would, and any DPS should. Having that level of damage threat, definitely going to be needed as we get into this long series. I say long, actually it is a first to 2, so it's first blood and match point for either of these teams. This could be a big one for the emotional and the mental as we get in. Really no room for error in a first to 2. What are the adjustments being made? Okay, Strawberry Stranglers, it looks like they're not going to be playing Bastion. Timeless EU are, as Gucci is going to be on the sim. So both of these teams very highly valuing the Symmetra as we get into Control Center.
Symmetra is important, but like you said, it's that Mei versus the Bastion. How much value are you going to get out of those Mei walls? Because look at the health bar of Chase Torch. You just can't keep pushing up when you can't match what Damon has on that hero alone. So you need Yoko to come up with one of these big walls that you can start to collapse on. Once again, they did it several times in the past match, and all you need is one pick to get it started. Being Surcrack, that is just as good as done for Timeless EU. Strawberry Stranglers, they bid their time, healed themselves back up, and are going to get the first cap.
Yeah, so what they do is they go to Control Center, they go to, White Room as it's commonly called, and they force out the wheels, the transform, whatever you want to call it, from Damon. That very deadly turret form. And then from there, they just hit a little bit of the London Spitfire shuffle. They TP into the backline, just as they were doing in the Overwatch League, and they find their pick. This time, though, they get it done to them. Broke 5 strike from again.
Yeah, Eric got in there aggressive. Yoko didn't know what hit them for the second time this game now, so a lot of support ultimates have to be committed. Sound Barrier, actually, from Anj, built early. Doesn't seem to matter for Chase Torch, though, once again. The Symmetra, the Bastion, and, of course, the window, enough to burn them down.
A really quick fight for Timeless EU, and that's kind of what you need after getting TP played on, TP flanked on. There's Damon here with this ult ready to go. As I said, big high success rate from this Bastion. It feels like he's been able to find someone every time. Here we go.
And it just rains out a little bit of chip damage onto the right heart shield, but that last one had some potential. But Strawberry Stranglers, they will all live to fight another day. We got Earth Shatters online, both ends. It's going to be the telltale of this next fight. And, of course, these teleporting plays, but bolt-on barriers to open this one up. Chase Torch starting to get aggressive. The Blizzard gonna help them through, but the zoning doesn't catch anyone quite yet. But Eric Shatter gonna land onto Yoko. Not having a great time so far on the Mei. Now down one player. Chase has to fire back. That's the Earth Shatter, but Sobek is prepared. Soundbringer down, keeping everyone alive, burning through the health of Chase Torch. Timeless EU maintaining control.
Yeah, so many ultimates being thrown out here left and right, but as the dust settles, I'm a big fan of that investment from Sobek. Why? Because all of these ultimates were thrown into the pot. It was basically money in, all in. Stick it all on red and pray for both of these teams. And when you're left in a neutral fight, still controlling in the point, you can just play the clock. You can wait. It's mirrored windows, but the Stranglers, they can't walk in.
Oh, Dim going down though. You can't keep peeking that angle, especially against a window. The Symmetra bombs are going to do so much chip damage. And yeah, Timeless EU, they didn't respect it. Strawberry Stranglers, they're going to come back. These fights, Chase, are just happening so quickly.
Yeah, they really are. Just the amount of damage in the game from the amplification matrices, all the ultimates last fight. And that was a blitz of a fight for Stranglers. And not bad for Timeless EU, but they would have hoped to die a little bit slower. No ultimates on board for them right now. Leaves them in a little bit of a hole here.
No, and especially when Strawberry Stranglers, they're just going to engage with the backline. Sound Barrier's out, looking for the boops. Everyone able to kind of scoot away, but Timeless captures the point through all this, so this is the percentage continuing to go up for them, and the health not there. Chase Torch struggling to stay alive as the Earth Shadow down. Desperation attempt which will not end up landing. Strawberry Stranglers down their tank, and are going to crumble around it. Timeless to use point capture as well here, Chase. That's not going to give them a lot left to work with. Yoko's going to have some potential to stall with the Blizzard coming out. Has to be the tool to work, but the teleporter, an easy escape route for Strawberry Stranglers. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Alexi got back. Alexi got back. The teleporter Chase Turch. Everybody got back so quickly, Chase. This should not have happened.
Oh, the TP is so good from Alex to get them all back. I want to say, imagine if Strawberry Stranglers managed to stick onto the point, this probably would have been the round win for them. But the fact that they're able to go off point gives them angles to be able to find the flanks. Big picks onto Sutrax and Damon. Timeless with all 5 immediately lost their most 2 valuable members, and from there they fell apart.
Well, now they got a different kind of 5, and that's 5 ultimate. Earthshatter laid down around the corner. Eric finding the pin, not the elimination though. Everyone's managing to stay alive. At least it gets to separate the supports from the rest of Strawberry Stranglers. They're going to be wiped off the face of the objective as Timeless looking good to start closing out round number 1 here. Lijiang Tower going their way.
There we go. Obviously, we didn't get to see them take the first round, but this one was, I'm not going to call it convincing. There was a fight there that potentially they should have won, but Sutrax and Damon fell down. Honestly, I'm down to just give that to some great individual plays from the Strawberry Stranglers. But time to see you walk away with that map win. 2-1, all that counts. And now, well, 50% on the next 2, and you'll find yourself a spot in the lower bracket grand finals. That Bastion from Damon was just so valuable. And whilst Sutrax is definitely a very frag-heavy support, as is Sobek, as we saw get a lot of boots on this round of Lijiang, there's still quite literally windows and opportunities, moments for Sutrax to be more heavy on that DPS, be more aggressive and support Damon at the same time. And it's just such a big damage threat coming out from those two. We talked about the Shaq and Kobe 1-2 punch of Chase Torch and Yoko. Sutrax and Damon might have just bested it on that map.
Yeah, and honestly, it does come down to the small things. These teams are relatively close in terms of the skill level that they have. They can trade blow for blow. There isn't a doubt about that. But when you're looking at what Sutrax and Sobek are able to output, or even just the difference of Yoko versus Damon on their respective heroes, those are the things that are going to set Timeless apart in maps such as this one. And, you know, you need to take a control center kind of with a grain of salt and understand where those are, because these are things that are very fixable. When we look forward to our future maps in this series, it is match point now for Timeless Strawberry Stranglers. They got to come up with the next 2 maps to avoid elimination.
Yeah. I think I would just play May Bastion if I was them personally. I don't think they got that much value out of the Symmetra. I don't know if you agree, Tiny, but nonetheless, it just felt like in the fights where Damon does not die early, does not die in the first 2 picks of the fight, they're just able to get 2 or 3 transformations into that very deadly turret form with that Lucio speed boost as well, with the lamp, with the amplification matrix that can then come down to. It's just too many in this meta. You're just allowing the Bastion to go into that killer mode too many times if you are Strawberry Stranglers, and ultimately I think you were punished for it. The May nowhere near as good in the long fight as the Bastion.
And that was part of it too, as you mentioned the Symmetra specifically. Timeless just got infinitely more value out of the Symmetra in that fight. And you could see that the way that they were moving around Control Center, they clearly have been practicing that one out. Might not be the same for the Strawberry Stranglers, and because they did that, they could use the Bastion to gain even more value. That's why these fights are ending so quickly. It's because Timeless's level of understanding with their rotations, they just completely catch their opponents off guard, and it's set and done once you get 1 or 2 eliminations off of that alone, Jay. So moving forwards onto this here, Timeless, there's not necessarily much that they need to change, of course, depending on the map that ends up getting selected. But if we're looking on the other side, Strawberry Stranglers, you're going to have a little bit of time to kind of reevaluate what is going to be your best position moving on forwards. They've made it this far in the tournament. They're still one of the top teams that we have here, and they don't want to go out like this.
No, definitely not. Luckily, they do get map pick. Do we see them pick King's Row after losing in the rush? We do, but just play Bastion May. Chilling, I think. If you can play it, absolutely pull it out. I think you beat the Sim May, absolutely. I was talking with Chef Billy in the cast earlier. Definitely Lijiang Tower and King's Row. Very preferred, very practiced by basically everyone that's played Overwatch at this point. If you've played Overwatch in the last 7 or 8 years the game's been out, particularly if you were an early game scrimmer. You've had, at this point, half a decade, which is crazy to think about, by the way, but you've had half a decade of practice on King's Row and Lijiang Tower in particular, because everyone and their nan were scrimming these maps back in the day and still continue to do so. And that means that it's not solved, because metas often change the dynamic at which the fights are played out, but it's a sense of comfort and a sense of familiarity. So let's see what Strawberry Stranglers decide to go with. Out here on the defense, they're not going to be playing the Bastion, but they are going to be playing Alex on that Sojourn. And what that means is, well, 3 railgun shots. We saw Exodial absolutely 1v9 the lobby with their Baptiste. Last map, last series. Let's see if Alex can do the same, because if not, I mean, this is just another well-timed TP away from Timeless EU completely rolling this first fight.
And that's going to be their way in, right? Is getting these teleporters out, but there's Damon going down. That's the punish that we wanted to see, Jace. Do not let Damon get set up. Take them out immediately, even better, because look where Timeless are right now. You're not getting a Bastion up there easily.
No. Oh, Damon has gone to the Widowmaker. Surefour moment. Here we go.
Surefour moment? I know, right? Did he hit it? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. Oh my God, you got to anticipate the moment. All right, Damon, worth a shot. Not gonna find it though. Has to move over to the Tracer. So this brawl has lost a lot of its initial power here. They're back over to the hotel. They'll be able to regroup, but Surcrax is down. This is nearly a minute off of the clock before Timeless EU. They haven't even engaged yet.
And Damon just needs to go back to Bastion now as well. Gucci dies. This is a horrible start for Timeless EU. You need to just step back into spawn, step back on the right comp and go again. You lost the Bastion early thanks to a great disruptor shot, I believe is the name of the cooldown. From Alex on that Sojourn there. The most important thing here for Strawberry, though, is of course they drain time bands, but they're very far ahead in ultimates, I would say. That Blizzard coming up so quick for Yoko is going to be a big factor here in this next fight.
It's unlikely it's going to be expected. You can even combo it up with the Gravitic Flux too, which is going to be necessary. Strawberry Stranglers, they're finding this an aggressive push. Eric is so deep in. Nobody's looking at Alexi. This off angle is insane. Strawberry Stranglers, they switched up and made the correct decision here to put the Sojourn out on the field. Alexi is just doing so much for this team right now.
I don't want to say ×9 your Reinhardt, but that was a miscommunication, to be honest. Sucrax's win amplification. No, not lamp. There we go. Their lamp comes in to save Erikek. And then Erikek proceeds to charge, hit the phone bot, pin out, and walk out of the lamp that was keeping him alive. And from there, he was just instantly eviscerated. So, a bit too aggressive from the Reinhardt there for Timeless EU.
And what do you do now? There's 4 ultimates on the side of your opponents. The Blizzard out early. They'll all manage to dodge out of way of that one. But this Gravitic's Flux, not exactly so lucky. Immortality Field, not going to save you if you're stuck up in mid-air. Timeless EU have just built up such an advantage over this time. Or Strawberry Stranglers, what do they even do right now? Timeless, you need to regroup. You need to just wait to get some of these larger abilities, because you're not winning the fights with Strawberry Stranglers in control like this.
And Erikek has had a rough time here. As Chase Torch has just been massively outvaluing the Sigma in the neutral with that Flux, better ultimate as well. Beautiful. They managed to essentially force everything. With that Blizzard, managed to get the relocation. They were all grouped up together. And then it was just that Sigma ultimate put the final nail in the coffin. But Timeless EU, they've got Sound Barrier now. That'll keep them a bit healthier.
And you might even want to use that for a potential engage. Alexi's going to have the overclock to hold on to as well. I mean, here they are. They're stuck up in this corner. The Photon Barrier coming out, but Gucci incredibly low. Mortality Field popped, but that's Chase Torch burned down. The Photon Barrier is going to help a lot with this overclock that's just chilling in the backline. This is what Timeless needed to do. Find a way to approach the point and do so safely. Damon now on their 4th hero of the game too here. And I mean, Timeless, they've made the correct swaps and adaptations to their play and finally get this point of King's Row under lock.
I think the big thing in that fight was, I do agree they are on the right heroes, but it was just how they played. They managed to just run down Chase Torch on the Sigma. They managed to maneuver them into a position where they were isolated and able to just be 100 to 0'd by the swing from the Reinhardt and by the primary fire of Gucci on that Symmetra. Damon has overclock here. Window overclock has been historically a completely team-wiping ultimate. Geneva convention breaking, shall we say. And Timeless EU have got it ready to swing this corner.
I mean, this is going to be great. The Maywall, though, that's going to catch Eric off guard. Can they keep him alive? Yep, got plenty of health to do so. And here's that wombo combo we were talking about. Doesn't come in time to save Zernio. So the Sound Barrier from Anj going to a bit of waste. The Strawberry Stranglers are going to have to regroup. The Streets phase, not quite theirs.
Yeah, Strawberry Stranglers just turned to dust, eviscerated by that window OC combo. Look at the damage that came out. I believe, does Overclock increase the damage of Sojourn Railgun? I think it does. Sorry guys, I'm a bit rusty. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, too much damage from that combo. And now Timeless EU still hold on to that Zambia. I think really, really good that they've managed to keep that going into this point. The Strawberry Stranglers, they have that Blizzard ready to go.
Yeah, and where do you hide for the Blizzard? There isn't anywhere to hide, so this should be essentially free from Yoko pending a speed boost here. So the only thing that you're looking at is going to be the Sound Barrier, but if they don't initiate soon enough, you're going to lose players. Alexi already down in the teleporter into the backline. Timeless, they're moving themselves around, but this is where the problem's going to come. They're chalked up in a Blizzard. Yoko making this one happen. Gravitic Flux too. It's expensive right now for the Strawberry Stranglers, but it's not going to be enough to stop the bleeding that already started.
Yeah, the Blizzard comes out, but they maneuver it. They go onto the high ground as well, and Eric puts the final nail in the hopes and dreams there. Great flux from that Sigma. Made the swap over onto Streets and has been getting a lot of value out. It just feels like flux in this meta. If it's at the start of the fight or at the end of the fight, either way, it's just so much force, so much power. And the enemy team, the opposition, can never deal with it.
No, and the fireworks were really never going to stop, and that's the thing though, is Strawberry Stranglers, they're not initiating right now. I mean, this early window here that gets Yoko down, Alexi has to be the one to come up with an answer. Trade out is present, Overclock in hand if they so need it, and with the way that this payload is moving, looks like that's going to be happening relatively soon here. Overclock now out on the high ground. Is it going to find much? It isn't, but Odges on the other side. All right, the supports from Strawberry Stranglers dealing the necessary damage to halt Timeless EU's progress.
Yeah, I've said many a time that support is the most broken role, but I meant flex supports. Ange heard me and said, I want this. Here we go. 2 final blows, both supports. And that's the key thing. Both supports instantly gone. All the sustain from Timeless EU cut out underneath them before they managed to restabilize. Because of course that's what supports help you do in these split fights. Both of them gone. No chance they're going to win that fight.
No, but now this high ground is under wraps. Oh, jeez, it's coming big! It's a boop on Sircrack's main support. Not an option for Timeless EU. This Overclock didn't find a whole lot of anything either. You just pull a fast reset, get the BAP, get in the fight.
You know what? I'm going to keep talking about it. Veteran Lucio player from Orange. Just another singular play to completely flip the fight. In this meta of Railguns, Windows, Bastion, Flux, it's Orange of all people without Sound Barrier, without needing to use it, making the big plays. That's what you want from your Lucio player. When they are called upon, they are delivering high impact performance from the Strawberry Stranglers main support right now.
That also wins them the race to the Sound Barrier as well. It's only a minute left, and the Strawberry Stranglers have everything you could possibly have asked for. And that pick once again, Sircrack's the first to fall. Oh, that is exactly what the Strawberry Stranglers needed to find. The Ant Matrix forcing the rest back, looking for some form of stagger. Is not going to find any. Timeless EU, too careful.
A rough little bit of triple fights back to back here. Sircrack, I believe, has now died 3 fights back to back early.
Yeah.
First or second. As that Baptiste Timeless, you've got to do a bit better job of keeping Sircrack alive. Then he's going to charge.
Oh, I saw BAP in the kill feed, but nope, it's the other BAP this time. Strawberry Stranglers losing out on their main support. They'll have resources to keep pushing forward. It's Yoko's Blizzard onto the point, but the Gravitic Flux denying any potential follow-up coming up. Chase Torch got stunned out of the Gravitic Flux as well. Assuming it's a well-timed accretion from the Sigma on Timeless. This payload not done just yet. It's going to have to be an overtime push to get this payload home.
There we go, and this time it's Zerion, not Sircrack, falling early on the Baptiste. And that's all they wrote for that fight. Cost them a few ultimates in the end, but they did manage to get that advantage. Damon, though, window OC ready to go in the overtime fight. I think they're just going to stagger it, though, one after the other.
And the Overclock is going to be up here on the high ground, but Gucci goes down. Strawberry Stranglers not out of it yet. Alexi holding an Overclock in their side. Not much they can do with the Photon Barrier in their sight, but it's Damon onto the heights. Nobody able to look up towards Timeless's Sojourn. Takes down the supports. Timeless, just a couple more steps to go through this ice block from Yoko. Not going to last too much longer, so they'll be able to complete an overtime push. Did face a big bump in the road, hitting this point 3 though, and it really showed that Strawberry Stranglers have the potential to match this.
Oh, absolutely. It shows the momentum that they're able to build once they can get the angles ready for their Baptiste, for their Sojourn. They're able to hold these angles. They know what they're doing in the neutral fights, and when Timeless walked into them, Yoko was able to get a lot of value. And in the end, the ultimates came up for Timeless just in the nick of time, and their blushes are potentially spared as they get all 3 points on King's Row on their attack. I think they're going to be very happy, and if I was them, I absolutely would be. There's very real potential and risk that you were full hold and full held, and from there, Strawberry Stranglers would have been in a great position to tie up the series, but now your win condition has been set. I like that Gucci is also going on to the May here, because that sim, it just wasn't getting as much value as it was on the Gen Tower.
No, it's not. And I think that at this point, especially on the defense here, you need to focus more on the isolation. If you're going to run the Sigma, you're not going to be teleporting all willy-nilly anyways, especially when you're not expecting Strawberry Stranglers to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. And just play for the neutral fight. Have your May walls go up Blizzard. As we've said, very powerful ultimates. You're still able to do very relevant damage through that window. You're still able to deny the kinetic grasp from the Sigma if they're not respecting your primary fire. Remember, primary fire has been buffed on this patch or the previous one. It's now 100 DPS per second. Real, relevant damage on anyone. That slowing effect still in the game as well. I believe May can draw with all of them, particularly Sigma.
Yeah, and like here's the thing, you're running this composition, you're wanting to get some form of this poke off in, and with these May walls, you're gonna isolate the players. That's all of the cooldowns out from Eric, and you're just done. You're done. That's it. That's all of the cooldowns. You expended them early, and Strawberry Stranglers did an excellent job of isolating the tank. This is what you want to get the value out of Yoko.
Yeah, and I've played Sigma myself thousands of hours, it feels like, at this point. And I just recognise once Chase Torch is able to get on that angle, and from Chase Torch's perspective, once that Sigma is seeing where Timeless EU are, when he's able to see where Eritek is, it's just completely Jova for Timeless EU. That angle is just so free for a Sigma player. Anyone above Masters is going to be able to spin that final beat.
Ooh. I mean, look at that May wall from the other side, though. That's Chase Torch found with his back up against the wall. It's a nice elimination for Timeless EU, and this is going to be a great spot for them to come back and regroup to hold. We know how dangerous this archway of King's Row can be for the attackers.
Yes, absolutely. I was about to say that. This is the fight that Timeless EU really need to win if they've got any chance of draining that 5-minute time bank that they gave up from losing the first fight on first. They're going to be holding aggressively here, don't want to try and go through that choke point. Going to be instead opting for the high grounds, effectively spawn camping. Risky, shall we say, because of the fact you can just Maywall and rotate it like they have done.
Yeah, like, that's kind of thing we're seeing here. I mean, Eric gets way too aggressive. Like, you'd hold this with a Reinhardt, but you don't really do it with a Sigma. You don't have the room to work, especially with these Maywalls are coming up. We're seeing them get punished one after one. Timeless EU, perhaps a mistake on the positioning that they elected to take here. Strawberry Stranglers are going to break through one of the hardest points on King's Row.
And there's always a concept that I think people kind of forget when they watch these kind of games, is that sometimes these players always know something that we don't, and you always have to assume that they are, you know, the smartest people in the lobby, that they know what they're doing. That time, it just doesn't work, and the intent behind the full hold isn't good. They don't have any ultimates to be able to bail themselves out of a very aggressive advanced position. They are punished by the Maywall from Yoko. Strawberry Stranglers, yes, they were kind of throwing a curveball by that forward hold, but they were able to hit it for a home run nonetheless. And now, well, Timeless EU are just going to need to use resources again to stabilize.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Blizzard, actually from both sides, and nobody's really going to go down just because it's zoned off so much of the map, though. Sound barriers and overclock. This one is an expensive battle. Whoever comes out on top, it's going to be a big fight for them right now. It's the Strawberry Stranglers, the overclock plus the Gravitic Flux coming in. That's 5 ultimates that it takes for the attackers to continue pushing.
When Timeless EU use 3 themselves, you're absolutely okay with it. I always say, and I said last series as well, when you're just throwing ultimates together and it's just a whole queue pile of everyone using their special ability, just keep going, win the fight, especially when your time bank is this healthy. Strawberry Stranglers just choke Timeless out of this fight. There's nothing they can do. They are going to have the Flux to recontest, but the fact that you have to recontest itself is scary.
Yeah, especially with this Gravitic Flux here, the Immortality Field, yeah, that's going to keep you alive for a little bit longer, but damn it, coming in, this is the second blow that you want to execute some of these players on the map sitting at low HP, somehow able to sneak around the corner. Even Damon doesn't find the final blow as the rest of Strawberry Stranglers left scrambling against Timeless.
Well, that was a risky fight for Timeless, but they handle it really well. The Flux goes in, it gets all the cooldowns, and then they just keep pushing against this attacking team until eventually they fall over. Damon is able to set up the angles. So cracks with the well-timed lamp. They force lamp out from Zerion, so that advantage is very well adjusted and very well accounted for. in the next following seconds. And from there, they just win the cooldown trades. And Timeless, now they've got the angle again, they've got the corners, they've got the hold, they're able to draw resources out before the fight even begins from the Strawberry Stranglers.
Yeah, that's actually the accretion and everything out on the side of Strawberry Strangler Sigma. That's the immortality fields too. This is going to be a big one, but Zerkrax wins the race to the amplification matrix. You just need to back off if you're the Strawberry Stranglers right now. They're going to approach from an alternative angle, or perhaps they're just sitting waiting in the wings for that ultimate to come down. It's a sandwich between the Maywalls, and Eric is the first casualty of the battle. Oh, that is a worst case scenario for Timeless. They're going to want to commit a little bit more. That's the Blizzard coming out, but a beautiful protection. Yoko perhaps just saved most of their team coming into this fight. Yeah, you lose Chase Torch, but Timeless, they're still committing the sound barrier. I mean, this is so expensive for them right now, and it's just buying, like, what, a couple more seconds off the clock here?
Yeah, but they tried to win the fight. So back to sound barrier, I believe they had it in time, but it was late. Zerkrax basically ran into their whole team. And once the freeze had expired, they managed to get the pick onto the Sigma, but they don't cover the Baptiste insta-dive, and from there, Strawberry Stranglers, they stabilize, and look at their ultimate economy. They've got 4 ready to go. Timeless used, 4 ultimates in the last fight and lost. That is the worst thing, I think, that could happen. 2 minutes 50. And remember, in overtime, to Timeless only need over a minute on the clock to guarantee a map win, or at least a draw.
Alex now the high ground, overclock in play. That Zerkrax gone. The healing not going to be an option here. Timeless EU, they're still reeling from that last fight they lost. They don't have any ultimates to help keep themselves alive here. Strawberry Stranglers, that's only 2. They're still holding onto this Gravitic Flux, and there's going to be no answer from it.
There's potential that they needed another ultimate, but what they do is they just use that Blizzard to ensure that they win the fight quickly. They now get to full hold, rest their resources, and they have to still walk out into a Gravitic Flux to Timeless EU. Here we go, both supports up.
And both supports up. The immortality field wonderfully placed, but it's not going to be enough when Chase Torch is as close as she is. It's going to depend on this Boop Sobek. That's a big one. On to Zerion. Timeless, though, they're extremely down in numbers right now. They need to focus on staying contested, but it's Sobek once again. How is this happening? Timeless, they're relying so much on the Lucio player. Will eventually go down. There's 2 eliminations on the board. Gravitic Flux allowing time. Eric touching the payload. Go! The accretion. All right. Goodbye, Gravitic Flux. Goodbye. Win condition, though. Timeless, the few eliminations, they managed to get the spawns much closer, Jace. They have the opportunity to turn this around. They're going to do just that, and they better be thanking Sobek for their heroics.
Yeah, it wasn't Sobek that was lifted up in the Flux, it was Damon. My apologies, but, I mean, they didn't lift up Alicio, and he made them pay. Sobek and Gucci, they just gung-hoed for the backline of Strawberry Stranglers, and they said, you know what, F it, let's go. I'm amping speed up. We go, let's kick the tempo into 6th gear, and they absolutely did. They ran over, I believe, Zerion. Managed to get the pick onto Alexi as well, and that was all they needed. The stabilization was great. It did cost them ultimates. Well, Strawberry Stranglers had already used theirs at the start of the fight. They'd already gone with their win condition, and I mean, you have to win the fight anyway, but it's a great win for the time managed auto economy. Sobek has sound barrier now ready to go as well.
Yeah, they needed that. It was something you're not going to recover from in terms of the ultimate economy, because now guess what? The sound barriers are going to be out and hunt. You're right, that is incredibly early, whereas Timeless, they have a little bit more time on theirs, but the problem is you're locked up in a blizzard. It's pretty easy to hit you. They need to get on the payload. It's going to be Sobek for the final contest, but it is only Sobek, and unless we're coming out with a triple kill on the Lucio here, this one is just looking as good as done. Gravitic Flux from Chase Torch. Nobody can contest when that one is up. Both supports are down. The Straggers from Timeless, it does get them below 1 minute, and that is something that Timeless, you're going to go ahead and continue to work off of. The players, they keep coming in. You might be able to grab Yoko +1, but yeah, no, this one is just as good as done for the Strawberry Stranglers as they continue to push in. It's just more seconds off the time blank. Only 13-second difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and once again, I think Timeless get away with it with their tail between their legs. That blushes are spared. They were staring down a very big time bunch going into 3rd point, and they managed to draw it out. They couldn't get it though. Second bite of the cherry. Could they this time? The Strawberry Stranglers make them pay. Great Flux from Chase Torch to finish off, but it was actually the Blizzard and the beat. I was a bit questionable about the sound barrier because I couldn't quite see what the intent was behind it, but the intent was to just get in with that Blizzard, establish yourself on the point, force Timeless EU to be scattered to the winds, to the 4 corners, and anchor on the objective, force them to now, well, contest cart or risk being capped on. That's exactly what happened. So, good call from Strawberry Stranglers to, once again, make an aggressive play with their Lucio. In that previous fight, it was Sobek and Gucci. This time, Ange pops up again with a good call to just gung-ho with that amp and sound barrier, and they're rewarded for it.
They'll manage to get it through, and, you know, you have to hold this for a minute, right? Timeless, they struggled to capture this first point on their previous attack with the Reinhardt, the teleports. They're not doing that this time. They're sticking with what's been working, which is the Sigma, the Sojourn. This is something that's a bit more their style, that's the poking, but the big thing that can shut this down here is going to be Yoko.
Yes, Yoko is going to be big here. These Mei walls, as they're going to have to rotate in, very, very important. Both of these Mei walls on the defense is going to allow them to get their cooldowns back. On the attack, it's going to allow them to isolate the Sigma. Looks like they have Chase Torch.
Chase Torch. Oh, there's managing to sneak away. The Immortality Field was down so early, and that's the pick you needed. Lexi somehow managed to find sewer cracks. So this one is still winnable. Eric found one pick, Damon with another. So a quick regroup here for the attackers could mean that they can go on through, they can keep pushing, but they cannot allow themselves to stagger.
Timeless EU. Secratch does not check their head for Alexi on the angle as they were aggressing onto Chase Torch. They didn't quite die as fast as they wanted to. The lamp was not able to come down in time. It was burst through. And Alexi on the high ground uncontested as the Sigma is taking all the aggro, punishes them. But Strawberry, interesting rotation here.
They had to go back to get the rest of their team, right? So Timeless, they're going to take advantage of grabbing this point for free and Chase Torch to mark down into a whole bunch of chaos. The Immortality Field, perfectly timed from Zerion. Unfortunately, it doesn't last as long as they would have liked it to. Timeless now in an overtime scenario, and it looks like they're going to get ready to clean this one up, start the payload phase of King's Row, and push the limits to see what they can accomplish.
So back in Sukrak, so die in the fight. They're going to have a long respawn with his overtime, but luckily, it's just going to be right behind them. Shame the Stranglers don't manage to get the opportunity to take the quick fight. Picking both supports late in the fight, it's always winnable at that point. 2 perfect kills. At least that means they don't get the ultimate charge that they would have got from this healing post-fight. So Sobak doesn't quite get that sound barrier, but on the side of Strawberry Stranglers, they've only really got a window to punish, and this window swing could be good. And you'd hopefully, for the Stranglers here, just go with the window into the rotation here. Zerion has been pretty consistent with it so far. Sukrax is not able to mirror, and just hopefully use that to get some of your bigger ultimates like the main or the Flux.
But if this initiation, though, Damon finds Ange. That's a big support elimination coming out, and Strawberry Stranglers need to decide if to commit. That's actually the Blizzard going on in. Oh, that is not what you wanted to see. At least you can get it out from Gucci, but your team is going to be wiped. It's just one less thing that you're going to have at your disposal in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, you shouldn't use Blizzard there, I think. I understand the want to go for it, but once Damon has got overclocked, the space that is being taken by Erikek was so big. They were able to be kept up. All the cooldowns were left for Timeless EU. I just think Strawberry Stranglers potentially take a bite at the cherry there. They take a little bit of a gamble, and they don't need to. And now Yoko dies.
Oh,
the Stranglers are falling apart here, Tiny.
No, this is Strawberry. You cannot let these staggers happen. They are a good team, but they're just crumbling with Timeless. I mean, Timeless at this point, you just need to push the W key. You can't back off. The more staggers that you get, the more time they're going to get a push.
I mean, Stranglers have to once again rotate in. They've got Flux, but so does Erikek, and Erikek is going to go for it. Just lift up Chase Torch and blow him up. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that's going to lift him up. It's going to do some damage, but Erikek falls. The ultimate not coming up with much at all. Now this is Strawberry Stranglers. This is the fight that they are going to win, and one they have to. But this card got a lot further than it should have, Jace. 5 on the board right now, and this is not going to be an easy task for Strawberry Stranglers to accomplish.
Yeah, it's, you know, sort of halfway on the fence between how good this is for the Strawberry Stranglers. Because on the one hand, you stem the bleeding, and you were bleeding out rapidly. You lost far too many fights in a row. You made big mistakes with your ultimate investment. But then great Flux, great overclock from Alexi on that high ground to get the pick onto Damon to shut down that pesky Sojourn. But on the flip side for Timeless, you had a minute only in the time bank, and you pushed 2 third point on King's Row.
That should not happen.
That is not... yeah, you're absolutely right. It shouldn't have happened. Because now you can just wait until overtime. You can play the clock as long as possible. And then where Damon is now, this archway of King's Row, when that cart gets through there, when the Sigma is there, wall them. Blizzard or Flux. And it's Night Sigma. And most of the time from there on, it's Night team as well. So, really difficult. It's such a mountain to climb, I think, for Strawberry.
They only have 13 more seconds over the minute that Timeless had. It's never impossible, but it's not going to be easy. They're switching up their composition. They're going to the Reinhardt, over to the Symmetra. They haven't looked nearly as good on this as Timeless has in the past. Is this really going to be the answer for them, Jace?
I'm not sure the Reinhardt. I always don't like into these kind of compositions because you're effectively useless.
Oh, the boob!
The Sim TP. I mean,
Oh, the boob.
now he's in melee range.
Wait a minute. All right, Yoko did manage to get the trade.
Wait.
There's a DPS down. Chase Torch gets aggressive here. All right, the initial boop didn't get everybody off of the high ground, and Timeless were left with half the team up top with them ready to brawl it out, of course, being Chase Torch down at the Reinhardt. But all right, that actually is going to be the key component in capturing this point.
Strawberry Stranglers. It is a timeless rotation from them. How many times have we seen the Sim TP from the Reinhardt comp into the spam comp directly on top of them? Chase Torch just spawns in the backline of Timeless EU. They can't do anything with it. Alexi has to drop to the point, and they are quickly dealt with. Thanks to payment drop. Ooh.
Yeah. And here's the thing, you have time, right? You have time. You have these
Yes.
shorter spawns to work with. You don't have to push the payload right now. So you're going to get Alexi back in basically now. So all you gotta do, you have to break through this choke. Find some form of elimination to work off of. I mean, Damon has been a consistent problem. Already has the overclock in their grass. That's the only ultimate other than Onges and the support. So using a window to get through this choke. This is what we need Strawberry Stranglers to do. Get aggressive. Use these support ultimates to start to break through because you're not going to have a chance to use it later on. Being an overtime situation, Timeless managing to stay alive until now they lose
No
Gucci.
mercy.
Damn it though. Oh, the overclock though. This is going to be a big one for Strawberry Stranglers. Yes, it's looking like they are going to end up winning it, but they're using a good chunk of their resources to do so.
Really scary situation because Timeless were losing that fight, and Strawberry recognized it. Great use of the sound barrier again to get in, but it was in that weird sort of paranoia-inducing middle ground of the fight where you think you're winning, but you're not sure, and just one ultimate or one play from someone on the enemy team could completely swing the fight in their favor and cause you to lose it. And of course, you can't afford to, so you have to overcommit in ultimates. But now Timeless EU have got Flux and Mail basically ready to go. It's only going to be 1.5 fights that Strawberry Stranglers need.
Oh.
Risky scenario for them right now. It's completely teetering on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna touch this payload, you have to do it through an net matrix, and you might not even touch it all. That's Eric and Damon laid down on their backs for Timeless U. The Blizzard, though, it freezes up Chase towards that Immortality Field, not gonna do the job. The tank is down. Eric, free to go in. Gravitic Flux onto the board. This is Timeless' chance to turn around. Damon dealing the nail in the coffin as Timeless EU will be keep moving on in the Refresh tournament.
There we go. That first fight forces all the resources out from them. Ericek does not die to that Earth Shatter. The pin is actually stopped by the Mail. They are frozen in place. Locked solid turned into an ice cube, and from there they experience the crushing weight of gravity and a crushing exit out of the tournament. Strawberry Stranglers, they did play it close, but in the end, Timeless EU, when it felt like it came to it in a lot of these clutch fights, they came up big and better in the end. But that was only our semi-finals. We've got I believe the lowest finals is a first to 3 as well. So we've got way more Overwatch for you guys. And after a quick break, but Tiny, thoughts on that? Thoughts on how Timeless are going to match up now, what they can build going into this losers finals?
You know, they're gonna have the opportunity. I mean, you're right, you're warm off of this match. The Strawberry Stranglers did put them to the test, and now you're going up to the team that I believe was one of the ones that might have knocked them down to the lower bracket here. So when you're looking at this matchup going forward, Timeless, they are not out of it just yet. We still have the losers finals and grand finals coming up for you in the Refresh tournament today. So don't go anywhere. After the short break, we're gonna start those losers finals. And the Reflash tourney is ready to continue. I'm certainly refreshed after our nice little break that we had here to get ready for our losers finals. It's going to be Bicarnia taking on Timeless EU, who just dominated pretty well within their previous matchup to get themselves to this point. One of these teams will be moving on to the grand finals. The other will be going home today.
Yeah, I think so. It's do or die for both of these teams. Bicarnia have just been knocked down into this scenario by our first grand finalist, Grill Masters. So they're looking for revenge, and they're looking to potentially just knock off Timeless EU, double time quick to get ready for that rematch. But if I'm Timeless, off that 2-0 feeling confident, I would not have it. Let's have a look at the rosters. Let's get re-familiar with Timeless EU. Here we go. Damon, Gucci, Erikek, Redex, and Sucrax. Big series, I think, from Gucci and Damon in the semi-finals to get them here. And I've talked about Sucrax. Every time I see this guy on flex support on Baptiste gets better and better. So Timeless EU, very strong roster. Looking to, well, go all the way through. Looking to climb and through the gauntlet, as historically all teams somehow manage to do in the lower bracket. Go through the whole run and get themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, you got a plethora of previous contenders and open division competitors in this class. We saw, like you highlighted, the DPS duo, but you also can't talk about this team without Redex, without Sucrax putting on some splendid performances on their respective support heroes. And that's really what we're going to be looking out for when they start to approach their next matchup. We're going to take a look at the roster of Bicarnia now. So essentially, this is Team Poland. They've played together for a decent amount of time. You can't really ignore that at all. But, I mean, you look at this team, right? They ended up going down in the winners' finals. They want that revenge map. They want to go against Grill Masters one more time in the grand finals. And Timeless is going to be quite the opponent, putting them to the test to see if that's something that's possible.
Absolutely. And I think for Timeless, there's potential that they can do it. They can get, I don't want to say an upset, because I looked at this essentially Team Poland roster. Bicarnia V2 is the name they're choosing to go by for this tournament. But that Grill Masters game was pretty dominant in the favour of Grill Masters. The overall quality, the individual play, the value from their ultimates, everything very stacked in their favour. And I'm just looking back at the roster, and we need, for Team Poland, KP, aka Forever 7474, needs to step up on that tank. I think I want to see a bit more from the DPS as well. Texol on the flex support, of course, could have had more impact, but I think was almost reserved to peeling a lot of the time. And as I've said many a point, I think flex support is the most broken role in the game right now, Tiny, and it's a big playmaking role, most importantly. But when you're having to be delegated, forcefully delegated to just a heal bot because you're taking so much damage, too much poke, it's not good. There's no window of opportunity to playmake.
No. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're going to start to see today is that Timeless EU, they take this pace to just another level. They speed up the game. They control the tempo. At least that's what happened in their previous series. They move fast, and they continue to play off that, especially starting in a map such as Control, where your teams, you're running at each other head on head. Lijiang Tower, a perfect example of that. We've seen both the Reinhardt and the Sigma, but of course, we're expecting those Symmetras, those Maze, those Bastions to be the name of the game when it comes to this map.
Yes, absolutely. The Maze, in particular, something that I've been highlighting all this weekend, all these games I've casted so far. So strong is this May pick. The walls, the Blizzard, of course. Remember, we are on an objective-based game mode. These circular, cyclical points that teams are going to be battling for control over. Absolutely perfect for a Blizzard to come in and ruin everyone's day. Much like the company itself, sometimes, with their balance changes and all of the negativity surrounding Overwatch 2. But we're here for positivity, and for both of these teams, big chance. I think it's very even. Sometimes control can lie to us, I think, historically. And we're like, okay, this team got completely slapped on Control Map 1, and then they were able to just run it back 3 in a row and win 3-1. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. So don't trust everything that you see, particularly on this Control map. It might not be a microcosm for the rest of the series, but it's still going to be a map.
Yeah, and especially to mention, too, that these series, they are now longer. Losers Finals is a best of 5 or first to 3, so this isn't going to be a match point, right? This control will, yes, it will set the pace for the game, but you're also going to see things on this map, particularly, that you may not get anywhere else, and, you know, Timeless EU, this is one of their favorites. This is what they really like to pull out when it comes to this Reinhardt, this brawl, this up-close, get-in-your-face kind of composition, and especially Damon on the Bash. It's going to be the Damon versus Iseb today. When we start to look at these DPS lines, the main difference that we're seeing right now is Sylvia teasing the Orisa. If this comes on out, you're not going to have the same level of damage mitigation, but also it can be a bit more stable.
Yeah, the Orisa is going to be good at just being able to charge forward the spear against the Bastion. Great. The Javelin spin also good. You've got so many cooldowns, and that is whoever is on the Bastion there, I think that's Damon, has definitely DC'd as the pause comes in. Yep, there we go. That was not a strategy, guys. The Bastion was not meant to be that far behind Timeless EU. And now, well, that's unfortunately like kind of the worst DC that could happen, Tiny, because now, unless we restart the map, which I think we might potentially be doing, you just kind of lose that first fight because your Bastion is nowhere near in position. That would have been...
Hopefully, yeah, we can get a map restart after that, because that is, you're not winning first fight if you don't have your Bastion there, and you're just giving up percentage. And so, we'll see what ends up happening in terms of Timeless. Hopefully, we can get Damon back in the lobby, safe and sound here. Momentarily, we did get to see a little bit of a peek kind of at the composition you're running, and the main thing we wanted to look at is that Orisa versus the Reinhardt, how that really is going to play out in that map. How is that going to affect how Picarnia take these fights?
I think Bicarnia just need to... I mean, they're on the Reinhardt comp, right? So they're the ones that need to use the Reinhardt shields to close the space, to essentially force cooldowns out of the Orisa. She's got so many to deal with your Bastion transform, but even just that Wheels mode itself can force basically all of them. And Orisa in this meta, it can be... I'm not going to say easy, but it's very possible... with how Orisa is at the moment and how she's been since Overwatch 2, to kind of just ignore her. Of course, that spear giving her quite good solo kill potential. Unfortunately, she's not the easiest to ignore, but if you can gate past her, if you can run past her, you know, you can mitigate the damage that she's able to do. No real DPS kill threat. The Orisa having space is important because it's buying space for the people behind her. She's a durable battle cattle. Absolutely. But the Reinhardt, once they're in the effective swing range, will just get so much more value. Being able to cleave onto these targets, hit the fire strikes, and in that long fight. But that's the thing, as I said, it's easy to ignore the Orisa, but also if you can land the spear into the wall for that bonus damage, your solo kill potential on something like a Baptiste is really, well, potent. It's really real. Don't really know how else to phrase that. But, yeah, unfortunately. Why does Orisa have a spear? Why does she have a spear and fortify and javelin spin?
Because it's
Blizzard.
fun! For people who play Orisa like me, now if you're playing against Orisa, okay, that might not be nearly as fun as for some other people. But I think Orisa's a pretty cool hero, and Sylvia clearly agreeing with me, as they will still be pulling it out. We do get Damon back in the lobby, and a full map reset since nobody had taken a fight so far. So both these teams will be playing on even Steven playing fields here.
I actually believe that neither of these teams were able to see the compositions that the other one were able to pick too. It was an instant DC before the comps were revealed by pressing tab. There was no scouting that had gone in. Both of them were getting ready to go into White Room. So this is effectively like blind information. Normally, when you get DC'd into a map reset, you get a little bit of information. But for these teams, no. Going in blind. Gucci's on the sim this time though. And Timeless EU established themselves on point, so they give up control of white, but they're on point, so it's a good one-for-one trade.
Yeah, you're fine with this. Even the Maywall here, it doesn't do much except for Eric gets way up in there. My goodness, got so aggressive, and I mean, you're essentially just giving ICAB and Fake Jake the opportunity to take the tank out, something that we don't usually see from Timeless a lot. Picarnia, they'll go ahead and take that.
Yeah, unusual, uncharacteristic, just instant death from the Reinhardt there. Shield, lamp. Nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. Damon went on the swings. They tried to push White Room as their Reinhardt went through main, but complete lack of communication, disconfiguration from the Timeless EU comp earlier. Now that Iconia are able to hold point, it's very easy for this Bastion to play and get a lot of value.
Yeah, but they have the window too, so I mean that's even double the deadliness that ICAP has. Eric is so low right now. That's the immortality field poked out. I mean, they're all just corralled into a corner, ready for the pickings. Picornia, this is a brutal setup against Timeless.
Something that we didn't see there was Texel and ICAP were getting all the glory, all the fame, and deservedly so. Fake Jake just wins that fight with one cooldown. Why? Because they Maywalled the transform from Damon. Damon was in the batch trying to contest the Bastion, trying to force anything out from Timeless. And, from Picornia. And Fake Jake just walled the Bastion. 2 transformations from Damon got 0 value on either of them. Really brutal for Picornia, for Timeless so far.
Oh, and they lose Surcrax. That was a wonderful artillery strike coming in, and I mean, even if you get the trade on Flipper here, you don't really want to push this unless you find something else. And this artillery strike might find a little bit that the immortality field out Texel incredibly low. But the fact that they managed to keep their life, it's going to slow down the push. Timeless EU finally have a full 5 stack of teammates ready to push in, but they're going to be walking to a ton of damage. There'll be Ant Matrix to help push them back, but my eyes are on this Blizzard. Fake Jake almost up to it. Oh, this could be a terrible outcome if something doesn't happen now. It's the trade out onto Texel, but here's the Blizzard. Throws it up into the back line. There it is. The swap onto the Orisa. Not going to do much for Eric in this fight. Despite Cornia, they're going to get another win in just this alone. Yeah, it's going to cost a little bit, but it's essentially final fight.
Yeah, a bit of a panic terror surge at the end there, but when you've got Sound Barrier and Amp Window again ready to go, it's all good. Just get ICAV on the angle, get them in White Room, put them through Window, let Texel and that Bastion touch. 96%. Timeless EU are going to have to scramble to put and probably die for it, and that is not the touch that you want.
No, and that Sound Barrier only got onto 3 people, so you're not getting the value out of it. You all have to walk into an amplification matrix. It simply is not meant to happen. Picornia coming out strong on Control Center here. Not a good look for Timeless. They didn't even get a word in this entire map.
No, I think they won, like, not even a fight. That was really brutal, actually. Picornia being able to hit the classic stagger on Control. Timeless EU bled over about 35 or 40%-ish, basically half of it, for free, just by Sucrax getting picked off, then Damon going down early as well. And it all started with Texel's ridiculously fast amplification matrix. They gave White Room, which is something that sometimes you can do, sometimes, yes, you can get away with it. When you've got Window that early, and the Bastion is through it, for as durable as this composition is, and these compositions are tiny, you put a Bastion through that window, and you could put goats in that other composition on point there, and they would still die to the Bastion. That is an unsustainable amount of damage from ICAF there.
I mean, this is going to be no easier as well. I mean, Fake Jake now on the Symmetra. You teleport to point, and as we know here, especially on Gardens, Jace, that is such an advantage for this team. I mean, they're just going to straight up walk on to this Sigma composition. I don't know if this is going to be the play moving on forwards. You don't have a way to get to the point here.
They just close the gap so quickly, right? Like, they could also save their Lucio amp speed after they come out through the TP, which means it's more effective. They're using it to actually close the distance. Because the TP just gets them straight over the canyon, get over the lake, and onto point. And from there, they could have just sped back to point if they needed to. They wanted to anchor on it, of course. Sin is able to sit on point like the rest of them, like the best of them, but great aggressive play from Picornia. I love how willing they are to just hit the W key on this comp.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I mentioned this before we started this game here, is that Timeless, why they look so good was because of their speed, because of the quick engage that they made, and we just haven't seen that so far. But for the first time, they are at an advantage. It's ICUB down. The turrets, though, still causing a big issue here, and Sobek gets a taste of their own medicine. Oh, this is not where you want to be. Timeless, they don't have an escape route. Something needs to happen now. It's Damon on the flank here. Both Baptistes now gone. This is very scrappy for all that it's worth, and the fact that Eric is still alive and has more health than Saiwa is giving them the opportunity to try to stabilize the boop off the point. Timeless will start gaining that percentage, and that's where Picornia want to regroup.
That's a dead horse. There we go. Timeless get there. In the end, I think it was ultimately that big pick on the Bastion that led them to snowball. Of course, as I've said, El Presidente in this composition, once that Bastion falls, there's not much to be scared of. It allows you to take space much more confidently, and you have room to make mistakes once that Bastion dies first. It really feels like Reaper and some of these 6-man compositions that we've seen historically.
I mean, not only that, though, but, like, look at all of the ultimates that are being chucked into this fight. Timeless, that's 3 on the board for them, and yeah, you should be winning that fight. They will be doing just that. Picarnia, Sylvia, actually the first one that ended up going down there. So the longer that they can stagger this out, the longer that Picarnia stays alive here, the better for them.
40% on the board for Timeless now, just about to lap what Picarnia have got. Fake Jake goes over to the May. Well, this is easy for Eric, particularly the Sigma. They've had a rough time operating so far into this Picarnia comp. Well, now they've got hard cover. They're going to have to rotate into him. They've got all these cooldowns to be able to mitigate. The rock goes wide there, but they're just trying to flux off the Bastion.
Whoa!
Can they kill him before he lands?
No, not quite yet. That immortality field keeping him alive, and yeah, you're not going to get that value to the critic flex. That was real early from Eric. You could have had so much more value out of it. Now, you're just going to have to go with what you have left in the tank, which is not going to be good with that Terra Surge pulling everyone back in. The teleporter. Wait, where did it go? Sylvia, where did they disappear out to? Oh, it went way out into the middle of nowhere. All right, that's not going to help you too much, and Sylvia is going to die for it. That Maywall from Gucci denied all of the healing coming in, so Picarnia, even if they got control of the point, it's not going to last long whatsoever. Timeless coming back strong and have tons to say in the rest of this point.
You know what? I respect the set play. I respect it from Picarnia, but unfortunately I think Sylvia, the horse, is a lamb to the slaughter there. They are TP'd into the back line in no man's land. Desperately, the Battle Castle is trying to scramble back to their team. Great Maywall to block that Orisa off. Sayonara from there. Timeless EU take control of the point at 89%, and this Blizzard could just be the end of it.
Oh, the Blizzard. Yeah, the Blizzard plus the Overclock, plus the Wind Out, plus the Sound Beer. How much more can I list off these ultimates? Timeless have everything, and, you know, there's just not going to be a touch here from Picarnia. They're all stuck up at the choke point. This one is all tied up. What a change that we've seen from between Control Center and Gardens, Jace.
Oh, absolutely. The sim that came out from Picarnia early was good, but once they were able to establish themselves on the point, Timeless, they had control of the angles, they had control of the flow, and you could almost tell how easily they were able to clean that up because of the amount of ultimates they had in that last fight. It was far, far too easy for them. And from there, I mean, they're giving themselves a shot at taking this map. Remember, first 2-3. But hey, you know, I don't need to spell it out. I don't need to hit the numbers. If you win this one, you only need to win 2 out of 4 for your spot in the grand finals. But high pressure scenario, both teams basically on the same composition. They've dropped the Bastion, and we're getting Sojourn's a piece. Big pressure for David and Icaf here to pop off.
Yeah, complete and total mirror comps for the first time in this game so far. The Timeless with the earlier rotate, and that Maywall key. Gucci already popped that one out, so Fake Jake is going to have a slight advantage once they start to push. Picarnia taking this slow, biding their time, waiting for somebody to make a mistake. That's the Maywall out on both sides. It's filtering Picarnia through a very small choke angle. It's enough sightlines for Icov to work with, continuing to poke and prod, but since they're not on the point, you're just being filtered through these tiny little areas, making Damon's life so much easier on the Sojourn to land not 1, but 2 final blows.
There you go. As I said, when you play the Sojourn over the Bastion, you're missing so much damage in the neutral. Getting those transformations, multiple rotations of them is so deadly for a team, which is normally you're forcing every cooldown with the first one. And that second one, sometimes they're just missing the longer ones like Lamp, like Fortify. They're on CD by the time you get that second bite of the cherry. You've got to hit shots with the railgun. That's exactly what Damon did. Timeless. Doing a good Damon again, this time with the neutral. Showing all forms of Sojourn gameplay here.
Yeah, between the Bastion, the Sojourn, whatever it may be, Damon is the guy to come up big for Timeless EU. They're even using the Blizzard just to secure more of its eliminations. Its ult charge gained further down the line, therefore putting Picarnia at even further of a disadvantage.
Definitely. And now as the ultimate starts to pile up, Timeless EU have got themselves 40% and counting. And they've accrued quite a healthy amount of ultimates too. So have Picarnia. But once again, the threat of rotating into a flux, into a window, is dangerous, and Picarnia have to respect it. If they don't, they might just get blown up. But on the flip side, Flipper's Sound Barrier, I think, is going to be really important at helping them get in here.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier out to help counter the Gravitic Flux. All trades relatively neutral for the time being. It's Icop now, overclocked through the Ant Matrix. Everyone on time will say you incredibly respectful of that damage, as you should be. But now with the Blizzard coming through, they don't have a choice. They're stuck standing still. Eric is the only one that has gone down so far. That one's gonna hurt. It has to be Damon to come up big. Sword cracks with the follow-up. What is this flank? What is this off angle? David, you absolute maniac! Saved the fight for Timeless EU, and it's just gonna take one more to close out Li Zhang.
A great flank. That was almost a psycho off angle from Damon, just power slid right into the back line. But the rest of Picarnia were so tunneled on keeping Sylvia alive. The beat comes in from Sobek at just the right time. Unfortunately, after Erikek dies, it allowed Gucci to become the main tank and go forward. Fake Jake is on the Sombra looking for the touch. They might be able to find a pick on the Bat or the Soj here too.
Yeah, they're gonna get the touch, looking for the pick on the Soldier, and the healing is there, but look how low Damon got, still alive. The Blizzard, though, is gone. Wait, Picarnia, they can still have an opportunity to push this. They're not gonna be slowed down, but they have to keep contesting on the objective. They're walking straight to Damon and Gucci, who find one apiece. Timeless, they have this objective locked down. They're body blocking it all off. What a comeback that we've seen on Lijiang Tower, from getting utterly destroyed to being the Destroyers. Timeless, playing map 1.
The prey become the predator and the hunter become the hunted. What a crazy couple of fights from Damon. Gucci actually got their Blizzard eaten, but the fight won, so it doesn't really matter. They were able to hold off the point. Again, Picarnia are in a situation where they have to touch the objective, but it's almost a death wish. It's effectively suicide to do so. You're just trickling your 1-by-1, and this play of the game, as you can see on your screens, was the fight that flipped it in the favour of Damon. Sometimes it's just about DPS plays in this meta being able to make a big play. ICAVs, as we've seen the Bastion with those transformations, those big May walls, or that flank rotation, and that is all pure mechanical skill. Damon is effectively gambling with their own hands there. They're putting all the confidence in themselves to hit all those shots, because if they dare die on the first or on the second, it's not a good trade for them. They lose all that damage, and that control of the point might swing the other way round, but it didn't. Damon takes, shall we say, a calculated risk, but we'll say they knew what they were doing. Great play from that Sojourner Timeless to you, and that's what they needed. I was looking at some of the Iconia DPS to step up. Timeless clearly still on that hot streak from taking that 2-0 in their previous series to get here.
Wow, I mean, Damon's just nuts. Damon is nuts. I want this guy on my team, honestly. I might actually win some ranked games that way. Like, here's what we're looking at. The difference between Timeless right now and Picarnia is, honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with the way that they changed the tank up. As soon as you put, excuse me, as soon as you bring the Sigma out, you're enabling the DPS. Sigma is a DPS enabler. You don't do nearly as much yourself in the kill feed, but you take that distance, you give that shield to your team, you allow them to have these angles and these fights. As soon as we saw that change, drastic difference in the outcome of the play and what you're actually able to come away with it. And Picarnia, even if the Orisa, they stuck on it a little bit too long, and they just were never able to recover from that. Even if they took the mirror matchup, you're not winning it. Damon is simply doing more on the Sojourn, and when it comes down to those simple things like that, you need to figure out what is going to be the best answer. Is it a counter swap? Is it a change of playstyle? Do we just keep running it down mid and hope for the best? Whatever they think it may be, they're gonna have a couple more maps to prove it. Once again, this is still a first to 3, so you will have a little bit of time to figure out. They will have the map pick, of course, in their control, which we will go ahead and find out what that shall be.
Are we going to King's Row?
Momentarily. We're not!
Not
oh
King's
my!
Row. Not King's Row. Icon board, yeah. There is something that, actually, I've not been on cast for a while, so people probably haven't heard my my little hypothesis here. For some reason, Tiny, you might have to let me cook for 15 seconds, 20 seconds or so here. Because so many teams, historically, have gone to control Lijiang Tower, Nepal or Oasis. They've been kind of slapped about in the Rush Mirror. And then the next map is Hybrid. And what do they go to? They pick King's Row, like 95% of the time. And then they lose the second map in the series, because King's Row is a Rush-dominant map. And the team that wins the Rush Mirror on control probably wins it on Hybrid as well, because they are the better Rush team, and they understand the fundamentals of the comp. They're able to execute better. And that team is now finding themselves down 2-0 in a series. If they've not been beaten already, they find themselves at match point, and they're surprised. And I'm just like, guys, why do you keep picking King's Row? So unironically, good on Picarnia for just not going to King's Row here, because clearly I think there was a big edge from Timeless in that Rush Mirror. Erikek was getting so much value on the Sigma. And you're right, it definitely is a setup champion hero. Sorry, setup hero. You're an enabler. You are pulling the strings, like a traditional midfielder would in some sports. Just being able to dictate the tempo of the play. But then also you press tab and you look at the damage that Sigma is able to do, and it's meaningful damage. We've seen Orisas in the past have like 10k damage after 10 minutes, but it's just all into the tank, and it's effectively generating the ultimates of the supports quicker. But all of Sigma's damage, it feels like it's real, it's relevant, and it's getting people into kill threats, into kill ranges for the DPS. to finish off. We get a pause. Fake Jake has not yet loaded into the lobby. Is it tactical? Is it deliberate? No, probably not. But we're going to take
You just can't start a map without a DC.
No. Well, Timeless won the last time, but they were also the ones that had the DC. So maybe this is the strat.
True. And it did kind of get destroyed on Control Center. So,
yeah,
hey, how much did that actually have to play into it? Let's think about this here, right? But, you know, what we did see from them was Junker Queen. We're seeing a Junker Queen. We're seeing, ideally, Jotes coming out with potentially the Sojourn and maybe a Genji or a Mei to go along with that. New look. All right, we like to see it. It's a composition that a lot of teams have practiced really well. How is that going to play, though, into the Sigma? Because Eichenwald, while you did bring up a good point, it's not as good for the Brawl. The Sigma's still going to exist. Damon is going to happen with the Soldier. I mean, that doesn't change. So how is the Junker Queen really going to counteract that when we're looking at Eichenwald, not only just the first point, but moving on forwards?
Queen is good in these sustained fights. If you think the enemy are going to be playing some form of Mei or Bastion, it's going to be good. Queen can just kind of get like... I need to think of an actual professional way to describe it. Just my brain is like 95% internet memes and Twitch emotes. But basically, if you just pop, sometimes the Junker Queen rushes at the Bastion, you can just get completely blitzed, completely obliterated by that transform. You take so much damage, of which you can't heal. But Pycarnia are looking to go in aggressive. Timeless EU, though, nice rotation to completely mitigate the choke. And from here, they might just be able to...
Whoa!
Look at Eric.
All right, this is Timeless, everybody! This is the Timeless that we know and love! The teleportation masters. Nobody on Pycarnia expect that. Junker Queen was the first one to go down. That should not happen in this type of composition. I mean, this has got to be the fastest capture I've ever seen in that first point. 6 minutes on the clock here, Jace.
Yeah, that is just... Timeless EU, beautiful rotation, and Pycarnia, unfortunately getting the Junker Queen experience. Sophie was not able to take the long fight, the passive was not able to come up in time, and she just insta-died. 5-man looked at, there was no lamp to save them. They were just burst, they were literally burst as a 400 HP target. They were effectively one-shot. The supports were not able to react in time.
So bad.
And you lose your Junker Queen, and from there you're just not able to play the game, but this time they're going in and they're going in aggro.
You have to do not let Timeless do that to them again. They do have the teleports. They want to eventually go up to this castle. Because right now, this gateway, this archway, that is where Silwa needs to be holding down with their team. But you don't have the damage mitigation. As soon as this team decides to rotate here, it's a problem. And look what happens. Look at this rotation that is going through. Damon will go down, though. So that is a loss. The tables have turned quite literally. You would think that Timeless would be on the defense with the positionings that they have right now. They still don't have Damon, but they got a Gravitic Flex, and that is plenty of damage to go their way. They're looking for the Sojourn. Beautiful ricochets. Icov, no longer a problem. Eric continuing to push on forwards here. Sylvia, though, knows that they have to engage now, but you just are not going to match up against an At Matrix, against a Sigma. The attempt is there from Pycarnia, but this just does not seem like the answer so far.
No, I don't think the Queen is the right pick here. You're just seeing glimpses, moments, windows into why the Queen is struggling much in this meta. The spam damage is just too big. And Eritek has so much priority, agency, there we go, in this matchup, because if you're able to land an accretion onto any of the front lines, Sylvia, Fake Jake, or Icav, they will just die. And if you hit one of the supports, they're also just going to get one shot. Blade pulls out from Fake Jake, though. Great accretion from Eritek.
Accretion. Oh, that's lovely, because the Sound Barrier was there too. That's all of the health gone. Fake Jake, that's an ultimate effectively negated just off of one ability alone. Timeless are just shutting down Pycarnia's plays left and right. It's now the overclock to come in. That's the damage that you wanted to see. Pycarnia, they got to stabilize off of this. That's still even 4v4 on the field. Sova got incredibly low. The overclock now on the other side, and it's Damon. Every time this ultimate comes out, Damon comes up big. They don't really have the support, though, to keep pushing forward, but still, hit the shots. Timeless, they're in it. Just the aim on this guy is crazy, Jace.
My God, I mean, Pycarnia used so many ultimates to just get in there, and they've had enough. They're pulling out the Bastion. Dishonest gameplay. Why so see you later. Boom, boom, bang, 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 way downtown. That is all that they need. Timeless.
That's it.
Looking to roll this one in.
Oh, you win this. You win this point. The Kitsune Rush comes out. All right, Icov on the Bastion. Perhaps a little bit scarier, but it's still a Sigma. Look how much health that Eric has right now. You're not afraid of any measly robot. Pike Harnia. They're even switching over to the Doomfist. I mean, this is an absolute steamroll from Timeless. They found their momentum. That tiny bump in the road, not going to stop them. They roll into the third point with 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, they are cruising right now. This is flawless from them. Absolutely. And Pike Harnia can sort of, just like the sands of time almost, they can feel it slipping through their fingers. Momentum all in the favor of Timeless. And Tiny, they've still got Flux. Eric still has the funny Flux button.
The funny Flux button, not so funny. If you're Pike Harnia right now, that's Icon incredibly far up, and I mean, you're holding that S key. You're hoping for the best right now, but you're also low. You don't have the support. The staggers are inevitably coming through. Timeless, they're making a speed run out of Icon while they're rounding the final corner.
Yeah, I mean, unless you find death humorous, there was nothing comedic about that. Jesus. Pike Harnia, the bodies hit the floor like the Screamo song, and this is a monstrous timeline, guys. 3 minutes 40. For Timeless EU, honestly, they don't even need to win this fight. Just get them out and live.
And that's essentially all it is, right? You throw in the Blizzard, you're expecting to win the battle. All right, Pike Harnia, yes, they're going to be able to stabilize, but that might be exactly what Timeless wanted. They want to close this one out and do it with their best shot.
Yes. Now, for the flip side of Timeless, that big ultimate, as I said, the funny Flux button, the big wombo combo is gone. Pike Harnia have got now window. They're going to be coming up to Flux themselves. They've got Bastion, which gives them a better neutral. I'm interested to see where Gucci goes with this potential TP and with this shield. The Sim, I think, big key difference. Big playmaker in this fight.
Yeah, but here come all of his ultimates rolling on through. The Photon Barrier disabling Texals. So they're just going to move up. It's Damon once again. That's Flipper gone. They're not even going to have a chance to use the Gravitic Flux, Jakes. That is worst case scenario for Pike Harnia as Timeless roll through nearly 3 minutes still on the clock.
So Pike Harnia have the amplification matrix denied by the Symmetra, and then they are just sent packing. That angle at which they were posted up on effectively locked Icav on the Bastion in a corner. As we saw on the right side of the payload there, the Bastion was trying to hop to safety, trying to scurry their little Omnic legs, but they were facing down an overclock from Damon. And they have not missed so far. Definitely not. They've been lethal with that massive value from their Sojourn that we saw there with that ultimate. And Tiny, I don't really know what else to say, other than Timeless just kind of ran at them and won. Pike Harnia, the minute they saw Timeless on them, they were not able to disengage in time. They were just lambs to the slaughter, effectively. They were fleeing one by one, but just getting bodied each time. It was like I don't know if you've seen Game of Thrones, it's a really old reference at this point. But you know, like the Stark that gets like shot from like 15 miles away by the arrow? It's such a lost reference. You know what? I'm going to give up on it. Never mind. Nonetheless, running away with the tails between their legs and getting cut down one by one. Great aggression from Timeless. And from here, Pike Harnia, well, you've got a mountain to climb, to say the least. Maybe 2, like maybe 3.
You just stack all the mountains on top of each other. That is what Pike Harnia have to do right now. They're changing some things up. Sigma will be starting at Tank Hero. They want to do something similar to what Timeless pulled. The biggest change here, Damon, Sojourn, Icab, Bastion. Significantly more damage here, and you need to be cautious. Look at that. Timeless already struggling against that damage. They had to back off, but Eric still finds the accretion onto Flipper. That's the mobility gone. If you're Pike Harnia, you're not sticking around this for any longer than you have to, and Eric is just going to farm their opponents in the meantime.
Yeah, as the saying goes, once the Lucio has been eliminated, you can't go anywhere, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and it's a hard place when you have to deal with the rock from Eritech that comes out. Great little finish on the Icav as well. That Bastion falls. Timeless. Really strong first fight from that pick onto Lucio. Flipper cannot die there. Like, if I'm the coach, I'm a bit upset that my Lucio player dies so early there. Not all on them, but still. Your Lucio cannot die first there. You're supposed to be like the most durable, the least killable. So far back. Icav, you can explain it when Damon is hitting shots like this. But man, Pike Harnia are in a bit of a hole here. It's rough.
No, at this point, you need to reevaluate. Like, figure out what is wrong right now. These staggers are the problem. Timeless EU, they're holding at the choke, and they already have ultimates to deal with. You're not going to be winning these fights anytime soon. I see an overclock, and this is just a fight win. I mean, knowing Damon, this is a fight win as soon as those shields and everything else is out of the way. I mean, this is Timeless EU. They're looking strong. The teleporter eventually will go through. It's an Flipper goes down again. This can't keep happening. I mean, it's understandable if Damon's on the off angle, the flank right now. Who's looking in this direction? Not so that's for sure. On the overclock, I mean, this is a beautiful play from Timeless. The overall positioning, the understanding of the rotations is superior.
Yeah, so the window swing from Pycarnia was good. I'm not a big fan of where they TP'd because they effectively gave themselves half the range and size of the window because they put it right on that little omnic pile that we see on that left side that does provide hard cover, but it ultimately just like mitigates and cuts your sight line in half. So your window is 50% as effective. And Damon just goes on the flank while all of this is happening and completely cleans up.
Wow. You just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, there's no point for Timeless to stop right now. That photon barrier is incredibly far back. You're not going to get value out of it. Now this one, much better from Gucci. Timeless, they push up as far as they would like to do so. Damon knows exactly where the Bastion is located and will manage to get the pick. So the trade is there. These teams continue fighting, but this Gravitic Flux, that's going to be the tale of the story. Sobek, that's going to be a lot of this damage mitigated, but can they keep coming up with it? Damon is still alive and causing chaos. Texel down the sustain. Look how low Silva is. A recontest is possible if they decide to push it, but they're so far back. Cracks, barely able to escape, and the payload shall be unlocked.
I think Cracks 1v1 Sylvia there after taking flux damage, by the way. Sylvia makes the correct play to land on the Baptiste that they fluxed. They don't hit the rocks to get the knockdown, but they still get a decent amount of the damage in. Sucrax just lives it, and is doing enough to poke Sylvia and force that Sigma out. The fact that Sucrax lives means they're able to stabilize, they're able to keep applying pressure, and whilst Pycarnia get the points, Timeless are in a high ground position, and, you know, tiny castles are historically really hard to siege, really hard to push.
Yep. For a good reason. I mean, anytime you look at history, castles have been the superior way of motive, and that's not changed here in Eichenwald. Exactly. So Pycarnia here, the task is set. You need to be pushing up to the high ground. That's what they're doing now. They're ignoring the payload for the time being, forcing rotations out to the side, and it's something to work with, but it takes a while to push the payload through here as a result, because you're not pressuring that cart, and Timeless to you, they're already at the advantage. You're walking into them, and with Sucrest's X Matrix, yeah, you are out of there just as quick.
I don't want to particularly just limit it down to these Baptistes, because looking at them in isolation in 1v1 in a 5v5 game mode, pretty unfair. But just the way that Timeless have been operating with these windows, let's just look at the eye test for a second, ladies and gentlemen, and all the lovely non-binary folk, I'm sure, in the Twitch chat, because every time Timeless get the window, someone from Pycarnia is instantly dying, whereas it feels like Texel's windows have just been more to take space, force resources, no one is actually dying from them. And whilst it's still effective, obviously the kills are just way more valuable in the fight.
Oh, I mean, like, even the Gravitic Flux, look at this now, Damon on the follow-up, and I mean, Timeless like you, they just rotate their ultimates so well here. They don't allow Pycarnia to get any progress in this time bank, slowly starting to chip away. Woohoo!
It's just a Flux OC as well, as Damon is dancing with death here. All the confidence and ego in the world, and honestly, when you're on a hot streak like this, you've got the hot hand, you know, let him cook. Absolutely. This Sojourn finding these off-handles has been big, because a lot of the damage that the Sojourn can get can be mitigated, it can be healed, it can be walled, it can be grasped, it can be shielded. But Damon has been finding the angles where they've not been able to. Attention is a resource, and Timeless are taking so much away that Damon is able to sort of be a little bit sneaky, get on these off angles and hit them where it hurts, when it counts, when they least expect it. And it's been a big reason that Timeless are able to be coming up big so far.
No, the Gravitic Flux! It doesn't land! Oh, that one hurts! It was there for the taking! That could have been masses, but we will never know what could have happened, because the reality is these photon barriers are the telltale sign.
Nice rock.
Pycarnia, they still can't move forwards. That's the rock from below. Eric gets the touch. Damon is still popping off.
Damon
doing the good
cooking.
old Damon things. You gotta get on the payload, though. No problem stopping that one, especially when it's a 2v4. We're down under a minute, Jace.
And this Sojourn is inevitable at this point. I don't know how many times I can say that it's Damon Gap, Damon Diff. Hashtag Timeless has done a great job supporting. Eric kicks a great rock onto Texel to get rid of that Baptiste. And from there, Pycarnia get a little bit of push on the cart, but nothing else. Fake Jake's now on the Symmetra though. It's going to be a good rotation. They flip map and go to point. So Timeless once again still on this high ground, but they look for the sound barrier engage. Oh, this Flux is so good from Eric.
It's so good because that sound barrier was just about to expire, so the damage hits, and Pycarnia, it's now or never. You have to full commit to this fight. The overclock through the window, that helps with the turrets, a slight distraction. You don't get the shots that you want, but Sucrax, the one that lands is the one that's going to count the most here. Payload on the move, and Timeless, it doesn't seem like that they're going to be able to get a cohesive touch, even if they decide to do it in the first place. The best that they can go for is an overtime push. Only a minute and a half. Now it's all on Picornia. Can they complete this map with time on the clock?
This is well played from Picornia. Well fought, well earned, and great rotation. The flux from Erikex to lock them in place, as they were looking to do aggressive with the soundbar rotation, was perfect. Good response from the Timeless tank. But the window from Tector to finish it off, so brutal. Looks like the momentum still on the side.
Oh, yeah, but Cilia goes down. You just don't push without your tank. So that's the thing, though, is it's just the eliminations you man to find. Sucrax once again proving themselves with these app matrix. The placement of it just too much for their team, but they get aggressive. Oh no, Timeless, don't do this again to yourselves.
Okay.
At least they still have Eric, so they're gonna be fine.
So the time left, Tiny, I think, basically resides Picornia to the fact that they cannot win this map. They can either draw it or get beat. I just don't think there's enough time. Timeless should be able to stall, and honestly, that for themselves is a win regardless of the result. Sylvia's got the ultimate ready to go. The flux, the funny flux button, as I said before. They need to be straight-laced. They need to put the serious mask on for this, though, because it's do or die for Picornia right now.
They're gonna actually have the flux land. Timeless low on health, but not on damage. That's damage overclocked. Popped. The photon barrier perfectly placed, though, denying any shot that Damon could possibly find. The touch has to come through. A meter left, and this is not going to be a capture with time on the clock, if it's going to be a capture at all, because it's Eric. Now, Gravitic Flux in the air. Another one down, two to the Sigma, and Damon, of course, still alive, fighting as ever. Timeless EU, they want to win the revenge map and go to the grand finals, because they're on match point.
Absolutely. They're not letting Picornia get their chance at the second bite of the cherry. They're looking to do the lower bracket sweep. Timeless EU, one map away. And this was honestly a dominant performance, but it was mostly won by their attack round. Very rarely do you see massive time banks exist on Eichenwald because of this second point that we're seeing now. This normally is Stalingrad-esque to break. It's such a hard castle to siege, quite literally, in this case. And what it does is it bleeds time off the bank, but to get just under 3 minutes for your time bank is just electrifyingly quick. And from there, you almost have the map won, because the mental is boomed. You have to come out for a time bank. You have to keep winning and win quick. And even just 1 or 2 fights lost, resign yourself to the fact that you can't go anywhere but Timeless. Big mental advantage from being able to attack first and get that time bank. Was Flipper rocked off the map?
Woo!
Is that what I saw there?
Wow!
Rocked off the map. Jesus.
Wow!
I mean, Eritech secretions, by the way. I knew they were going to be important into denying this jungle queen and denying the flankers, but the amount he was able to hit on everyone overall, man. Fair play to the Sigma of Timeless EU. They were like, Sigma Chad. Shall we say, to use a Zoomer term at the moment?
Zoomer term. I mean, hey, it does define Eric and what that he's been able to accomplish today. I mean, not only has it been the Damon diff, it's been the Eric diff when it's come to this Sigma matchup here. And, they're on match point for a good reason. A lot of these individual matchups, when you put them down on paper, one-on-one, there's just several of them that are going the favor of Timeless right now. And this map farther and farther behind, we're seeing Picornia fall. They have one more chance to prove themselves here, have one more chance to be flawless and push to the grand finals. But we're not going to find out just yet. We have one more break to head to map number 3, so don't go anywhere. The conclusion will be right after this.
Prepare yourself for Overwatch Refresh, a 32-team tournament where players must battle their way for a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
Are you ready? Well, I'm certainly ready to keep this series moving. The losers finals timeless. They have the win in their sights, currently up 2-0 over Picarnia. They're looking to get that revenge map. This is the team that knocked them down to the losers bracket. It was a 3 map out of a best of 2 series. So right now, they're close. They need one more map. They need one more map to close it out. And from what we've seen so far, Jace, they may as well get there if they keep playing like they have been.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a strong showing from Timeless EU, and we're going over to Esperance. And I made the joke last time, but you know what? I'm going to make it again, because Esperance roughly translates to hope, shall we say, in English, and they need a bit of hope right now. Do Picarnia I believe Pycarnia, they picked it against Grill Masters on their third map and got a little bit rolled. To be nice, they ended up finishing the map with like 3 or 4 minutes left in the time bank. Did Grill Masters to secure their spot in the finals. So, second bite of the cherry for Pycarnia. But, I mean, they can learn from their mistakes. They can suit up and go again. Because right now, Timeless are just... It feels like they're still on the hot streak from the losers semi-finals. It feels like it's the same game, to be honest. The same problems that Pycarnia are facing were being faced in the previous match. And Timeless are just flawless right now. The aggressiveness, the energy, the tempo, the ability to dictate what's happening. It feels like so far, Tiny, as I know I'm rambling, but quickly, it feels like so far the team that is able to get out the gates first, to be able to force the enemy to adjust and adapt, always stay ahead. They get ahead and they stay there. Very rarely can you just counter swap and immediately get value and win the fight.
They're riding their momentum. They're riding the wave that they earned from getting to the losers semis, beating the Strawberry Stranglers, and now they're up 2-0 over the team that knocked them down here. They want to go to these grand finals, Jace, and if they keep playing like this, there's not much that is really going to stop them here. This map, once again, has been selected. Esperanza didn't go exactly the way that Pycarnia wanted last time we saw them here, and they're hoping against Timeless they're going to have a change of fate, a bit of a turnaround. I mean, you look at the 3 push maps, ideally you're not going to Coliseo, 100% not going to Coliseo. That's not it. Perhaps New Queen Street would have been a slightly better option if you're wanting to take away a little bit of that high ground, but right now, I mean, this is not going to be an easy task to accomplish. It comes down to that momentum. It comes down to that mental game, that snowball. Pycarnia, they now have lost, 5 maps in a row? That is not a feel-good, Jace. And if, at this rate, you're going to be out of the tournament. You're going to lose a 6th if you're not able to correct that mental. Heading into map number 3, Timeless. They're riding the highs of all highs, while Pycarnia are going to have to make a miracle of a comeback to stop them.
Absolutely, and I think it is going to have to be nothing short of a miracle. We pray, like the numbers don't lie, as we get a beautiful shot of Northern Porto here with the lakes and everything. This is like the OBS classic as we load into this map. But very, very scenic map, very beautiful. But Push is a game mode that is very swingy. So it's going to be a mental test for Pycarnia, because if they go down early, it's still absolutely winnable. I have played, I have casted, and I have seen and watched maps where a team is 110 meters to 0 and lost because they've gotten that 110 meters inside the first 3 or 4 minutes and then lost basically every single fight for the rest of the map. Pycarnia, did they make any adjustments? Yes. Fake Jake on the Sombra. And they played this last time to, honestly, not the right amount of success, but the theory, the intent was there, and I don't mind it. Sucrax and Sobek, they've been getting so much value. We said in the break, didn't we, Tiny? And if they're Sombra, I mean, Sucrax just needs to die more, I'll be honest. There's your analysis.
Even if Sucrax doesn't die, you're going to force preemptive immortality field, just more resources out of the team. That's what Sombra does. It's just a disruptor, and like, look at that, you're turning around behind you. Erikek is down. So Pycarnia, they've used the Sombra as a distraction tool to remove Eric, remove Sucrax, and get an early start here on Esperanza.
Well, there we go. I didn't think Pycarnia's comp was able to just blow up Erikek, but when Sucrax is distracted and the lamp comes out late, and Erikek is not able to walk into it, bit of a miscommunication there between the supports and the Timeless tank. Rare mistake. Pycarnia gets control of high ground. Fake Jake now gets to go on these off angles. Not as good as it once was because of the Sombra, because your translocator isn't the most valuable here. It's like, where are you going to translocate out to? It's very possible to get ran down now. But we see the Windows 98 hack going in, I like to call it. Reminds me of the logo. Timeless to you though, are they just going to try and contest high? I think they are.
Yeah, that is ideal. You need to get Silua out of this position right now, but it's actually Eric that has to drop first. You'll see that hack popped on down as Timeless you. The Sombra is giving them a lot more trouble than they initially anticipated here. So they lose out on Gucci. That's just the poke from the behind. Timeless, they're starting to struggle. They have not seen a single wall up from Gucci this entire game so far.
No.
Nothing to come out of value of the Mei, or even Damon has been rather quiet.
And the poke has just been too big. Fake Jake has been
Yep.
honestly getting a lot of value, not been able to get the final blows. But still, Iconium, there we
Wow.
go. They turned that pain into suffering, into a world of hurt. For Timeless
Yeah.
EU with Iconium, they look so much better.
Yeah, this is the look. This is the look that they're playing off of right now. They're going to get to that butt scratch, and now you're looking at Timeless. You're going to have more of those ultimates to work with, but I see an EMP, I see a window, and a sound barrier on the other side, Jace.
Yeah. So the thing with push on this map is that the more meters you accrue, the less valuable your ultimates become and the less valuable fights win become, because it's not that much difference between 70 meters and 90. Obviously, it is a big difference in those first 60 or so because of the way that the spawns work.
Amen.
Iconium continuing to invest ultimates. The EMP is withheld though.
Yeah, the EMP not coming out yet. Perhaps you're waiting for that to try to cancel, but no, you don't have the Sombra at all. The sound barrier there, that's what Flipper does. It keeps them alive. They're still down, but the robot is moving nonetheless here. So Timeless, they've expended, what, 2 of their main ultimates, didn't come up with a whole lot because the robot, you're not moving. You're not moving backwards. And if you're not moving backwards, you're not getting any progress. So it's just a standstill. This is a stall. Picardia, they're just buying their time, holding this as long as they can to maintain this advantage. Burn time off the clock, force more races. That's the Blizzard in, but it's canceled out. EMP, gonna go ahead, throw it on through. That is what you're waiting for, but it's not gonna be turning the fight at all. Timeless had enough. They pushed on forwards and will start to run through the blue side.
Yeah, Fake Jake gets the final blow with the new Sombra ability, but even through the EMP, and that's honestly, that's a waste of an EMP from Fake Jake, I shall say. I like the intent behind it though, getting rid of the Blizzard. And honestly, with the power that ultimate holds, it's worth. But Timeless, we're just able to strip Picornia of their cooldowns. You need to be able to clean up with EMP quickly. I think the ultimate is much weaker than what it was. I think Sombra is weaker than what it once was, and it's leaving a big hole in these Picornia compositions. The damage, the setup, it's not quite there. The stars are not quite aligning like Picornia want to, because EMP should be a fight win. Sombra compositions are always weakest to the fight after they use EMP. Real potential for Timeless to just snowball fights
that
together
wall! Oh, perfect! This is where Gucci is starting to make their mark. Has been quiet so far, but that may well set them up well. You're not out of the tricky waters just yet, though. But Spicarni, they're getting the trade-outs that are necessary. The spawns were close enough for them to take another fight at the mid, which is why it's so incredibly important for Timeless to clear here.
Here we go, and this is exactly what I said, like the 90 meters, 75 meters plus with time on the bank. Now we're into 50% of the time bank gone. So Picornia, not too bad. If you can win this fight, it'd be great momentum swing. Timeless though, they're only 2 fights away from being able to take the lead in this map, and they've got the resources to do it. They're gonna have to rotate this high ground, which looks like they are, into the flux of Hurricane.
It's gonna be the Gravitic Flux out, but it's hacked up! Siluas, however, will land. Couple players low with the overclocks on both sides. Will Ikov or Damien, who is going to strike first? It appears neither this far. Damien, last charge shot is gonna find a whole lot of nothing. Timeless EU, though, they're still in control of this high ground, and that gives them such a big advantage here. They might not have the ultimates to work with, but we see Fake Jake in the backline. The EMP is going to be an option, but it's the hack going through. Ice Block keeping the Mei alive, but as soon as that's popped, Gucci going to be in a whole world of hurt. The support there, though. Storm cracks, that's the EMP. There it is. Took a while from Fake Jake. Bought their time, though, landed at a critical moment. Just like Cardia are going to get the spot on the move.
Yeah, it was potential the fight could have slipped away from them, but they forced the Mei out. They forced the cryo out from the Mei. Timeless, you have to cover, otherwise that Mei is just going to be dead to rights. And then they hit the EMP to punish. So great Sombra play from Fake Jake there. You got to give credit where credit is due, and that's big because Picornia are going to get to walk this spot all the way back. Basically, almost get it onto their barricade again. So big momentum swing. Listen, they are going to get some meters to go in the bank. Remember, EMP is gone, so they should be weak in this fight. The Blizzard comes out, nothing to cancel it. But can Timeless win? It looks like Gucci's a bit too far ahead of themselves.
Gucci was up there. It hit onto Flipper and Picornia. Their health bars are still low, so even if the Blizzard doesn't confirm the actual eliminations, Timeless are able to push up and come back themselves. They're losing players, though, so even if they push the robot back, these spawns, they're so long for them. They're not going to be able to sustain.
Yeah, and killing Sutrax here is big because Timeless need a sustain to be able to poke in the pre-fight to take this advanced position. Potentially Sutrax could push the cart as well, although I wouldn't recommend it against the Sombra. And yeah, Timeless, because they lost Sutrax, they have to abandon this cart, and that's not good. That was the fact they should have won and basically walked the bot all the way back to where Ikav and Flipper are right now with that Lucio and Toadon respectively. Oh,
Okay. Goodbye, Icov. Simple as that. You don't peek a window with Eric behind it, and guess what? You're dead. So, Eric continuing to push up, and Damon finding the shots once again. This is by far been the quietest map that we've seen from the Sojourn player, and if you want to come back from Timeless, you need to have them start popping off again.
Yeah. Potentially, much like a namesake though, King of the Clutch, it's going to be Damon time soon. I'm absolutely sure of it. The window overclock combination isn't available, but you give the Sojourn the high ground now. You get the rotation, you're going to get butt scratch yourself.
Nice.
So very even as we're going into a final crucial 3 minutes, and basically every ultimate is up available on the board.
Yep, this one's gonna get a little bit cray-cray out there. The sound barrier very necessary though. Sobek being the one difference between this team. It doesn't save Eric. Has to be on Damon to come up big, but the overclock doesn't hit its mark either. The prize is gained for Timeless AU. They have the forward spawns, and they need to try their best to push up and capitalize on it. They're still finding the picks and sustaining this fight as long as humanly possible. What else is there left to find? It's Picarnia that are there. Oh, wait a minute, Timeless! Gucci's become the tank. That is what is happening right now, fighting face to face with the Sigma. Now the actual tank is back. Eric, though, Gucci have the combination to shut this all down, but they're surrounded by players from Picarnia. There's 2 in the back, 2 in the front. Where do you end up looking? They're sandwiched into a pile of death, honestly. They need to figure out where to look at, and Texel goes down. How is this happening from Timeless? This is such a long, staggered, drawn-out fight that Picarnia have to do something to just stop the bleeding, make this fall away. 90 seconds left, and the sound barrier coming out. Timeless, they're still going, they're moving forwards. That's the gravitic flux, it grabs ICAV, even if the EMP cancels it. That is plenty for them to work with. You're going to have the window, and they get the lead at a critical point.
It's critical. It might have been map winning, it might have been the fight that secures them in the grand finals. Picarnia used all their resources there. Flood, CMB, Overclock, beat as well. And Timeless, Sobek, and Gucci just do such a good job of scoring the point, buying time for their win conditions to come back up, and enabling the fight to keep going. They just continuously make sure that play Overwatch. And it's okay if you're Timeless EU to lose this fight. You committed everything. Picarnia did too. You're going to have a flux to deal with. 50 seconds, 94 meters or so on the board. You're going to get 1 or 2 fights here if you're Timeless. You're not going to have the flux or the window, 2 big fight wins, but you've got Pulse Bomb, you've got Overclock as well. Honestly, this is very even. They have big ult advantage to Picarnia right now, but this isn't an easy couple of fights. Window and OC, it's going to be tempting to use both of them in the same fight. If it goes a little bit awry and it drags out for far too long. Picarnia have to be perfect. They cannot afford to lose them for Timeless. They just need one. Precious scenario. Picarnia, can you clutch up?
We just needed one, and Picarnia are the one to grab it. Eric ends up taking themselves out on top of it too, so this is Picarnia. They're going to come back and are very well have the possibility to grab the lead, and with this being an overtime push, I mean, that ends the game. That straight up ends the game. Timeless, they're going to have to rush to attempt to get a contest. You see players swooping in from the back. It's going to be Sobek on the contest, or Gucci here. Pulse Bomb in tow. It has to happen. They're not going to have the tank to do so at the Pulse Bomb in the back. The Pulse Bomb's down! Gucci, this is still winnable! Damon coming in! Overclock into play. Sylvia took up most of the team. It's all with the DPS coming up big, but they're doing everything! This is the clutch moment. This is what Timeless are known for. Their DPS prowess. No match for Sylvia. As in the nick of time, Timeless come back, are going to take the series and book their ticket to the grand finals.
Wow, Gucci in that final fight. The Pulse Bomb is perfectly placed. I don't know where the lamp went. Might have gone onto the front line. It was not available. It was not deployed. And Timeless EU put themselves the spot in the grand finals. Great Pulse Bomb from Gucci. Found both supports. And from there, the Tracer went on a rampage in that fight. Got another one. And got a final blow as well. Damon was unchecked too with that overclock. Wow. What a great final fight from both the DPS of Timeless EU. Wow.
Timeless effectively won a 2v5. Alright? That is what. They won a 2v5! That doesn't happen, alright? That does not happen unless you are Gucci, unless you are Damon, and they are deserving of going to this grand finals. They shut down the opponent that put them in this position, and they are ready to take on the Titans, the undefeated squad so far. The Grill Masters lie waiting for them. We have so much to look forward to in that series, and I personally cannot wait to get there. We have the grand finals of the Refresh tournament. The champion shall be crowned momentarily. We're going to go to a break, get this match set up. Don't go anywhere. The end is yet to come.
Prepare yourself for Overwatch Refresh, a 32-team tournament where players must battle their way for a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
Our last series here in the Overwatch Refresh Grand Finals. I'm Time to Light. Joining alongside me here is Chef Billy, and 2 teams coming through these last 2 series that may not have been the top runners to make it, both dropping Picarnia V2 and sending themselves on to our Grand Finals.
I know, bye-bye Team Poland. I mean, Picarnia. Lots of good friends from my Open Division days there, and through the World Cup trials that we did here on Reflash back in the spring. And it all comes full circle. So it's going to be Sheer Cold versus Timeless. I mean, you know, this is a great matchup coming up in here. I got to tell you, Gucci, that pulse bomb there on Esperanza to close it out. I don't know where Texel's lamp was at, but oh my God, that was everything that they needed. So here we are, Grand Finals time, best of 5, first to 3. Timeless looking good. I really did appreciate the way that they fought. It was a pretty comprehensive win from them.
Yeah.
But Grill Masters, I think they're just a little bit of a step above what Timeless are bringing right now. So we need to see how Timeless are going to be able to react to what the Grill Masters have coming out the gate. Exodia. Oh my God. You want to talk about a Sojourn God right now? This gamer is absolutely hitting some stuff that you just don't expect, like the sliding rail 360 no look. Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic stuff. And I really want to see, you know, how does the front line work? Eric Heck is a damn good tank. Okay.
Yeah, and
plays for Team Spain, was in the trials with them. God, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how Eric Heck deals with who was it? It was Ice Gnome that came in and played on the tank for Grill Masters. The Doomfist and the Sigma looking absolutely scary as you know what.
Yeah, and you can see that a lot of these teams are basically just smaller compositions of some of those World Cup teams you were talking about. You said Team Poland, you said the Team Spain tank, just stepping up. We have that, I think, a lot across Overwatch, especially in the European region, with more of those regions being able to have their national teams. North America, maybe not so much, because we can only have like 8 people and one of them super. So I don't know how applicable that one is. But moving into this Grand Finals, both of these teams also taking down the same squad in the winners and losers finals respectively. I think that bodes very well for each of them, having at least some standing ground compared to the other, but it also doesn't mean we have a clear favorite. You said Grill Masters are a little bit far ahead, or a little bit ahead, but not by a very large margin. Both of them looking really good in their final series before now.
Yeah, I think that Timeless EU really did show me something in that last series. You know, I think that they have a lot to offer here. I think that it's going to come down to really one pick here or there. If I'm being completely honest, it's going to be a mistake. And it might even be like a glaring mistake. It might just be a little bit of an over rotation behind a piece of geometry. It might be just a little bit of a peek into a window. It could be anything like that. I don't think that we're going to see any glaring mistakes here, because the 2 teams have really been playing well today. And I tell you what, this is going to be an exciting one. This is where I got my roots in PC casting. Was here in EMEA EU. with the EBC back in the day. And so, I mean, this place holds a very special place in my heart. That's why I'm so connected to the European community. I love the European community just for that reason. That and the gamers are just cool. And I speak some of their languages, so that's the other reason why I said I can actually talk in other languages other than our beloved English. I get to talk to them in their languages, and it's a lot of fun. So, I mean, this region just rocks for a reason.
I'm not gonna lie. When you're talking about speaking other languages, I thought it was European gamer, and I'm like, well, you also speak chef, so
I do.
That may apply. Yeah, I don't. I really want to get into cooking, so I may send you a few DMs.
Dan, we're like literally like 3 hours, 4 hours apart. Like
I'll just drive down.
Absolutely, yeah, just drive down here. I've already got other people coming down to come see me here in a little bit because they want to see the high school scene. But we are here in the European scene. This is the Reflash Refresh, and we're going to start out on Lijiang Tower. I mean, everybody knows what this map is all about. We know what we do here. For those that don't know, possibly you might be watching your friends and you've never seen the game before. We got 3 different map types here on this first control point. First of 2 wins it out. We got a brawl one, and then we got 2 wonky comps.
You also have to say that coming into this first map, our team's confident. We saw a little bit of a troll from one of our observers. Hippie said map 1 is Samoa. I don't know if he was trolled by the teams or otherwise, but I was like, wait, do I already get to see Samoa? I was really hoping, but not that lucky. Lijiang off the bat, though, I think this will be a good litmus test for both of these teams. This is my favorite control map to start off with. This and Ilios. Ilios mainly because of the boops rather than the actual map itself, but Ilios is fun regardless. And I like these as a litmus test. A lot of times you have some difficulties really figuring out how good one team is over the other, and you were talking about it. Those mistakes that will be made, or if they are made, how well they're capitalized on. We will really see how that will play into the rest of the series, and really how long the series will be after our first map of Lijiang.
All right, so I mean, I don't know how much you've been watching of this. I've been watching for the past 2 days, kind of off and on when I wasn't casting other stuff, and of course getting up nice and early this morning to get the start out for the winners final. If I'm looking based upon what I just saw, the eye test that I just gave these 2 teams, I think I give Girl Masters a 3-1 edge right now. Now that really depends on if Ice can really take on Erikek, because Erikek, they're of the same skill level right now.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the same amount of time in game. They both have played or at least trialed for their national teams. And they both have big org experience in the open division area and in contenders. So they both have this same nucleus of talent inside their roles. So who's going to have the nerve to be able to hold? Will the rest of the team be able to follow in what they're dishing out?
I'm going to go the other way, just to play devil's advocate. I honestly don't have a clear favorite in the series. I do think it could very well go to 5 maps. It's going to depend on how Timeless plays in our last 2. I'm really hoping for a 5-mapper, mainly because I really want to see Escort down the line. But I'm happy to see just this series, period. I'm going to say 3, 2, and 6 maps, just because I'm a hoper. I've been inhaling copium from the start of being told I was going to work grand finals. So, at least as of right now, I am really going for that 6-map 3-2 timeless. But
okay.
I'd be happy for whatever. I am just happy to see another batch of Overwatch. I've been watching a little bit, a little less than you. I've been working furiously on homework over the weekend because my professors were ever so kind to give me an alarming amount over Halloween weekend. Very rude.
Very, very rude indeed. But, I mean, needs must when you want to get that degree and get that bank later on. But, I mean, I can actually see this going the full distance. I don't know if we're going to get a drawn map, but, I mean, I'm not going to hate it if we do. I mean, I'm always up for more Overwatch and getting to see more of these players. So, I mean, that's what this is all about. We want to see what these players have done, since the time that we've seen contenders end. This is we've gone through the winter of Overwatch now, with Owl going away, with contenders having ended a couple of months ago. Collegiate is done for right now until the spring semester. So there's a lot that these community tournaments and this is a chance for everybody to show off, kind of what they've learned, what they've studied up on. And it looks like we're going to start out on Control Center. So Brawly is going to be the name of the game here. And yeah, I do not hate this at all. Ice might actually be showing us the Reinhardt here. I would not hate that, especially since right now I don't see and I'm waiting for the troll factor to come. Gucci will probably go over to. They may go over to the Bastion. I'm not sure, but we're looking at pretty much the standard meta comp right now from Grillmasters.
And Grillmasters bringing the Sim and the Rhine, attempting the London Spitfire-esque playstyle where they would just TP around, play Ring Around the Rosie as much as they can. It is going to be the May and the Sojourn to kick things away for Timeless, and they want to try and start off well. They want to try and burn down what they can in terms of that Sigma, in terms of that Reinhardt. They're going to have some difficulties with their own Sigma on the board. Will already down, great start, but there is a return on the Gucci.
Yeah, I'll take a Symmetra over a May all day long. So, it's a good DPS trade for both. You still have a lot of hit scan prowess. Just the burst damage is going to be a lot better for Grillmasters if they're going to take the first control at this point.
Both of them disengaging, but Grillmasters having that more forward position allows them to capture first, but they are not out of the woods just yet. Now we will see Gucci rejoin the fight, and the actual fight kick off once more. The TP being faked this time around, and it works to near perfection. Sucrax caught out, will get their immortality field out, but will die in the process of doing so. And just like that, it is the team collapsing at the seams. Erikek will be lucky if they get out alive, will get off an accretion, and will get away with their life fully intact, I say, as they are being hunted down, but they will be able to use the kinetic grasp to stay alive.
Yep, and this is the difference right now. Zoidil right now has the artillery strike ready to go. The choke can't be held because the Symmetra, while good, doesn't work as well against the wall.
Amplification Matrix used, immediately countered by the wall of the May, and ever so kindly, the entirety of Timeless will back away. Here's their own level of aggression. Artillery strike being set up, very well established over towards the backside of the control room itself, but it will not find anything, not even all that much damage to write home about. Sucrax wasn't even forced to use their immortality field, but I do see Sucrax's going down, so I may have just been blatantly wrong. Aggression being set up and the photon barrier going through. It seems like everybody's dedicated themselves. An important usage of the photon barrier, especially with the Blizzard being dedicated, will keep them alive on the other side of it, and good dedication here from Grillmasters will find more staggers.
We've got 4 DPS on this Grillmaster squad right now. The 2 supports, as we saw earlier during the winners final, they are very, very willing to pump the damage in and claim eliminations for their own. It helps build that ult charge ever so well as well.
Got found, as is now the Gravitic Flux, and the damage will be more than enough to actually take down Ice in the backline. This is now a problem for Grillmasters. Already using their Amplification Matrix, they want to stay in this fight. They are dedicating everything they currently have, including the Sound Barrier, and Timeless had dedicated theirs earlier without all that much effect, and that'll end up being the end of Control Center. Extremely good final fight from Grillmasters, regardless of not having their Reinhardt, proper usage of their ultimates, and a proper first round.
They got aggressive with the sound barrier and the window, and really just denied a lot of the purchase power that Timeless thought they were going to have with their own sound barrier. And pumping the Bastion damage through that window. You're basically Swiss cheese at that point. It's done. It's over. Nice job. GG. Go next. 100-0 for Grillmasters as we head to Gardens. And now I want to see if Ice is actually going to change off of here. We saw them flirt with the ball earlier today. They ended up going with the Reinhardt, or with the Sigma, rather. Junker Queen could actually work very well here as well. So Ice might decide just to stay on the Reinhardt, thinking that they've got a lot more in the tank on the German Crusader.
Reinhardt's a good hero to play here, but it is not great, especially compared to the Sigma with a little bit more mobility. You will be able to stick around at that point. Server already gets a boop off, Gucci down, and just like that, the fight's over. You blink and you miss it. Maybe 8 seconds of fighting, and it's already done and dusted. Outstanding start. Getting one framed is Erikek's accretion, and just like that, you will see Grillmaster's cap and get a little bit of a stagger onto the tank.
Yep, love it. Love it. That's fantastic work from Grillmasters. And here we go, Erikek now off of the Sigma going to the Orisa. So now you're going to withstand these charges. You're going to be able to absorb some more damage with that Javelin spin. You might have the opportunity to eat some tasty noms coming in. So a lot more frontline pressure here from Timeless. But still going up against Ice. This is a problem.
Nice throw from the Javelin, but how much damage does it continuously put out? They weren't close enough to convert off of it, and it seems like Erikek is taking significantly more damage than they are dealing. Good movement here from Grillmasters, making sure they properly use the pillar just to get around and away, and just like that, the Amplification Matrix already paying off, taking down Erikek, and yet again, you see the fight end before it really even fully starts to develop. and Grillmasters will take it. They will continue to take and hold this point, and they are not stopping anytime soon.
This is decisive Overwatch. That's what the Grillmasters really showed me this morning, is they are very willing to invest early. So, I mean, as soon as that amp matrix come up, they invest it. They deny White Room purchase power here for Timeless EU, and now, you're looking at an answering amp matrix here for Sucrax. They need to go through White Room, and they need to get, a pretty good angle on it to allow Eric to get a lot of work done.
Trying to use anything to stay alive. Sucrax will be able to get off that immortality field, but in their distraction, they were caught out, killed again while putting out levels of safety. I say that as it seems like we switched to Ericek as he died. I thought it was Sucrax who died, but he will die anyway. And in the meantime, everybody else falling around them. I'd like to retract my 6-map 3-2 scoreline because Grillmasters are clearly in front of this one. And did I just see a Lucio boop off? No, he stayed alive.
Almost. Look at that up in the sky. They're trying to burn the frog down, but it doesn't happen. So Strebor ready to go with the sound barrier. Sobek going to have their own on the side, and Sucrax. I mean, Sucrax has been kind of pinched out quite a few times. They're looking for the environmentals here, but they're not going to find it.
The Doomfist switch here for Ericek needs to pay off 95% of the board. This is the final fight for Grillmasters if they win it. The Timeless would have to just now start their gauntlet back the other way, and a perfect shatter will land onto 3 players. Double Fire Strike will eliminate the entirety of Timeless EU, and a slaughter on Lijiang, 200-0, as Grillmasters kick off well and kick off with a map victory.
I'm shocked at how easy that was for them. I mean, there's a couple of good fights from Timeless EU, but Grillmasters, like I said, they're on a completely different level. Their level of synergy right now is absolutely crazy, and this is the sheer cold diff right now for them. I mean, they've played together for a couple of them for years, so this is really showing where they've come and where they're standing at right now as we take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 1. I thought we were going to take a look at it, but apparently not. Well, we'll see what's going to come up next here. It's going to be a map pick coming from Timeless. It's going to be Eichenwalde, and we're going to see, is there any kind of a change in strategy from these gamers, or are we going to see, more of the same? Ice will pull out the Sigma if he feels it's necessary. We'll see him pull out the Junker Queen too if they're feeling extremely confident. So the Spanish tank won, and well, the other side not so much.
Ironically enough, you're also not going to see the German tank on the German map, which, I mean, I have to say, I was really hoping to see. I really still hope to see Ice play the Reinhardt on Eichenwalde. It's not the most absurd selection. On the attacking side, it's a little bit more reasonable than it is on the defense, but I mean, presuming Eichenwalde is indeed that map, it may just be a hover. We don't 100% know. Grillmasters, I still think have an advantage. All 3 points will lead, at least the first and the last, towards their advantage. We saw them play very well close quarters on Control Center. We saw them develop their wide angle approach when they came down to Gardens, and they didn't have any difficulties throughout basically the entirety of that first map, whether it was close quarter fighting across the bridge, long distance fighting across the 2 bridges on the other side towards the pillars. You're having a clear and obvious advantage, and going 200-0 is no mistake. They are clearly and obviously in front.
I mean, Ice is German too. I mean, also known as Ice Gnome, is German, played for Team Germany. So, I mean, playing the Reinhardt would just be so poetic. I'm Bavarian, so like I have a natural affinity for Reinhardt as well. So I mean, for me, I don't see it as a bad problem, and especially if we're going to continue with this Symmetra and Bastion strat. Just make your Crusader just teleport everywhere. I mean, teleport Shatter is scary. We saw Hottie perfect that during
almost.
So almost.
Almost. Mistakes.
Okay, it happens. It happens. It happens to the best of us, and Hottie is the best Reinhardt in the world. So we'll see what Eichenwalde is going to bring out to us here. I mean, if we stay on the same sides, I think that we'll see Grillmasters come out on the attack. We may see a side swap. I'm not necessarily sure. We'll see once we get into the map. But I mean, Eichenwalde, it's just for me. It's an iconic map. I love this map. I always have. I love playing the D.Va here personally, or the Zarya.
Okay.
But that's just basically where I sit with my rank. We're not going to talk about where my rank is, but that's where I play at. And I mean, Reinhardt, if I'm feeling really aggressive, if I've got a good back line, especially if there's a Lucio with me, then I'm definitely going Reinhardt because I know I can get around the map nice and quick.
You said it. Growmasters kick off on the attack. They will hover Exodial on the Widow. But we saw this from Timeless back in Map 1, and they didn't actually stick it all the way through when the round started. And we are going to see Erikek bring themselves back out on the Sigma. No composition change whatsoever for Timeless. They are sticking with what they know. Granted, it didn't work, so the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, don't apply to them. But hopefully that'll change towards the end of this first round.
Sure. And I mean, there's plenty of time for swaps to come through here. Johan is going to show us the Lifeweaver, so I'm thinking that they might want to be getting aggressive with somebody, and that is the get out of jail free card. And I like it. And yes, Exodial is actually going to come out on this Widowmaker and see if they can get an early pick.
And then they'll go right back into the spawn doors and switch the Sojourn, because they hate us. Mirror composition for both teams, just about 15 seconds delayed as of right now. I'm a fan of Exodial on the Sojourn. At least stick with what has been working for your team throughout a couple series thus far here in our refresh. And oh my goodness, that's exactly why. Already an opening pick, say goodbye to Erikek. Damon also gone. That's basically the round. That is this first point already taken. Growmasters show they won map 1 200-0 for a reason. And that reason's because they're just gooder. They are gooder at the game.
They are gooder at the game. Okay. I mean, we'll go with that, yes. Seriously, though. I mean, Exodial is just on a different level right now. I mean, this gamer has come out from nowhere. I don't know if it's a name rebrand, but Exodial to me, they're listed on the sheer cold roster. But I have not had a chance to see them play. I mean, we've had some legendary DPS come out from that stable, and so this is just another example of how good this team really is.
Okay, a little bit of an island. They are distanced from the rest of the team, who will now drop down towards them. Shot will do body shot damage for Damon, but nothing to write home about. However, they will follow up. Both Exodial and Ice fall down early for Growmasters this time. The reverse Uno card slammed down on the table by Timeless, and just like that, already the fight victory. They are pushing the issue as well, forcing out every cooldown in the world, and the cooldowns really aren't going to matter. It's most of Growmasters falling regardless.
I mean, you do get Sucrex out, so your big burst healer is gone. And you're going to have the speed option to get back on. So, I mean, the high ground potential here from Damon is the reason why they're having such a hard time breaking this choke right now. You just got a splash damage down there. Great wall, though. That's going to get them a lot of purchase here.
Gives them some free space to work with, good accretion as well, and you can see Strebber even pushing the issue, using their wall riding vertically in this instance. Gravitic Flux used, Sound Barrier dedicated. I don't even think the Gravitic Flux found anybody, but it still forced out at least one of the better support ultimates in the game. Erikek finds Strebber on their level of over-aggression, and it comes back to bite them. A return Gravitic Flux and the Blizzard, all dedicated here for the Grillmasters, and it finds everything it could ever hope for, and sometimes even more. Isolated is Strobik from the rest of their team, and just like that, it's another fight going Growmasters' way. They'll only delay for a few seconds on the Timeless side.
Like I said, there's more than 2 DPS on this Growmasters team, and Johan coming up with a 2-piece there without the window, mind you. This is just bloodthirsty backlight. I love it. It's my favorite part of this EU scene. They are very, very willing to pump the damage in, like I said.
Oh, perfect accretion, baits them into Exodial's overclock, and he finds 2 with it. Couple body shots, and Erikek, as they are stunned out, will get them killed. And unfortunately, I believe Sobek, I was going to say fell off the map, but they've actually gone under the bridge, and they now have become water under the bridge. Growmasters will take the second point.
Will is that person. And now look at this. Here's the swap over to the Reinhardt. We're inside the keep here, and you're looking for that frontline damage. That the kinetic grasp doesn't stop the rocket hammer. This is going to be evil, but nice shot from Damon to answer back.
It's at least one step back, and they're trying to dedicate themselves, but luckily not with too much. Taking down Will, the Grillmasters understand they have to disengage a little bit, but Ice switching on towards this Reinhardt really throws me off. I like the call for close range engagements, but it could come back to bite you because you don't have as much sustain with the rest of your team.
Yeah, but you do have that thing called a shatter. That'll flatten really, everybody, and that will. You can combo that with a blizzard from Will. You can combo it with an Exodial dispersion field. I mean, there's a lot to bend in with it. So they have room, they have strategy, and that's a great wall though coming from Gucci.
Oh, and really good to take out Ice or Sobek. Overclock was dedicated here from Damon. It didn't find anything off the bat, but the fact that it isolated Grillmasters from their tank and really from the rest of their team, it was just a wide dispersion tactic that worked out well enough and found enough payoff. Look for the boop attempt here by Sobek. Could create something progressive for the team. I don't know if he's going to find anybody. No, we'll back away.
Nope, I think they already sniffed it out. So I mean, that's the big thing, right? I mean, saving amp to get them out of an engagement here because we have Blizzard online. I shatter already.
Matrix almost damage done to Johan, but they will survive for the time being. And a dedication straight through from Ice. They find 3 players in the Blizzard, but they have to be able to take down the Sigma, and they don't take advantage of the opportunity. Instead, they will steal that Shatter, of which has now just been put on the board. This may very well be this round-defining moment, or finding ultimate on the board. They still have Sound Barrier. They also have that Gravitic Flux on the Timeless side, but a better Sound Barrier on the other side will deny that payoff. Just dedication on every single side, but the overclock, even used by Grillmasters, does not actually find them the point capture. And an over dedication for the Grillmasters. They use 2 separate ultimates, including the Blizzard and the Window for the previous fight, and they find very little, if anything at all.
It's actually 4 fights, or it's actually 4 ultimates into the fight. They led with that Ant Matrix. And then they invested 3 on the back of it, so now you just have the Shatter. Same thing from the other side, though. They put out 4 ultimates as well. And we're going to see now Damon leading here with the overclock. They have found their range. Let's see if they can get anything on the back of it.
Overclock versus Shatter. Overclock hadn't found all that much in the previous fight, at least in terms of direct lethal damage or kills. Will that change here? Shatter being established, being developed, the shield being forced out early, but there's the finding one and looking for more if they can find it. A headshot found on a Will, but not a fully charged one, so they will survive for the time being and counter directly that Sojourn, but there's the Shatter we've been looking for. Extremely good immortality field, but not one that will keep Gucci alive, and that may very well turn the tides of this fight. It is 2 kills only required here for the Grillmasters, and it seems like they're going to find both of them. Erikek will go down, as will Sobek, and the Blizzard being used just to put the cap on this one should allow them to cap this 3rd point, but there is the re-engagement available only for it to be pinned into the wall. Valiant effort for Gucci to try and retouch, but it's not going to happen. Courtesy of Ice, and Grillmasters will complete Eichenwalde.
Yep, it is a minute 29, so not a shabby time bank. I mean, they entered with 3:30, took a capture. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty beefy time bank. It's not the biggest in the world, but it's not under that minute. So, Timeless, first point. Their woes need to be, they need to have a repeat of what Grillmasters just did to them. They need to have a very fast engagement, perhaps get a early pick. Exodial should come back out on the Sojourn. We know how good they are on that. Will's walls are going to be a very big factor here in trying to cordon off Erikek from the rest of the team. Maybe pull out an early immortality barrier. Not exactly sure. We'll see how they get it done.
We'll also see how Timeless try to develop out of spawn. We saw a very quick and decisive play from Grillmasters, and they did so with a Sigma on the board. They basically just played the normal standard meta composition. May Sojourn, put your Sigma up with the Baptiste and the Lucio. Here we're seeing something similar for Timeless, but as of right now they're hovering Gucci on that Symmetra. I like the call. It may just be for a teleport out of spawn, and oh my goodness, they're switching Erikek onto the... Did I miss a memo? Did Erikek become the greatest Rhine ever? Are we going to see something work off this? Hello?
We could. And I like the call because, you're going Fire Strike to Fire Strike, Shatter to Shatter. We'll get a chance to see some mind games, which is something that those of us who are Overwatch 1 lovers and enjoyers sorely miss. I know I do, and we'll see how they go with it.
You tap it on the wall, but it really doesn't find all that much. Leaves a window open. That window's taken advantage of. Fire Strike through it, finds 3 players on 2 separate occasions. You're already seeing Grillmasters correctly rotate around this main objective. They're avoiding any lines of sight they can. They are forcing out a hell of a lot of utility and abilities, and just like that, you're already seeing 1 make it 2 fall to the hammer of the German Rhine. Both in terms of heritage for the player and, well, the hero himself. And Grillmasters will easily hold that first fight.
MTD. No, seriously, Ice has a Shatter in 1 engagement, and that is the power of positioning and the power of friendship as well. So we'll see What they get done with this first one, they have to expect it. They have to know that those fire strikes have landed. The Shatter is ready to go.
Already on the board. Here's that re-engagement the other side. Amplification Matrix early, but there's the Shadow. It only finds the Rhine. That's the problem. They can't convert off that all that much, but they can use their own ultimates to full effect. The Blizzard dedicated as well will find 2 players, but Erikek is still alive and still very much in this fight with the rest of the team. They still have some level of sustain, including that Lucio, but they need to be able to play quickly, quite literally with the Lucio on the board, and they have been able to do so. 2.5 ticks already found, 95.8% on the board, but not a point capture just yet. Good re-engagement from the Grillmasters. Quick to get back and quick to re-engage. That'll take out the Mei, but not take out the entirety of Timeless, as Exodial will step up now with an overclock of their own, finding one, a second for damage on towards the Immortality field, and they want to try and take out the Bastion, and they'll do just that with help from Yoham. Good re-engagement, good sustain from Grillmasters, and way to stay alive in this first point.
I mean, now we're at the halfway point of point A, and that's a big ultimate rotation that just went through. Exodial actually getting 4 in that. God, I mean, as a chef, I completely, wholeheartedly, applaud what the Grillmasters are doing. They're cooking up something special here. But now, you know, they've kind of emptied the larder. Closest for them, Yoham with the window coming up. They're going into a 3 ultimate fight.
Have the better situation. Grillmasters were forced to recuperate and had to over-dedicate ultimates because of it. They do have that ultimate advantage. Shatter's available, but Erikek needs to find a target. They will find only, I believe, the Sojourn, if not just the Baptiste. Artillery formation utilized finds nothing, not even damage to write home about, and will in the process find Sucrax, but the C9 comes through for Grillmasters. They just tried to keep their distance, and in doing so, it cost them the first point. Really good situational awareness from Timeless, taking advantage of it, and they may be able to find a few Saggers off the back of it as well. As long as they force people out of this Immortality field, Lucio will be lucky to stay alive here, actually. No, he'll be fine. Oh no, the Shadow. Oh no. And Ice, he actually finds one. Wait a second, he's making this a reasonable fight. Ice will win 3 separate duels and will stay alive. They haven't opened the gate yet.
I love it. I love it. I mean, the contest is going to keep going on right here. Maybe keep the gate closed challenge incoming. Not sure.
They're forcing out both amplification matrices as well. A little surprising to say the very least, but both teams wanting to dedicate here. A little bit more surprised on the Grillmaster side. And the sound barrier even further dedicated. Sound barrier as well for the Grillmasters, but the Blizzard should put the cap on this one. Overclock put in for the Grillmasters, everybody pressing Q, and it seems like it's working for both teams at this point, but damage has to be found a little bit more for the Grillmasters, and yes, Exodial will find Damon their direct counter, but they will not find anything further.
Gucci is him. Gucci got it done. I mean, Gucci was just a menace up against Picarnia in the winners final. And I tell you what, Gucci really has had a fantastic day of it. We'll see. What they got, the Blizzard's out.
It got blocked. It got blocked by the wall and kept vertically. It did not go down below, and because of it, does very little to pay off. Ice will be pinned, but will stay alive for the time being, but as soon as that is taken away, they will be as well. Valiant effort to stay inside of the Immortality field, but an even better take for Timeless. This second point is as good as it could have been. Grillmasters are ruined after the gate opens.
3 ultimates into the fight. I don't hate it. It's very economical. They're going to get forward progress as well while the keep door is bashed in. But the shatter difference right now is in favor of Ice. We're looking for the window as well. Sucrax will get to it first. But, I mean, it's all about positioning right now. Zodiel needs to, show why they have been my MVP of the day.
Seems like just damage back and forth. Poke from a distance for the time being as Timeless continue to gain basically unearned pressure. They are really just showing that they can perform, and it's forcing Grillmasters back. Again, both amplification matrices dedicated, but Erikek through his own will find a fire strike and a lethal one at that. And that should burn down Ice as well. With all the point pressure that was gained early by the by Timeless, that may very well capture them this first point. It comes down to timing. Will they finish with a better time? They won't. Just barely they will not be able to, but the Blizzard dedicated should catch off both players. The Rhine forced off the point will be dedicated away from it. This final cap has to go through, but the Tracer still available will be cut out just the same. That should very well do it. By about 37 seconds, Timeless EU will cap with more of a time bank overall, and that second point dominance pays off in dividends as we're headed to OT here on Eichenwald.
I mean, ultimate discipline right here is something that I'm going to zoom in on with Grill Masters. They kind of forced, I think that when they did the recontest on point A, it completely threw their ultimate economy out of whack, and they were never able to stabilize. And Timeless EU really did take advantage of that, knowing that they threw 3 ultimates into that fight just to C9. I think crazy? That really, it threw it out.
Not only that, but we're also seeing the third point being so much more dominant. When they started the point, they had 3 minutes and 11 seconds. That means overall it took them 1:05 to capture third point. That is statistically improbable. It basically took one fight because they were just poking from a distance. For Grill Masters, they started third point with 4 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. That is 3 minutes and 23 seconds of point pressure on the third point that it took them to capture. Timeless were so much quicker on third point. First point was a little less than desirable, but they made up for it.
I mean, they sped run it, didn't they? And I mean, that once again, I think we talked about it in the beginning. I'm kind of circle it back to here. Minor mistakes, or maybe even glaring ones, like the 3 ultimate fight and then C9ing. That's a mistake that has been punished, and it has been punished severely. And so now, it's all reset. This is time for Grill Masters to get their teleporter up and going, and then get themselves onto the point.
Mistakes were made on the third point for the Grill Masters, but luckily not enough to force them below that 1 minute margin. Pin there for the Rhine will force them off the point. Ice already falling. 15-20 seconds of denial already there, and they're going to follow up for a few more staggers if they can find it. The pin through, they'll find the Symmetra. They will not kill the Symmetra, but they will finish her with the hammer.
Perfect fight from Timeless. They accepted the aggression coming in, and then they went ahead and just killed everything on sight. I mean, that pin, that reverse pin that came from Erikek was everything. And look at that. Here's the Rhine diff right now. It is 30% ahead of Ice on that charge.
I don't think there's a mathematical possibility of Grill Masters finding this shatter early in this. It's more than reasonable for Erikek to find it. They just found 15% off of a single fire strike, but they still need to find more damage, and in doing so, they will pin down Will for the kill. They are very close to that shatter. They're building it up ever so narrowly. They don't even need it. This second fight already gone, with just 20 seconds we're on final fight.
They really do need to get a speed run here. Yep, speed characters coming back here. Zoidal is going to go over onto the Pharah. I don't hate it, but Daden has been somebody that is that person.
Shatter used. Tracer and Pharah both pressuring directly onto this point, but the Shatter doesn't really find all that much. It doesn't have to. They don't even touch. They had the Tracer. They had the Pharah, but they mischaracterized what they needed for OT. You need to touch within 3 seconds of the round ending. That's not what they do, and it comes back to bite them. The Tracer apparently just on a few seconds too early and got off thinking OT would be established. Timeless will full hold in OT. This, Chef Billy, is what we like to call drawable.
I mean, 2 minutes 6. I mean, there's plenty of time for ult rotations. Even if Timeless are stumped and stymied on the first attempt, they're going to have time to build up a full battery of ultimates. Grill Master's on the same ability, so it's all about managing your resources, not dumping everything. The spaghetti doesn't have to hit the wall. You just need to be very, very careful with how you decide to portion out these ultimates. But I mean, the neutral fight wins right now. Timeless has flipped the switch. These neutral fight wins are starting to go in their favor. Now, part of it here in the overtime was that it was only 1 minute and 29 seconds, and they felt a little bit rushed. So, but for Grill Masters, they have plenty of time.
First, some quick context. The extent of the amount of time it took for Timeless to capture was 2 minutes and 36 seconds, give or take. I think it's 2 minutes and 44, but I know how to do math. They have 2 minutes and 6 seconds to capture. They were basically full held for most of that round, minus a couple ticks and minus a C9 by Grill Masters. That's what came back to bite them. That was the real time bank difference. Now, what's the call for Timeless? It is aggression and unbridled aggression at that. Good wall will isolate Erikek for the time being, but a pin counter will be there, and a really good counter overall here for Timeless will find already Ice falling. They need a singular tick 33.3% is all that is required by Timeless, but they are not sustained all that well on their own side. They're taking a hell of a lot of damage and having to over-dedicate towards their own Reinhardt, of whom finds yet another kill onto Will.
Well, I mean, MTD the other way now. They've got a touch right now. They're on the point.
They just barely do. Good call for the Doomfist selection, and it will actually find two separate players, Sucrax and Damon, both falling. That's more than enough to stay in this fight, and Gucci goes down as well. Maybe the Doomfist is a saving grace that they need to stay alive here on the defensive side.
So Gucci. I'm sorry, I had to. It was there. You completely set me up for that one. But I mean, that is a extended fight that takes a minute off the clock. Ice will have the ability to use Meteor Strike to reposition if they get under too much pressure. Strebber's coming up very close on a sound barrier, but the window might actually blow this whole thing open.
Sound barrier is much closer for the Growmasters, though. That's the most important part about this. The defensive side can sustain if they find that sound barrier in the next 10-15 seconds or so. They still will have to touch. That's the most difficult part for them. Already seeing the overclock dedicated, and will find Erikek right off the bat. The overclock wasn't even needed. Woo! Yet it'll still be used, and they'll win the fight regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, just the fact that they get this done so fast, and now this is going to be a late stagger. Oh my word, they've got it trapped.
No, but at the same time, they understood they could not over-dedicate themselves. Meteor Strike available, as is the Amplification Matrix, Pulse Bomb in just a few seconds, as is now the Sound Barrier. Timeless will have their own in a few seconds just the same, but Damon already going down. Their direct counterpart, Agodiel, taking them down quickly. The Pulse Bomb will not find payoff, but it may not have to. In the end, it comes down to the dominance of the defense, and that seems like it will be the case here for the Grillmasters. Exactly what they needed, and even more. I said drawable at the beginning of this, Chef Billy. That's exactly what this is. Eichenwald, null and void. Nothing comes of it for either team. A sixth map is now a possibility, and a 3-3 draw is exactly what happens in the German Hydra map.
I did not have this on my bingo card, Dan, and I'm here for it. I told you more Overwatch is good. And well, we're going to definitely get that. This is going to go at least 4 maps. Gucci showing why they are so skilled. I mean, the tracer that I saw on Esperanza in the last match was damn good. Well, this is even better. I mean, just an absolute marksman. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it right now. This could be a Classico here in this matchup. And I mean, Exodial still has the aim that they had earlier today. They've been just absolutely on fire. Ice and Erikek, this is turning out to be a war of the tanks. And each side is getting their battle victories. And so, I mean, we're going to head to a short little break. But when we come back, map number 3 will be up. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Timeless pick Eichenwald, they draw Eichenwald, and they say, "Are you not entertained?" We're headed to the Roman Colosseum of Colosseo for our third map of play. Timeless again will select it here in our Refresh Grand Finals. And I gotta say, Colosseo, similar to Eichenwald, should play for similar compositions, and we may see not another draw, it's very unlikely, but a close match nonetheless.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the late 90s movie pick there. Russell Crowe, a very iconic line. I am entertained, but right now I'm kind of quivering here with the thumb, deciding which way it needs to go, up or down. We'll see how it's actually going to go here for the two teams. Now, do we see Ice continue to run out here on the Reinhardt? Do we see the Sigma come out? Do we see an Orisa come out? Do we see Junker Queen come out? Because Junker Queen plays very well here. So there's actually quite a few options here tank-wise. I think that we'll continue to see Exodial come out with the Sojourn. No reason not to. Will should stay with the main. Make him play pretty well here. We'll just see how these compositions line up as we head into push.
You also had Colosseo picked for the first time on broadcast for the entirety of the tournament. It's mostly been other push maps, New Queen Street, Esperanza, you get the general idea. Moving into Colosseo, though, it has to be a good start for Timeless. They cannot afford to allow Grillmasters to get out to that obvious and early lead that we saw similar in our previous map. Now, granted, they did cut down that lead a hell of a lot with almost a 5-minute time bank on the third point of Eichenwald to start. They only finished with a minute 30, and it ended up being their downfall. Will that be the case here, where just time runs out for the Grillmasters, or will Timeless have something similar happen to them, like we saw for each of them on the first point?
Well, Lapis Maximus, yeah. We'll see. I don't hate it. I mean, Ice is actually showing us the Sigma here. We have time to change, but for the most part, I mean, it's just standard here. We're going to have the May Sojourn. It's so damn good right now. The Baptiste and the Lucio. I mean, not very interchangeable pieces. Now, with Ice coming out here on the Sigma, you're going to have the consistent damage, and you're going to have a little bit more in the kit as far as what a Erikek Reinhardt can bring. But you have that pick potential with the pin, and it can force out a lot of cooldowns. So this is where the tank matchup, the mind games start to come out.
We've also seen this tank matchup go towards a Sigma a few times, with the accretion or the counterpin being used by Grillmasters, anybody on their team really paying off of it. But Ice has been very good with countering out Erikek when he picks up this Rhine, whether it's playing on the Sigma or otherwise. I'd like to see that happen again if I'm a Grillmasters fan, which I am impartial as every good caster should be. But I have to say, Timeless do still have some leg in this fight. They have all of a, eighth of a meter gap between the bot and their own staggered spawn, but you gotta say, it's a difficulty for Grillmasters. They are being isolated a decent bit. Will low. Ice was low, but now Damon's dead.
That's the go sign. That's got to be the go sign for them to move forward and really take space. And forcing out the immortality, that's going to get a lot of other people out. And there's the fight win coming through for them. They're going to stagger as long as they can, but Gucci's not long for this world. That'll be permanent progress going in favor of Grillmasters. Now, do we see them go up about to the 25, 28 meter mark, and then kind of pull back, get a recontest, or get a reload of their cooldowns? No, they do not. They go high. They use the ice wall to go up and put out the... Oh my
goodness.
Oh my god, they put up the Amp Matrix. That's a fight win.
That's basically already the counter and the stagger there. They have to disengage. Will the Sigma die in the process? It doesn't look like it. But look at how much forward pressure the Grillmasters are developing. Already up to 30 meters now. You're talking about will they disengage? They say not a dang chance. They're looking to go under the bridge, and I mean, they're not wasting any time in doing so, but Sukrax will find one back onto Yoham, and a dedication of ultimates will be more than enough for Timeless to turn this bot back the other way. I say that as the Blizzard is surprisingly dedicated. I don't think Will's going to find all that much off the bat. He does find Erikek! Oh no!
Progress going the other way, though. They need to get onto the bot, because this is going to start to be permanent progress. Yeah, Sobeck's just like, la-da-da. I'm on the drag strip. I'm all by myself. I'm gonna get lots of permanent progress. Yep, there's a smart disengage right there. They're not gonna get staggered out. They've got some progress going in their way. They trim it down to a 27 meter difference rather than 33. So, bit by bit, inch by inch.
You have to remember, if you disengage there, you can allow your team to all fully collapse on this setup. Overclock being used on a flank here for Exodial only finds a little bit of damage, accretion out of it, but still sticking around. Sound Barrier even used for the Grillmasters. They want to go, and they want to go now. Overclock even being dedicated here for Damon. Will they be able to find the kill? You better believe they will. Their counterpart absolutely demolished on the back line. And they'll find a follow-up onto Strepper. That fight is done, dusted, down the drain, as the Grillmasters are cooked to oblivion here on Coliseum.
I mean, that's well done. Oh man, they completely flipped that fight in their favor. You know, they basically bait out the Overclock, they bait out the Sound Barrier, and I mean they engage with their Sound Barrier first and absolutely clean up on the back of it. This should be Timeless tying it up.
At least very close to it. The problem is, on paper, getting close does not pay off as much as it used to. At least not in terms of other game modes, we'll say. Accretion misses just narrowly here for Ice. The switch for Erikek happened a little while ago on towards that Sigma, but Erikek may very well be taken away. They are in the middle of a crapshoot, and to say the very least, they are low. They will stay alive, though. Good Accretion will force out an Immortality Field for Timeless as well, but it won't be one that keeps everybody alive for any longer than a few extra seconds. Nice shots from Yoham, finds one of their own, and Grillmasters will take one fight back.
That is absolutely fantastic coming out from them. And I mean, they turned the fight in their favor. They now take this high forward position once again up on the bridge, force the wall out. You can pursue down and take that May down.
Trying to. Good usage of the ice block, gravitic flux being used. It seems like on both sides, and it will be. Ice up, will use their own blizzard. Each team using both a gravitic flux and a blizzard. It seems like a distanced Venn diagram, but one that will have Grillmasters in the center of it, the entirety of it. And they will continue this bot pressure. They may really get first tick as well.
Yep, they're going to go to butt scratch right here, right now. They are just 5% behind in the Sound Barrier generation as well. But the big difference, I mean, there's not much of a difference, honestly. It's so even across the board. It's just this aggression, this aggressive forward positioning coming from Grillmasters. That's the big difference right now.
Also, the fact they clearly won that first fight, they gave them a clear and obvious advantage. Overclock's again being used at the exact same time on both sides. They're trying to counter one another out, but Damon again will come out on top of that engagement. Sound Barrier available here for Timeless if they want to try and stick around, but they may not even need it. Surprising usage of the amplification matrix here for Yoham. I don't think they're going to find all that much off of it. They will not in the slightest, and the final Lucio will be dispatched of. Good fight back, but it's still 82 meters on the board for Grillmasters. Extremely good pressure off the back of those last couple fights.
I mean, let's break it down what just happened. I mean, we're not at the 110 meter mark, so that's my benchmark for where it's like the line of no return. So there's still 3 fights that Timeless needed to win decisively, and the Amp Matrix should help them do it.
But immediately walled off doesn't give them the greatest of scenarios, to say the very least. But Gucci, straight through the amplification matrix, able to find Strepper. That's a great opening pick here for Timeless to develop at least something around the bot. The bot now just starting to push that barricade will develop even more pressure towards that same vertical pressure. Woo! You have to say, difficulties could one clip there for the shield onto the accretion, but Timeless are building even more pressure than we may even thought they would have been able to do off that previous fight. Damon low again, but will still win the fight against Exodial. His Achilles heel here on the Coliseum, and he's having difficulties getting back in. That wall just now taken down, and they will be able to contest from the up top position, but if they're booped away, this bot may very well push back the other way, and will, on extremely low health, will have to drop and stick around, but extremely good usage of the Gravitic Flux will keep them around, and again, you're seeing an overclock used here for Damon.
I mean, why not? I mean, they've been absolutely lethal on it all day long, and I mean, a later blizzard did come through from Will. It gets them out now. The Flux coming out on the other side. Who do they pick up? They get Erikek. That should be the point. Oh my god, that's a clutch pick.
That's a massive pick back the other way. You can see Timeless are really hurt by it as well. They have to disengage. It's run in and die. You do not get the checkpoint. You don't get your forward spawns because of it. Grillmasters will have every obvious advantage in these next couple fights, but it will be easier to start to close that gap.
Zoidil coming up on the overclock. So heavy of an investment from both teams. You're looking now at the 230 or the 240 mark. Now it's all about maintenance, maintaining your lead. I don't necessarily agree with this strategy. You're basically playing to not lose, but I mean you can take fights on your own terms here. That's what Grillmasters is really banking on, is taking the engagements as they want to and getting their ultimates up in the better cycle.
Exodio will have an uncontested overclock this time around, but Damon doesn't even need an overclock to find an opening pick. Strepper again down early, and you're forcing Grillmasters to disengage way too early in this fight. You can see the Sigma isolated from the rest of the squad. Even with the Immortality field on the board, it doesn't do anything. Overclock used here for Exodio for some unknown reason. May find a kill? No, he doesn't even find one. Damon will diff him again. It's not even a main take diff at this point. It is a main DPS diff to start things off.
Now there is the pause here for butt scratch, but forward spawns are available. One fight here win will give Timeless EU the lead, and we're closing in on the 90-second mark. This Ant Matrix could be everything they need to do it.
Problem is, the drop already on towards that point makes things extremely difficult. Good usage of the ice block will keep that May alive, but the problem will still remain. Can they sustain off the back bit? Exodio finds one, but Johan is immediately countered out back the other way, and Damon, trying to stick around as long as he can, wants to build up this overclock and try to use it in this fight, but he's having some difficulties. Good usage of the grid of Clux, but I don't believe it found anybody, and now Damon, trying to counter out his counter Sojourn once more, is not able to do so and drops straight into the waiting arms of that same level Sigma just to back away. Good disengage. Timeless want to stick around with a minute left.
All right, so I mean, we've got we've got the Blizzard, we've got the overclock, we've got the sound barrier ready to go for Timeless. They do have the opportunity to re-engage. It's not going to be on their own terms. They have to get aggressive here, and they've got to really try to burn ice down.
Gravitic Flux used, finds 3 separate players, but Gravitic Flux also going to be countered out by this overclock. Damon wants to get in, wants to go forward, but will be countered just the same. Both teams dedicating in with that sound barrier, but ice immediately melted inside of the Blizzard, no less. Ironic as it may seem, definitive it is regardless. And the Grillmasters again are torn apart. That may very well be the lead for Timeless.
Yes, this should be. Just depends on if we see any swaps coming out here. I mean, we're
Tracer?
going to have Will. Yeah, Will's coming out on the Tracer. This is something they're not going to be expecting. And now the Kiriko, so you're going to be able to swift step there. We are 4 meters away from getting it tied up. I think this does it right here. No, the contest comes in last second from Will.
Just barely, but they have to continue contesting. That's the main problem. They have to sustain in and around this point. They'll be able to accretion down Sucrax. That's the first real juncture to give an advantage over to the Grillmasters. That's the first point they need to start things off. And Ice will follow up onto Erikek. Grillmasters every feasible advantage, at least in this fight. The only problem, forward spawns are available. If they become a determining factor, it doesn't seem like they will be. This is over. Grillmasters will take Colosseo. 1 map delayed, but Grillmasters will head onto match point.
This will be championship point, as a matter of fact. And I tell you what, those last second swaps is the only reason why they are not facing a 1-1 score line. This was back and forth. This was as close as it could possibly be. I think the ending difference was, 1.2 meters? That was absolute clutch from Will and from Streber there. Or, I'm sorry, Will and Johan. Johan coming back on the Kiriko, being able to do it. This is where the damage was done, here early. Them using the ice wall to get up to this high ground and put down an early Ant Matrix. This put Timeless on the back foot. And then they just went in ham after that. They maintained, they lost the lead for a little bit. And then they end up coming back in stars and spades and getting it done. So, man, map number 4 incoming. And your Grillmasters, they are sitting on match point.
6 map reverse sweep is now required. 80.2 to 82.3, I believe, were the exact numbers to write home about. Grillmasters will indeed take map number 3, but they will only go up 2-0. If you recall, Eichenwalde was a tie. 3-3 draw in overtime is how things ended there, as both teams were able to hold first point. Now our 4th map on the cards. Escort, if I recall correctly, with maybe the final being Flashpoint. I don't know how we have set things up in 5-map series, so I could be wrong. But Escort should be up next.
Yep, it will be Escort. Yep, Escort is coming up next, looking for where we're going to be going from there. But, I mean, every indication tells me that the reverse sweep could start here. I mean, Timeless are just, 1 pick away. Damon absolutely showing up and showing out here on Colosseo. I've been singing the praises of Exodio all day long. Well, Damon now gets my scrutinous eye, and they really did find their range here in Rome, and they get it done. So I think that for a push map, for an escort map, you want to go someplace that Damon's not going to be able to thrive. that's the thing for them. I'm sorry, that Damon wants to thrive. It is going to be Timeless's map pick. You want to go somewhere where you can get the work done with the Sojourn. And, as the map pick looks to be coming in, it's not quite in there. I saw the typing going on. But, regardless, it needs to be a map where not only that Damon can make it work, I think that you need to go to a map where Eric Heck feels a lot more empowered to play a variety of heroes.
I think just sticking with the Sigma-Rhine combination is not going to do enough for Timeless, if I'm going to be honest with you. They're being countered out a little bit too much. It seems like, you said it in the first map, a little bit of a main tank diff. We saw it a lot there, we saw it a little bit back on Caliseo, but it hasn't been as impactful as it was back on Lijiang. I feel like Lijiang was just a misnomer for this entire series. 200-0 in map 1, and since then we've drawn Eichenwald, and we've had a 1.5 to 2 meter gap on Caliseo. But it's still 2-0. That's the most important aspect. Timeless have made it close, but close, as I love to say, only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. And we are not using either of those two pieces of equipment. It is just singular map scores, and those measurements favor the Grill Masters.
Well, we'll see what is coming in from them. But yeah, I mean, it's been one fight here or there. Honestly, that's been the difference. So we'll see what they have going on here. There's been a bit of confusion about the map type that we're going into, so this kind of throws their strategy a little bit wonky, so they got to decide where they are actually going to go. And I mean, I think that both teams are playing about as well as they can. This has been very entertaining. Other than Lijiang, this has not been a blowout. And I was expecting Grill Masters. I thought it would go 3-1. I thought the Timeless would be able to come through and and take a map just based upon how they played in the lower bracket finals. But man, this is way closer than I thought it was going to be. Kudos to both teams.
What was my original guess? My original guess was Timeless
3-2
and 6 maps, right? So all I'm hearing here is that a 6-map reverse sweep would have to be on the cards to bring this one through. I do have to say, I'm a fan of this particular layout in terms of maps. In a collegiate league I work with, it goes Control, and then Hybrid, and then Flashpoint, and then Escort and Push. I like Flashpoint, but I think it's a really good 5th map decider, and if required, we'll head to Control afterwards, so similar notion for both of those. I'm a fan of this. I like Push as a 3rd map. I also have seen that sometimes Control maps are not always a full and good indicator of how a series may go. I've seen that collegiate, I've seen it otherwise, and I've already seen it here with, again, 200-0 map 1. Since then, the gap has been 2 meters, literally.
Well, we are still waiting for the map type to come in. I tell you what, some things that I've casted here in the past week, we have started on Hybrid. We've also started on Escort.
Really?
Yep. Escort was. I actually agree with Jeff, aka Bullskunk. He thinks that Escort should actually be the first map, and I actually like that. And then Control as map number 5 if you need it. I really like that. Escort, then Hybrid, and then Flashpoint would be a great pick. Looks like the pick is in. You hate it?
I don't hate that.
Okay.
I'm a fan.
Map choice is finally in. It's going to be Route 66. Sojourn can definitely get a lot of work done here, my friend.
Yeah, and so can Sigma. That's the other conversation. Is you were talking about the tank difference, having to make sure that your tank can at least find some level of sustain. Erikek has had some difficulties being on the front end of that since the beginning of map 1, but has made it a little bit more reasonable in the last couple maps. But what changes into map 4? Route 66 is a must-win for Timeless, or the Grill Masters will take this tournament, not only the series. And Route 66, you're seeing I think more development long range. Maybe we see some switches in terms of the supports. I don't really see anything too glaring. Maybe we see a Mei switch off. I don't know. I can hope. I love the meta, but I also like seeing changes to it.
I mean, you could theoretically see a sniper come out here. At least point A, point B. Definitely works well there. If somebody's filling in, we've got a substitution coming in for Timeless. Noctis is coming into the support role. So we will take a look at what they will bring to this. Maybe it's an Ana look. Maybe it's something else. I'm not sure. I mean, if you're just subbing out, maybe somebody had to go to bed. I don't know, but Gucci showing us the Genji here. I like this because it's going to provide a lot of finishing power. It's also going to give a little bit more mobility and harassment to the backline. Johan and Streber have been very, very, for the most part, and I say this with air quotes, with asterisks, however you want to do it, they've had a pretty easy day of it, considering what the compositions are up against them. They haven't been under a lot of duress for the majority of the map until you see Eric Heck and Damon start to pop off. So for Grillmasters, they need to set a good time here. And, well, they've got their standard composition coming out.
Absolutely nothing changes for the Grillmasters. Everybody on their meta hero, everybody on their hero of choice. Timeless will make at least one change. You said it, the Genji on the board. Noctis also coming in for Sobek. Will stay on the Lucio, interestingly enough, but will not change anything else, at least not that we can currently see. How does the playstyle differ, though, especially on Route 66 here for Timeless? They will start off on the defensive side, not of their own choice. Grillmasters will choose the attack. But you have to say, it is still an attack that needs to start off well, as we saw back on Eichenwalde. Oh my goodness, difficult for Gucci.
Well, I mean, we're looking right now just basically an unhindered push coming through. Johan getting so much work done on this Baptiste. Yeah, Zoidio almost went down there. It was so close. And, well, we're looking now to see what kind of a rotation they're going to make here, because they're just basically allowing unfettered progress going through. There's the first pick. This is going to blow up in their favor.
The only problem is if Grillmasters continue to take this much damage from a distance, they may not have that same level of sustain. Really good kill into Will. Exactly what Timeless needed to start to come back into this, but Gucci gets accretion to the floor and absolutely demolish afterwards. Grillmasters should be able to now walk through this. The Sigma won't be back for another 4 or 5 seconds. You can see it's a distance play, but they're still trying to stick around. Amplification Matrix used. The Sigma now back into the fray, even though Gucci is not just yet. And the Grillmasters are actually going to disengage for a few extra seconds. They're going the other direction.
Backline rotation with this Amp Matrix. They're looking hard. They're looking for targets. And they're just hiding behind the payload. That's a big kinetic grasp coming from Airkick. Beats Ice to the Gravitic Flux.
They're still sticking around to the point. That's the most important part here for Timeless. They are making sure they stick around. Good usage of the Gravitic Flux forces out a sound barrier and a decent bit of cooldowns in terms of an overclock for themselves. But Exodial finally wins that fight. Damon is down. Streber is just the same. So you may see that same level of sustain on the other side, but Noctis dies outside of that immortality field, and that may very well be it for this first point. Erikek will go down, as will the defense for Timeless. Grillmasters will cap.
That was absolutely what they needed right there. I mean, the answering Gravitic Flux, they destroy the Immortality Barrier, and now you've got Exodial up here on the high ground, just laying in the spray. Love it. Absolutely love it. I love the position that we're seeing there. Misses their little turn there, but you still have high ground control.
Exodial is really putting in the pressure. Keep an eye out for Damon. They have already used their overclock, so Exodial will have the advantage in that duel. And with the Blizzard on the board, Will could get it turned the other way by Gucci. That's the only direct counter to the ultimates available here for that side. A surprising usage of Dragon Blade. Finds one, make it a second. Goodbye, Streber. Exactly what you needed. Create some space, and will they find the third onto the Sigma? Not directly with the Blade, but yes, they will regardless.
I mean, great fight win, and I mean, that's just the one ultimate into the fight, so I mean, very economic for them. They waited for Immortality Barrier to be thrown out and just took the Katana to it, so I mean, that's a great fight win for them. But now they're going into Overclock Blizzard here from Grillmasters, and you know, they have established their high ground control. They've got a sound barrier that at least try to keep them sturdy. It just depends on what comes through it.
Or what doesn't. We'll pause for a few seconds, figure out what the heck's going on. But Grillmasters, they have had yet another pretty good first point. They started off the point with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, 4 minutes and 21 to be exact, but I like saying 4:20. And they've already taken about a minute and change off their own time bank. They have taken a little bit to develop here. They had a long and drawn-out first fight, and they took a little while to reestablish themselves, to at least come back into this fray. But it isn't the most unreasonable thing. As of right now, they are still okay to play as they have been, and it's worked. But not fully.
Well, we will see what is going on here. We were in a bit of a technical pause. I'm looking to see what actually happened, and I don't see it right now. So I think that we're going to throw it through a quick little break, and we'll figure out what's going on with the issues. It is a mouse issue with one of the players. So we are going to take a quick little break while they get their mouse fixed, and we will be back with you in just a few moments.
Mouse issues have been fixed. We're back underway. Apologies for those problems, at least temporary, but still the case, and all problems developing for Timeless already outside the pause. Gucci down. Overclock is used early here for Growmasters, and you can see Timeless trying to disengage off the back of it. They will look to just back away, and it's going to work. Gucci may be able to get back in here, and on the May.
I mean, they're not going to be expecting that. They're not going to be expecting that, and that's a problem for them. But I mean, you know what? We'll see. Will with the Blizzard ready to go. I mean, if they can get a good Blizzard out here, they should be able to clean this map up.
Amplification Matrix used on both sides. High ground here for Timeless, lower for Growmasters, but still a high ground compared to the rest of the squad. And Exodial straight through the opponent Amplification Matrix. Doesn't even need it to amplify their own damage. They will be able to take out Sucrax. But again, it's Timeless disengaging and trying to get away, only for Noctis to be one-tapped by an Icicle and removed from this fight. That may very well do it in the second point as well. A couple mistakes, very negligible ones to say the very least, but ones that will cost Timeless regardless.
We circle back to the top of the show. These maps are going to be decided by a little itty bitty mistake, just a little bit of positioning, or just one insane pick, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Flux ready to go for Ice, Flux ready to go for Erikek. There's a full larder for both sides. Who comes out on the end of this fight?
Flux being hesitated will now be used and finds 3 players at that, but will be countered out by that immortality field and surprising usage of the sound barrier as well, only for Erikek and Sucrax to both fall, but Damon steps up with 2 of his own. Overclock will find 2 separate players, wants a third, but Gucci will be the one to find that, and it's the step back in for Timeless, that step through with ultimates, and an over-dedication may not be over anything except for the Grillmaster's attack, as they will go back with a vengeance and retake on this third point. Oh, Gucci out of position, no. Baits out the Sigma and will get him killed. What a fake.
Excellent gameplay there from Gucci and company, and they get to hold on to the Blizzard. That's the big kicker, is that they basically can win a fight off the back of this Blizzard. Ice over to the Reinhardt now. So close quarter combat is going to be what is required here from Grillmasters to get all 3 points done. You're still running into this Gravitic Flux. They have it available, and there it is coming out.
Alongside the Blizzard, surprisingly enough, the sound barrier doesn't catch the Reinhardt though, and even while using it, it finds nothing. You can use the sound barrier as much as you want, but it doesn't catch your tank and they will still fall. It doesn't really sustain you in this fight by any means, and you're even going to counter out that May as well. A stagger of ages and almost catching out that Lucio, who will survive in the end. Can't say the same for your Sojourn.
I mean, this needs to be a disengage from Ice. Ice needs to just get back to the spawn. Just come back as a full 5. And you're going to be running into sound barrier and window into this next engagement. Exodial, been a little bit quieter than normal here in Route 66. You know, the sightline's not so favorable once you get inside the hideout. And now we're going to see if they're going to be able to rotate and get something done with this overclock.
Eichenwald third point took 2 minutes and 23 seconds. We've already seen 2 minutes bleed off that time bank for the Grillmasters, and they're not even close to completing. At least one full fight is required, if not more staggers over top of it. And over dedication, again, Amplification Matrix and that overclock, all used, all to very little effect, but they have forced out Gucci. Same can be said, though, for Exodial, and you're seeing counters on both sides, counter kills on either side as well, only for Damon to step up for one of his own with help from Erikek.
Exactly what was required there. The bleeding is still occurring, but now you're looking at the sound barrier difference right now. Noctis ready to go. They invest this. I think they're going to have to invest this early. The Shatter and the Blizzard both available.
Question is when to use it. It was a direct counter last time we saw over dedication in terms of ultimates from the Grillmasters. With 40 seconds left, that could be this round-defining ultimate. That alongside the Gravitic Flux, you have Overclock on the board, you have Blizzard very close to it, will be available before the end of this fight, and the flank Rhine comes through, but only to find very little. Shatter used, but in towards that same Amplification Matrix and the sound barrier. Erikek will still be taken care of, but there's Damon with an Overclock of their own, an Overclock for the ages, and a clock out of the Grillmasters. They're headed home. They are unemployed at the end of that fight with 10 seconds. They'll be lucky if they can touch.
I mean, I'll have to come up to Strebor. Strebor is under so much duress right now. They got 4 seconds to touch. They are on the point, and they've got Ice coming back. Yeah.
They will be able to touch. They will also be able to solidify overtime even further. Gravitic Flux will counter that, but the Tracer back on the board. It is a game of staggers for the Grill Masters if they can find it. A miracle is nearly required. Immortality Field will keep Yoham alive for an extra 2 seconds, but nothing to write home about. Symmetra will be used, Sound Barrier will be used, and all to just delay what is the inevitable. 2 minutes and 23 seconds, I said, was what was required back on Eichenwald to complete the map in the third phase. 3 minutes and 10 seconds only find them 51 meters, as the Grill Masters do not finish anything, and Timeless have a win condition.
This is kind of crazy. Timeless really making their stand here. They bled the Grill Masters for their ultimates and end up really getting some fight-defining turns there. So for Timeless, win condition set to keep themselves in the championship. We'll see what happens here on point A. Grill Masters, they may decide to just lock it down. We haven't seen any swaps from Will or Zoidiel. We've seen Will play the Symmetra. We've seen him play with the Mei. Zoidiel also has had issues. There's a disconnect coming from Timeless. So, we'll take a look and see what's going to come from them. But the lethality of Zoidiel was kind of muted here in Route 66 as far as their attack phase. So what I'm looking for is, better positioning here from Zoidiel on the defense. I think they set up on big girls and just, make it into a shooting blind with the experimental barrier and really catch the aggression coming in from Timeless EU. That's got to be their game plan when they head into their defensive stand.
The defensive stand's going to have to wait a couple minutes, unfortunately. A PC restart is unfortunately required. I gotta say, though, this could be a lot of a better scenario for Timeless. Throwback to Eichenwald. Talk about how they played hybrid. Let's just discount the first point entirely. The second point was extremely good for them. They played it as quickly as they could have. I believe I said they had a maximum of 4 minutes and 30 seconds from the time the gates opened at the end of the first point. Not the time they actually captured the first point, but the time the gates opened, because they took an extra 2 fights or so to actually have that happen. From then until the end of the entirety of the map, they would have had 4 minutes and 30 seconds plus overtime to complete it. It only took them about 2 minutes 10 to complete all of second phase, all of third phase. Collectively, 3 or 4 fights overall, maybe 5 and a stagger, but they looked really good. And that is a combination of extremely long-range engagements, second point of Eichenwald, and short-range engagements with a third point. Similar to how things are on Route 66, on the attacking side, Timeless look nearly unstoppable. I think this is more than likely a 5th map being required, and surprisingly, not a 5th map that will be a 100% decider as Flashpoint.
Yeah, because we did have the draw on Eichenwald, so there are issues here, and if Timeless want to continue their run here, they've got to pull out some Eichenwald type aggression and precision, and I think that's what was really on display there. Not only there, but also on Coliseum was Damon. Damon has really leveled up here in the past 2.5 maps. We'll see what Timeless have coming out the gate. We're going to keep the same compositions across the board, and we did see Gucci come out on a Genji, so that could actually come out later on. Love that spray, BT Dubs, and we'll see how it goes. Zoidiel up on high, looking for an early pick.
The early, Sigma will enter that attempt, at least early couple stages. You can see the disengage. No attempt at bringing anything special for the Grill Masters. They have kept with the meta since the start of this series, minus Ice playing on the Reinhardt every so often, and Exodial already dead. Damon, a diff of all ages, still sticking through here on Route 66, and this is a problem for Grill Masters. It gives a decent bit of space, but if they disengage properly, if they get out and allow themselves to reestablish themselves, they'll be fine, but they have to stay alive. That's the most important part, and Lucio will be very lucky if they're able to do so. They will be, but just narrowly.
Good Ultra Charge going over to the healers, obviously, but look at that. Sukrak's leading all the supports right now as far as ult generation, and now Big Earls has been surrendered to Timeless EU, so now they can get free cart push. Basically flip the script here, become the attackers, and defend from the low ground.
Gucci gets engaged upon, but will stay alive, and fully so for the time being. Ice is low-ish, but again, is staying in front of this play. Exodial's on the off angle. This has been the most important part of Grillmaster's playstyle. It is keeping Timeless guessing, and from any distance they can. Will find Damon. That should be the fight gone. It's just a question of how Timeless want to stick around for this engagement. They don't have the time to do so. They're losing more and more players. They're down a minute and change already. That would be a great time to just back away. And if Eric's lucky enough to do so, they're in a great spot. They should be able to. Ice actually may fall.
I mean, a fight and a half, and we already have a Blizzard on the board from Will, so I mean, that work's been getting done. Gucci not too far behind, actually taking Exodial down. That's over committal right there from Exodial. That should be their go side to push in.
Again, seeing the Sojourn go down early, surprising usage of the Amplification Matrix will be directly countered to the wall, but not permanently. It seems like they're trying to circumvent this Amplification Matrix, but they don't have the easiest of times doing so. A little bit of delay will allow Exodial to start coming back in towards this fight, but not for all time. Gravitic's Flux going to be used, the Accretion misses, and with the Blizzard being established, they have every little bit of damage they need, and sometimes even more, but a counter's there. Ice gets frozen, he had no security, no help whatsoever. And with your Stigma being gone, that may very well be the fight. There's no way you can stick around. And they touch. They just get the point. Huh? What?
It was the counter Blizzard. Counter Blizzard actually gets it done. Ice was literally 5 HP. And they are gone. You saw them getting ready to throw the next set of Hyperspheres. If that goes through, that fight goes completely differently. Now free Flux out the sound barrier in response.
Overclock's available as well. They could use this early to create some free point pressure if they want to, but they will just keep their distance, socially distancing themselves to the Grillmasters for the time being, and Damon's not going to overcommit themselves like we saw from Exodial in the previous fight. Overclock going to be used here for Exodial, but there's the sound barrier and counter. There's a perfect usage of it. And Exodial, now not the safest of scenarios, finally has an immortality field to keep them alive, but they're forced out of it. They don't have that same safety net and sense of security they had just a few seconds ago. And that same process, it's so much point presence from Timeless. They do have a lot of meterage freely gained off the back of a fight that basically has never ended.
It's all about management right now. Ice is so dangerously low, needs the healing. Gosh. He's 1 health. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 66 HP. That is absolutely nuts. That is some serious cojones on Ice being able to stay in that fight. And now they can reestablish high ground control. They're going to have a Blizzard upcoming. Gucci and Will have been matching each other so well on this May. But the big kicker right now, Ice 20% ahead as far as the Gravitic Flux generation.
Amplification Matrices both available as well, and Exodial uses the Baptistes of their own to drop down Gucci. You said the Blizzard was on its way, it's not even available to be used. Immortality Field will keep their Sigma alive for the time being, but a good Accretion forces Sucrax back and he gets caught in a Disruptor shot. He's dead, done. And just like that, Timeless down to 2 minutes and change. They will not have the same time bank we saw from Grillmasters for this third point, if they get there.
It's a decisive use of the Amp Matrix that denies the approach through the caves. I mean, look at this. Will is hiding up here. They're waiting for them to go ahead. They're going to throw the Blizzard in behind them.
Blizzard's available for Timeless, though. We saw this counter back last time, where Blizzard was used early for Grillmasters and then countered directly by the Timeless side, but Gucci caught up inside of it, will die early. That counter not even available. Ice, however, low, forced off, Accretion down, tries to use one of their own, but is stuck in the backline, has absolutely no healing to keep them alive, but both Sigmas will now fall. Immortality Field used to absolutely no effect for Sucrax, and he's going to be absolutely melted down no matter what cooldowns he tries to use. He will not stay around. Noctis will survive, but he's stuck on an island.
Yep, there goes Zodiel getting up to the overclock in that. That's a nasty stagger. So, I mean, it's going to be about... When we come together as a full 5, yeah, you've got to pull back here and wait for your Lucio to be able to engage. Yeah. Oh, that's a good start. That's great. Icicle to the dome.
The benefit is the Lucio, the last one to fall, is also the fastest hero on the team. Immortality Field already forced out, with his backline presence from that may very well force everybody off what they were looking for. Gravitic Flux doesn't find anything, but really doesn't need to in the end. They're doing more than enough. Good usage of the Accretion, takes out the Immortality Field, and should take out the remaining players of the Grillmasters, but we're down to sub a minute for this final point presence on the second point.
Sound barrier was saved. Strebber just accepted their fate and got it out. They should be able to recontest here. with the amp speed coming in. I say that they're going a little bit wide. Looks like Streber's going to try and come from the offside. Good wall there from Grillmasters. They need a touch right now.
They need to touch, and they will. They'll also use the overclock for that attempted flank. Blizzard going to be used, though, catches 2 separate players, and Sound Barrier is going to be used on both sides as of right now, but the benefit goes to Timeless. They will be able to cap this second point. They will have a time bank available, and they have a win condition to try and start this reverse sweep.
So expensive for Timeless, though. That's 4 ultimates into the fight. And Erikek is just barely behind Ice in the Gravitic Flux department, so... Sucrax is going to have a huge window coming through here. Sub 90 seconds, you're going into Blizzard and window.
Fourth map could be the deciding factor. A technical sweep still available for the Grillmasters, but it needs to be a hold in this third point. 30 meters the difference between us now and going to Flashpoint, and what could be that 5th and deciding map, or just a 5th to send us to a 6th. Amplification Matrix used. Erikek trying to build up their own Gravitic Flux straight through it, but does not have the damage to do so. Doesn't have the angles they're looking for. Blizzard still available. You said it, the Amplification Matrix available for Yoham as well, and everything available for the Grillmasters, but they will still lose will in the process. Down to 10 meters. That's the difference between us and going to Flashpoint, and losing your May off the board with the Blizzard available is not the greatest of starts, to say the very least. Immortality Field already forced out. Ice, low HP, needs to die before they are able to get off that Gravitic Flux, and has not done so just yet. Blizzard used. Erikek does not get outside of it, and may very well fall inside that same point. With 30 seconds left, it's a disengage and a final fight for Timeless.
What a boot coming in from Streber, putting him back into the Blizzard, the snow cone of death. Absolutely getting it done. Now you're going to get the pushback. The Flux is available to both sides. Overclock ready to go. Here for Damon. It's a race to Sound Barrier. That should be the kicker for this last fight.
One touch. Solidify OT is now required. They were able to catch up that Sigma, and he'll fall immediately. Overclock needs to be the win condition. Damon needs to step up in a bigger way than ever before, and the Immortality Field will keep Ice alive for the time being, but nothing found for Damon. They will fall. Blizzard used. Sound Barrier used. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown through for the Grillmasters, but they are still losing bodies. Ice falls. Exodia will go down just the same, and everything now going the way of the Timeless. They have just 9 meters to make it. 7 now as you make it. Gravitic Flux dedicated will find everything they need and more. One singular fight was required for them to victory, and they will find it as well. The Doomfist will just be a consolation prize as we are headed to Flashpoint.
It was a later Sound Barrier. I talked about it, that the Sound Barrier would be the kicker in the last fight, and that's exactly what happened. Timeless get to hold on to theirs to the last second, and I thought that they had the fight won. Grillmasters get absolutely stymied there. In the end, the later ultimates becoming so damn good, and Damon definitely one of the big reasons why we're headed to Flashpoint.
This is such an important factor of Timeless as well, starting to build some level of momentum, allowing themselves to at least calm down a little bit, finally getting a point on the board. Flashpoint could go their way, but remember, Control was definitively in the favor of Grillmasters, 200-0 back on Lijiang. Could be the same case for Flashpoint, could be the same case for Control should we get there as a 6th map. And all I'm saying, I predicted 3-2 Timeless in 6 maps. It's still possible, Billy.
Absolutely.
Still possible.
And with Damon coming out like they have, it has been absolutely magnificent to see. The turnaround, the precision that we're starting to see with this Sojourn. The dispersion fields are good. The overclocks are absolutely nasty. So, this is anybody's game right now. Momentum slightly in the favor of your Timeless EU squad. But we're going to go get some refreshments. We're going to get some drinks. We're going to get a snack. And when we come back, it's Flashpoint.
Tale as old as timeless. 3-0 was on the cards, to say the very least, because they had everything to work through. They had the win condition on the board, they had third point present on Route 66, and Timeless, even after losing Li Zhang 200-0, even after drawing Eichenwald when they had an obvious advantage in OT, and just narrowly dropping Coliseum by 2 meters, they'll take Route 66. They'll the reverse sweep to try and come back in this Reflash Refresh Grand Finals. You gotta say, they have a very good opportunity as we head to Flashpoint, Billy.
Absolutely to do. And I mean, confidence and momentum are a lot for any competitor, whether it's esport, whether it's traditional sport. Momentum and confidence breeds momentum and confidence. So for Grillmasters, this is their map pick. So this should play into their favor. It's going to be their map pick throughout the rest of this because it is in their favor right now. It will have to be a reverse sweep. They'll have to lose the next 2 maps. So Suravasa is where we're going. I like this. I want to see if there's going to be any switches. I want to see if the Symmetra Bastion comp comes back out and maybe the Ice Reinhardt. There's a lot to unpack here for these teams. And I mean, you know, the reverse sweep has begun. Now, can Timeless finish it up?
I mean, Suravasa, the more dynamic play around Flashpoint as a whole, I think could favor Timeless. They have been a little bit more variable on their playstyle. We've really seen nothing change for the entirety of the series for the Grillmasters. I think the extent of their changes that we've seen is a Widow Hover in Spawn Doors and Reinhardt a couple times. Everything else has been the exact same heroes, barring the composition that they brought so they could stagger out final point on Coliseum. And that was so they could bring Tracer, Kiriko, basically just get quick heroes and get back. That doesn't count.
I mean, we did see Symmetra Bastion on Control Center.
Yeah, you're so right.
So I mean, there is that, but we've only seen 2 looks. We've seen a little bit more out of Timeless. I mean, not much. I mean, if we're really picking hairs here, it has pretty much been Eric Heck here on the Sigma. We've seen Damon primarily on the Sojourn and Gucci on the May. So Noctis is staying in here for Sobek. And well, I mean, Grillmasters, you know, same thing here. The other thing that we saw from Eric Heck was the fact that they brought out an Orisa at one point. And they just got blown up. They get a little bit of varied success, but it just didn't work. So actually, Damon using the teleporter to get them out and get first position here onto Market.
Again, normal meta comps for both teams. Nothing changing if nothing needs to. But for Grillmasters, something has to switch. Seems like this more neutral playstyle has favored them thus far, whether it's back on Coliseum, on Li Zhang to say the very least, or now already here against them on Suravasa. Gucci with the opening, Yoham is dead, and that's a lot more sustain for Timeless available, but they're not directly converting off of it. They are not taking down the rest of the Grillmasters, who are still somehow alive from a distance.
I mean, they're ready. Oh my God! What a wall!
Oh.
What a rock! What a headshot there from Sucrax.
Does he find any more? No, it's down. Sucrax will drop down Exodial. That should be a lot more in this first point. Remember, Flashpoint significantly quicker tick time than Control. It is not 1 tick per second. It is about 1 tick every 1/8 of a second or so. So these games significantly shorter in terms of those singular point pressures.
1 percentage point for every 1 point. It's 1.8. Yeah, it's 1.8 times the normal speed of normal Control. So yes, it does go up a lot. That's early amplification. Make sure they just walk right past.
They do, but the problem is Ice is now alone, has no help whatsoever. Insert the LeBron James mythic, because he was on an island and had no assistance in the slightest, and it'll be a cleanup on the back line. Damon with 3 nice shots with the rail and the Sojourn primary. 83, I think that may very well be this first point. I don't know if they'll be able to touch.
I mean, that's a big, I guess for me, draw about Flashpoint is that you have to, make the decision. Do I go or do I contest? And now we're heading to Temple, and this is going to be a very bad rotation here coming in for Timeless. I mean, look at that 1, 2, 3 ultimates just about ready to go, and Grillmasters, they've got the Flux ready to go, but they're just lagging behind in the. Well, I mean, no, they're not really lagging. It's kind of even all the way across. So, I mean, Will could possibly get out beat to this Blizzard. I think they do.
So dead. Wuff isolated, gone, and a Blizzard already dedicated. Exodial inside of their teammates. Ice very lucky to stay alive because of the immortality field. Extremely good usage of it. And Will follow up. Gucci down, Damon down, making a third on a Sucrax. Will steps up in a big way. Grillmasters cap first on Temple.
Boy, did they need that. And they survived the Blizzard as well. So, I mean, equality across the board, other than the early amp matrix that went out from Sucrax there on market. Here in Temple, they're going to have their own, so that's going to deny some serious space taking here from the Timeless EU squad.
Used. Ice tries to rock them out of it, but does not find it. They will be cut down in terms of their own health pool, but Sound Barrier is used on both sides. It is, again, even trades of ultimates, but not even trades of damage. Timeless EU on a significant back end because they weren't expecting the flank, and because of it, it's thrown off their perspective. They're focused on too many things at the same time, not focused on peppering down 1 or 2 targets, and off the back of it, it's another fight win for Grillmasters. Final touch here for Timeless may very well be a solidifying moment, and even if Grillmasters get forward, they may not be able to touch.
I don't think that Timeless needs to touch here. I think that you just go ahead and give it up. This is that decision-making moment where you go ahead and let it go and make it the best of 2 out of 3 here on Flashpoint, and it looks like we are going to head to, I believe this is Ruins down here, moving down. So they're going to have early point presence. Sucrax has the window, but Johan did not use theirs in that last fight. It was so dominant from them that they were able to save it.
Both of them up. Both of you, Sound Barrier, Gravitic Flux, and Blizzard recently, but Will is significantly closer to their follow-up Blizzard because of how much damage they did in that previous fight. They found so much from the backline of the Grillmasters that they are 50% forward on Gucci, and the Blizzards were used at the exact same time. Here's that dedication, and a quick one at that here for the Grillmasters. They will quickly dispatch a Sucrax, and that may very well be the fight in and of itself gone. Ice is rocked away, but yeah, you can see Timeless just need to back away, and they don't have healing, they don't have sustain, they need to get out, and they won't.
Oh.
Why stick around? You've already given up the point. They're still here.
Yeah,
Get
they're
out!
Pushing.
Run!
They're pushing. I mean, this is the pursuit, and that was amp speed from Streber, getting them on top of the retreat. So that is exactly what they needed right there, my friend. That was actually a fantastic pursuit, and they're going to get at least an extra 25% of point progress here. And the May Blizzard ready to go. They don't know he's there.
They have no clue. Flank Blizzard being set up will find 3, maybe even 4 players. Immortality Field will be used, and properly so, but Sucrax is forced out of their own Immortality Field by the Maywall. A boop of all time, I have to say. And Sucrax falling early, a terrible notion again early for Timeless. But they have brought 2 kills back. The DPS line of the Grillmasters are dispatched, so that healing may not be as much of an important factor. They still have to get in. This is the final fight. They do not have time to reaggress if any of these players die, and they don't have the support line in order to sustain. Good usage of the sound barrier, but a return usage of the Gravitic Flux will find one onto Yoham, and in midair he will fall. They should be able to touch, and they will. Overtime solidified, but maybe not even required. Time will cap here on Garden.
Sound barrier out. So that's a big one off the board. The good thing is that they don't have to go up against a Gravitic Flux. So it's the win in their book. Now Ice is going to have their own Gravitic Flux. You're going to pull the sound barrier out. Then Zoidal should go in behind that with an overclock.
Fate of Ultimates, it is a trade of who can counter. Only player found, actually 2 with the sound barrier. It is dedicated, but the overclock now used on both sides, and Damon wants to win the fight if he can, but he's caught out by Will. Nice shot with the icicle, will at least find one, but not enough. Accretion catches out Ice. He's no longer for this world, but will somehow stay alive. Extremely good usage of the supports and your environment to stick around and keep yourself in this fight, and a surprising usage of the amplification matrix as well. They want to dedicate, they want to find as much as they can, but Ice is still alive. Can't say the same for Strebber though, and that should allow them some more sustain, and maybe this point capture if they can force Grillmasters back enough. There's only 5 seconds left in this one.
What a great immortality barrier coming in, and that's going to be Ice staying up alive so far, but I think it's too late. It is too late.
Yep.
Oh no, so it's to a map point here for Timeless EU, and you're looking for the blue. 80% ahead of Gucci. We're heading to Ruins right now. No, it's not Ruins. Yes, that is Ruins. It's Jungle coming up. Sorry. It is Jungle coming up next. And Zoidial is back with the collective. Damon onto the Tracer, looking to build up Pulse Bomb to possibly win him the map.
I can't say I hate the Damon situation, but it's not the greatest. They wanted to touch and get back if they needed to because they fell early in that fight, but they forced themselves onto a different hero than they were really looking for. Blizzard dedicated doesn't actually find Gucci in the corner, but they don't really have to. Exodial finds 2 with that. They get a 3rd. He'll at least help onto Sucrax, and that's a quick dispatch. I wouldn't be surprised if Damon immediately switches. They have to if they want to try and stick in this fight. I don't like the Tracer that much. Pulse Bomb's not that good, and yeah, they'll switch back.
Yep, I mean, smart play there. And now, high ground position here. I love this. They're going to be able to see everything coming in. I would put the shield down and just wait for them to come through. But you know what? They know they're there, and now they've got high ground. Accretion comes out, no dice.
He's still sticking around. Both teams will have their Gravitic Flux in the next few seconds, as Ice now just will be solidified. The Gravitic Flux misses, though. It gets caught on the front side of the wall, and because of it, hits nothing but thin air. The return is there, as is the sound barrier available for the Grillmasters. Not available just yet for Timeless, but they may not need it. The Blizzard pays off in dividends and will allow them to take out the Sigma. That'll do it on this fight. It'll be a cap back for the Timeless side, but how much percentage does Grillmasters get? Seems like 80, if not more. 83, 84? That's good enough.
I mean, 85-0, but we saw what happened last time that they lost a point at 99%. Yeah. It went completely in their favor there on Garden. So here in Jungle, we're looking to see what do they have. They're going into a window and a sound barrier. Damon almost has this overclock ready to go. That's early at Matrix. Nice wall to deny it.
Early usage of a lot of ultimates has been the case for Timeless more often than not in this series, much less here on Suravasa. But a backline cap attempted here for the Mei at least forces them back. This strategy is to force them away. Do not allow as much forward pressure as we've seen in prior rounds, and force them out into the open. That's exactly what happens. Exodial finds one. Amplification Matrix trying to solidify more, but a good sound barrier doesn't matter! Exodial, even onto a fully beaten Noctis, will be able to find that kill. A lot of pressure built up, but also a lot of ultimates used for it. This should be a draw at 2, and we're headed to a 5th point to decide Suravasa and possibly this series.
It is the Blizzard advantage once again. They're also ahead in the sound barrier department. So, I mean, Flux V's that. We're going to be looking at the Blizzard, basically uncontested except for the immortality barrier. And we head to Palace. This is where everything is going to be settled. It is 2-2. It is 2-0. Grillmasters, championship point. Early Blizzard, completely denied.
Nothing. It got walled off, I think, either by themselves or just they didn't throw it far enough. Maybe a misclick. problem regardless. Now, Timeless have an obvious advantage in that department, and a dedication, they're still looking for this on the Grillmaster side, but the problem is they're walking straight into a blender, whether it is this Icicle or otherwise. Point will unlock in the next couple seconds. It should be the first cap here for Timeless, but there's the Grillmasters the other way. Not going to be used, as is the Critic Flux. A little bit of an over-dedication for this now defensive side of Timeless, but they're still looking good. They're winning a decent. They have to keep Gucci. Gucci does not have any of their cooldowns other than the Blizzard itself, of which only finds the Sigma, but should be good enough. But they boop him back into the Immortality Field, and he'll stay alive for an extra few seconds because of it. A sustain long enough to kill Sucrax, but not enough to win the point. They use the Immortality Field, they use the Amplification Matrix, surprisingly enough, but they'll still be able to sustain it. Again, a Sound Barrier as a last gasp effort, and it looks like it'll pay off this time around. Grillmasters will cap first, but they again dedicate way too much to do so.
I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, this is championship point. If you lose here, you're still in the lead, and then you'll be tied. So I mean, they're being aggressive with it. I don't hate the aggression. What I hate is the fact that you know they're kind of missing with some of these ultimates. That they need to have a little bit more precision, a little bit more fight planning when they go into it. Now Zoidiel does have this overclock, but they're going into an Ant Matrix.
Reflash used. Only finds one, I believe, maybe a second. It does find the second, but into their own Immortality Field. Sucrax will stay alive. Good usage of the Accretion. That'll catch out Gucci, who will immediately fall. Sound Barrier is going to be used now, and a perfect time to do so. Immortality Field dispatched of Exodia, trying to use this overclock, finds one of his Damon, needs a second on towards that same Sigma, and they're outside of what was the attempted Blizzard.
That's it.
But not enough. That may very well be the series.
And Ice is going to be coming back on the Doomfist, so I mean, there's going to be lots of frontline pressure here, and you know what, boop ability, either with an empowered punch or using the blaster. I mean, they need to get out there. They're touching. They're trying to get in. They're 94, 95. They have to have a touch right now.
Seems like Noctis will not be able to, though. He's dropped as he jumps in, and the Grillmasters, in the most unlikely scenario, over-exempt with ultimates in the first fight of the square, and yet they will walk away with the first fight, cap and map regardless. Suravasa goes the Grillmaster's way. They will take the refresh, and it's off the back of a hell of a lot of plays by Will here on Suravasa. MVP, to say the very least, on this map alone, and a big step up for the Grillmasters to take this series.
This was my prediction, 3-1 Grillmasters. So my crystal ball is absolutely working out today. But, I mean, this was a hell of a series. This was good. And, I mean, if this has anything moving forward, when we get back into the Path to Pro stuff coming up, whatever form that takes, we'll see a lot of these players here representing the EMEA region. Good God, this was good.
A great final series, and so close to bringing it to a sixth map. Possibilities were still there to the final gasp for the attempted 3-2 from Timeless. Sixth map was also there, but a really good series overall for the Grillmasters. They dominated in Lijiang. They made sure they stuck around on Eichenwald, especially in overtime when they had that time disadvantage. Colosseo just narrowly went in their favor. And I gotta say, it's an important closeout for the Grillmasters, not only because, you know, they take a massive tournament, they also take a decent bit of cash home as well. 300 euros for the first place finishers of Grillmasters. Second place will get 150 for Timeless, and $50 for the back-to-back winners and losers finals losses, unfortunately, for Pi V2. Feels bad for a finish for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, that's a couple of kebabs. I mean, for the winners, I mean, that's what, 60 euro a piece. So, I mean, you can go out and have a couple drinks, get a nice dinner. It's good all the way around. But I mean, that will do it here for us today. What a tournament. You know, it's kind of getting us back into the move of things. November's coming up in just a couple days. Halloween here in the States and in Canada. And, well, I mean, that's going to do it for myself. For Dan there on Play-by-Play, Reef and his entire productions company behind us, making us look so good. Everybody be good to each other. Be good humans and be better. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Love ya.